thumbnail from the movie The Invitation? Did y'all see the thumbnail? What movie is that? Isn't that The Invitation? Nobody knows that? I think
No,
that's
I
The
think it's the
Invitation.
same girl. No, it's the same actress, but I think that's a different movie.
Because I know who she is, because she played on, what's the one when she was the musician and she tried to kill herself? More modern day movie, but I can't remember what that is. Anyway, I'm sorry, that's ADD. Okay. Y'all know I got ADD. Hi, you guys. Happy Friday. Introducing our panelists for tonight. We have Marky Mark, HD, Enos, AP, and Mistaken. My name is Shan Monet, and this is a Chic critique. Hey, you guys.
Yo,
Was that show? Is it that show on Netflix like Downtown Abbey or something like that?
I don't know. But if you haven't seen
Bridgerton is what you're talking about?
Bridgerton, that's the one.
That's not Bridgerton. Bridgerton was.
That's what I'm asking. I don't know.
It is. I think it's the next, not the first season.
Oh, the next season.
One. Yeah. I
hope she plays on Bridgerton. I think it was given a Bridgerton look, but I knew she wasn't an actress on Bridgerton, so it's throwing me off. But it's a movie called The Imitation on Netflix. Well, it used to be on Netflix. That was pretty good.
Mm.
You know?
And I was going to say, JR said Belle. I think that was one too, right? Was it? No. Okay, no.
Belle. I don't
know. Like the play, like the.
It was a movie. It was a show. It was a movie.
Oh, I didn't see that then. Possibly. I did watch Bridgerton and Queen Charlotte, but I haven't watched much of anything else. So you guys, y'all, why are Black people so comfortable with being last place? That's what we're going to talk about tonight. We're going to come up with some answers. Listen, before you guys get your panties in a wad, as we say in the South, I know we're going to tickle little feathers, make some people mad and stuff, but it's okay. We want to have a constructive conversation so we get to the bottom of this and move that last place up to at least third place and then eventually second place and possibly even first place. It's just coffee, y'all. Just coffee. So, let me get my little thingamabob up. All right, we got new people who just, hello, Miles. Hi, Daniel. Just say hi to 2 people in the chat.
That is a big mug.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some coffee too.
I have a teacup. But I was like, this one I probably shouldn't do for this episode. Maybe next episode, because people already think that I'm too. So I'm not even bringing the teacup out. My little pinky. All right. So why do you think we are so comfortable with being last place? You asked, what is last place, right? So if you know, so when I went to not the African American Museum, went to, like I was explaining last week, went to the Holocaust Museum, and Hitler called himself putting people in order by race, right? And of course, besides the Jews being in very last place because he placed them there, we were right above Jews, right? And so when we look across many hierarchies, as far as race are concerned, they like to put us at the bottom. Even though we shine ever so bright. I don't understand. Maybe they're trying to dim my light. I don't know what they're trying to do. But why do you think we feed into that though? Why are we so comfortable with that? Anybody?
I don't think that we're actually comfortable with it. I think that through our life experiences, we're more inclined to take care of ourselves than the group. And because of that, it's hard for you to get ahead when you're the only person pushing it forward. So if you got 10 people that's working together and you're competing against 10 people and it's just maybe you and maybe one other person, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage because it's a numbers game at that point.
Mm-hmm. That's a pretty good answer. Anybody else wanted to tackle that question? We're gonna get more into it, but anybody else wanted? I'm gonna stop being so silly. Anybody else wanted to get into that?
Yeah.
Is that
Oh, go ahead, AP.
no? I just had a mine was more like a question. Is that like a Western kind of ideal? Because when I look at it, I think of the largest continent on this planet is full of us. Us
You know,
run by us. Are we really at the bottom, or have we been brainwashed and manipulated into believing this is who we are here in Western civilization? It was just that was the first thought that I had.
well, it's so I get what you're saying, and there is a beautiful continent but even within that, now there are some strong countries there. Like you can't tell a Nigerian nothing, okay? So they don't even feel like they've met this list. So, but I think we can all agree that colorism is everywhere. It is not just in the West. It's pretty much everywhere. The lighter you are, people treat you a little bit different. Now, I could be wrong, but that's what I see. That's a common complaint in a lot of countries outside of the United States. But go ahead. Anybody else know that?
Yeah, I wanted to jump in. So kind of to what you were saying in response to AP, like Africa isn't actually run by Africans. The Western influence will always take out leaders that are Pan-Africanist or pro-Black. So they don't actually, the people themselves don't have their own people's best interests at heart by design. But to answer Shane's original question, I think that as a collective across the globe, I think we are very connected to like a higher stream of consciousness. So we understand what it means to be connected to other people, which unfortunately, if you're not in full control of that superpower, makes you more susceptible to suggestion. And so through the atrocities across all of the continents, it's been reinforced, right, that we should sit at the bottom. And unfortunately, there's too many people that have internalized that as a means of self-preservation and not as in they actually genuinely believe it. It's a survival mechanism that if I believe it, then at least I understand how to navigate the system that exists.
Quick question to you, Anas, just to a point that you made. Is it due to our higher level of consciousness that we are able to amass the influence worldwide that we do carry? Do you think those go hand in hand?
I think when you're that connected to the earth and to people in that higher stream of consciousness, there's like an aura that's like you can't fabricate that aura, and that aura creates magnetism, right? I think that's really what it is. And to some degree, even though it isn't the same, you see that with Aboriginal communities across the globe as well. Like their connectedness to the earth gives them a superpower. And because that superpower threatens the fabric of what exists, then there's no other choice but to utilize that superpower for evil instead of good.
And one other thing I want to touch on, and I'm only going to address Rim once tonight. If you don't believe that we have worldwide influence, your eyes aren't open, sir or ma'am.
We
I
do.
don't. Yeah, no, I just read the comment. Blacks don't have worldwide influence. Stop it. Like you're way off. We influence everything from music to what people wear. Our influence is huge. So, and I'm only going to address you once tonight. I don't feel like dealing
Well,
with
he may
your
think
Well,
that.
I was going to say he's making a point, if you think, I agree that we influence, right? But influence without power is just that. So I think part of the problem, like you said, oh, we influence like music, we influence, fashion, we influence beauty, we influence a lot. But my thing is in thinking about how does that influence empower us as a people? How does that influence have us, I guess, starting with the original question, not be at the bottom, right? So I think thinking about it from that perspective, well, I mean, when he said that, that's the perspective that I was coming from when I heard that comment, because I do think the type of influence that we have, if we come together as a collective, like, what Inaz was saying, I definitely think that the way in which the world capitalizes off of our influence is what leaves us at the bottom. But when we change that mindset, I think the opposite will happen.
And that's kind of the point that I was going to circle back to. So well said, ma'am.
So this is my thing, and we're not trying to take over the world or anything of that nature. Nobody's suggesting that. What I'm suggesting is, why do we have to be at the bottom of everything, like besides sports? Why do we have this mentality that we're comfortable with just laissez-faire, just comfortable with bare minimum? And that's, go ahead, because I saw you take your mute.
We're even at the bottom of sports. We are the gladiators in the arena. That's what we are. We don't own the arena. We're at the bottom of that. We're their entertainment. Like that. This conversation sometimes, I think this is probably the most triggering conversation for me, because I recognize that we have so much power that we don't utilize. Kind of back to what HD said, we are so individualized that we can't come together and really unify to really flex that muscle, and it's because of that will keep us where we are.
Can I do an AP real quick? How AP just said he's gonna address whoever he said one time, and he ain't gonna say nothing else. I need to address the Bunker TV. Wait. He says, if you can see his comment,
okay.
A nation rises, a nation can rise no higher than its women. What happens, when your women are swirlers and divestors? I just need to debunk the Bunker in the fact that he's putting that out when Black men divest and swirl at a much higher rate than Black women. Black women tend to be much more loyal to Black men, and it's not of trying to go the back and forth. Oh, it's just really the purpose of the conversation is not necessarily about, oh, how can you win? Like, you're putting a responsibility on the women to make us as a collective better. And that's not going to work by saying, oh, if women didn't divest, or they wasn't swirling, then, we can move forward. But it's going to take everybody. And if divestment is an issue, then we need to start with who's doing the most divesting first to pull them back in the fold.
Marcus, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I think it's silly to both sides of that. If you specifically dating people because they're not Black, that's an issue, man or woman. I don't think we should, who's worse or who's better at it. It's just terrible to say, I'm not going to date you because you're Black and then move forward with anybody. Male
well,
or
I
female.
hope that your date, if you have a man who is outside your race, I hope it has nothing to do with their color. It's just the person that you connected with, and that's who you want to be with. I hope it has nothing else to do with anything else. But let me just say this. Do you think that the reason why, because going back to what AP said, do you think that the reason why people do the individual thing is because it's hard to get us all on one accord to think the same way, because there's so many rights and wrong. There's some people who like, I don't mind being like this. I mean, think about the people who enjoy Sexy Red, who are kind of like Sexy Red. I don't think she sees anything wrong with being Sexy Red. You have people who think on so many different levels, and it's to the point where you're just like, I give up. Do you think that may be a problem?
Were you asking me directly?
I was asking anybody.
Enos,
Oh, okay.
Something.
Go ahead, Enos.
It was back to what Mistaken was saying about divestment comment. So I agree with what Mistaken said. I just wanted to debunk it from a different aspect. Nobody divests more than Asian women. So by that metric alone, that isn't true, because Asia's doing fantastic for themselves. So that isn't really a factor. But to answer your question, Shan, I don't think so, because every other community seems to have all these people that work as individuals, and yet they can still move the needle forward as a collective. I think the mentality of divide and conquer, where somebody somewhere feels this moral indignation that if you're not this particular flavor of Black, then you can't be a part of the movement. And I think that's what gets in the way, is that we divide ourselves into subgroups instead of including everybody and dealing with our affairs internally. We showcase it the way other communities showcase our own internal conflicts. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. I think so. So do you think so? Do you think that we're like moving in the right direction as far as progressing in the right direction, or do you think we're going in the opposite direction?
I think we're moving in the right direction. I think our prison population has shrunk for Black men. I think there are more Black men reaching into the middle class than ever. I don't have the statistics on hand, but I've heard them cite this before. In regards to relationships, so I got to separate reality from online, but it's hard because online starts to bleed kind of into reality. It hasn't become the same yet, but it's like, again, back to propaganda. When you affect the way somebody thinks about something, you also can then affect the way they do. So this gender war bullshit that be going on, it's seeping out of the online community into everyday interactions, and that shit got to stop. So in regards to that, it's going in a complete worst way possible, because if we were to look at it as a trend, shit, we're not going to exist in 100 years playing these stupid games.
That's true, because it's getting worse. Family is just, which was the other topic, but we're not gonna get into that. So so let me pull up some stuff, okay? So this is I kind of didn't want to pull up with so many people gone. So this is a stat as far as it comes to income, right? I thought I had it. Girl, you had it, but you can't find it now. You had it. So let's break this down. So let's first look at careers, right? So according to this graph, can anybody read that? Is it too small? Let me get my glasses. Is it too small? Can everybody see that, or is it too small? Can you see it, Mistaken?
You want me to read it?
I just want to make sure everybody can see it.
Oh, okay.
I just want to make sure everybody can see it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So even when it comes to like job opportunity, right? We seem to be behind the curveball. We do the curveball. Did we do that guy the last week, and when he talked about the income, and he was talking about how the Asians are Pakistanians were at the top, and then we were at the bottom. What do we need to do to take this more serious as far as careers more serious, so that we can outperform and get our income where it needs to be? Because let's just be honest. Income resources mean a lot, whether we like it or not.
Wait, I'm curious on this graph. Is it saying that for every dollar that everyone else earns, that on average, this is what each Black American or Black person in America earns?
Mm-hmm. According to education as well, it looks like.
In
Why
each
does it look like the people with less than a high school diploma earn more than the people with an advanced degree?
where you see
With
that?
the dollar. That's why I'm confused as far as how that's set up.
Trades or tech is usually what that is.
So
says
less than a high school
people
diploma earns 90 cents per dollar, and advanced degrees earn 82 cents per dollar.
Let me see. I'm looking at the one in the blue is all of United States, but then it looks like it's breaking it down by Black men and then all men in the green.
So basically, as the education goes up, the gap kind of widens.
Wouldn't that be the reverse?
No, because so look at it
Black
like
dollar versus the US dollar.
Mm-hmm.
so look at it more from this standpoint. When a Black person has a bachelor's degree,
Mm-hmm.
right? The wage does definitely significantly increase according to Blacks, but there's a steady rise when you compare Blacks against the rest of the USA, where the rise is steady and consistent the whole way. Like you see the gap between the associate degree for all USA versus the bachelor's for the all USA versus the associate degree for Black, and then the bachelor's for Black.
Yeah, no, I agree. Those make
Just-
perfect sense to me. My question is about this Black dollar versus the US dollar. So what I'm trying to figure out is, it looks, the way I'm reading this, that's why I'm pretty sure I'm misinterpreting, because it don't look right to me. It says less than a high school diploma, you get 90 cents per dollar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then it says an advanced degree, you get 82 cents per dollar. That's what's throwing me off. Everything else makes sense.
against what other Americans earn.
Which is, are they saying that a high school diploma, less than a high school diploma, gets more per dollar? That's why I'm trying to figure.
I'm sure there's more
Yes, because
literature
they're going to be closer. The gap is going to be closer
The
for
lower
everybody with
Yeah.
less than a high school diploma.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand if y'all get what I'm
What they're
asking.
saying is that the wage gap gets bigger the more money you make. So if you go in reverse, the closer y'all are in terms of earning potential. So at a high school diploma, for everybody across the board, your earning potential was at its lowest.
Mhm.
Then
Right.
as you end up going higher, what happens is everybody's income is going up, but our income as Black people, the difference gets bigger.
Right. I get that. So ignore the thing that say Black from 562 to 1360. Ignore that. Then ignore the thing that say all USA 626 to 1650.
So
Ignore
it's
that. Black dollar versus US dollar. If you look down that thing, it looks like the people with less than a high school diploma have more per dollar than the people with advanced degrees. If you ignore those first two columns and look at the last column.
Percentage wise is what I'm saying. So the closer that is their income is together, the higher that percentage would be in terms of the gap percentage not being as big. The more money make, that percentage is going to grow because now there's a bigger difference.
So I think it's the other way around, right? So when there's less than a high school diploma, there's a bigger pay disparity between the rest of America and Black America. Yeah. And as you get higher into education, that difference kind of shrinks a little bit. But for whatever reason, we're seeing it, I don't know. But that's what that number is at that last column, is the difference per dollar between the two. But it looks higher because the number is bigger when there's less than a high school education.
And I'm sorry, we clicked the literature off. I'm pretty sure it explains that in the, but I couldn't put all that in there. My apologies.
Because I was about to say, as I'm looking at it, could it be because when we talk about how black people account for like trillions of dollars a year versus the actual economy, right? Could it possibly be, and it's just me guessing, could it be that when you have less education and less money, you actually spend more money than when you
No, I
have?
don't think that this chart is talking about that. I know what you're saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
because
is
You put
strictly
the link
this is
so I can
strictly
look into it. 'Cause this,
black dollar versus the difference between the black dollar versus everyone else in America. That's the only that's what this entire chart is. So, and when you look at, and I understand what you're saying. I hope I understand what you're saying, Marcus. The 562 versus 626. So that 90 cents is that black 562 is that same person is making 90 cents or is making only 90 cents while that the rest of America is making $1.
right.
Like that so as the number increases, the gap increases. Like they literally are just making significantly more money, the rest of the USA versus black people. So when you look at that advanced degree, there's a wider gap, which is why that dollar amount. That's why black people are making 82. Black people with advanced degrees are making 82 cents to everybody else's $1. I'm like this chart makes perfect sense to me.
Right. I
It's
get it.
just
What
hard
I'm
to
saying is, so the thing that's throwing me off is, and maybe I'm just really misinterpreting this, it looks as though you get more per dollar the lower your education is. Oh, I think I
Well,
understand
they
now.
Yeah.
It's saying that
So if
yeah,
you're
but that shouldn't, it
dividing
still don't make sense though.
562, look, so what he's talking about with the gap, if you divide the 562 by the 626, it brings you to 90 cent, right? So what happens is, and that's at the high school diploma, no college or what have you,
Right.
right? So that gap is smaller, right? When you look at between the 562 and the 626 equaling 90 cent. But as you go up in education, what begins to happen is you end up making more money on both
Mm-hmm.
sides. However, everybody else is making more than you. You already starting at a deficit compared to other
Right.
people.
I get
Right.
all that.
So
So
My
he's
question
so
was,
I get what Marcus. So he's correct. So what Marcus is saying, you're getting more bang, like you're getting more bang for your buck with high school diploma.
yes,
right.
technically, just
We
by
we
the
no, we-
numbers
no, no. What
looking at it
we
like that.
understand that you're getting more money when you have an advanced degree. Nobody's arguing against
Yeah,
that.
I'm not
He's
arguing that.
just saying, as far as being close to getting the same thing that
Mhm.
everybody else is getting paid, you get that when you have a high school diploma. That's
Mhm.
what he's saying.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
I
I think it finally makes sense. Is that all of the money that's like for the high school, all of the dollars that go to people that have less than a high school diploma, that's the dollar. And then the 562 is the 90 cents. So though you're making more money at an advanced diploma, so you're making more money than the high
Yeah,
school
I
and the
don't.
less than high school. When you
they're not
compare the
paying
money
for the
that you
same
get,
thing. Yes.
when you compare the money that you get as a black person versus all the other people that make money, you're still making less, even
Percentage.
though you guys have the same qualifications.
Let me rephrase because I
Let me.
overstand this. What I'm saying is that the higher that the advanced degree is,
Yeah.
the less incentive it seems for it to be evened out by education because of the disparity in that percentage. It should be the opposite because
I
we
get
should.
We
That
we
is my point. That
so
looks
we
like
I got
institutional racism if you think about it, because if we say education is the equalizer, can you
right.
put it?
Okay.
Can you
I
put
got
it back? You understand my
let-
question now? I overstood
I
everything y'all tried to
understand.
explain.
let
to
me,
me.
let me just say
I'm not
this.
remedial.
Let me just say this. I think it all has something to do with what they respect you for, right? What they feel like you're best for. So they feel like you're the laborer. So they're gonna give you the pay for the laborer. They don't think that you're the best at being a doctor. They don't think that you're the best at being whatever it is. You could be killing it, but in their mind, that's not what we got you here for. Okay. So we're gonna pay you less than we paying Johnny over here for whatever reason. Johnny's parents, whatever you got going on. That's what they see in you.
Right. So wouldn't that make the argument that although we should strive to do more because we can clearly see per the chart, so y'all understand, I understand it, that you make more money with higher education. It's 1,600 or 1,300 is way different than 562. But the argument for institutionalized racism could be made right there if we have the exact same qualifications and you are still going to make more per dollar than me. That
So
was the thing.
But that's at every level then. Then why
That-
even go to school, period?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I see what you're saying, Marcus. I get what you're saying, but then you be living in poverty. Then there's so many things that'll come along with that, right? And you're never gonna get the name of being the best at something else. If we only stick there, they're gonna only know you for that. That's what we're getting praised for, because that's what they know us as, right? They're gonna because that's what they value you as.
Right.
So if we have more people striving and excelling in other areas, they will look at us as being great in those areas.
I get it. I overstand. Y'all not answering or talking to what I'm talking about. Everything y'all trying to explain, look, everything y'all trying to explain, I understand. And now, since I understand it, I'm dissecting the last column and I'm making an astute observation that the menial
working harder.
No, but I'm not saying that though.
No, he's talking about the foundational racism that's here in America.
Right.
So no matter what you make, you're never going to make what they make. Like,
so to answer the question, why are black people so comfortable with being in last place? According to that statistic, even with the advanced degree, we won't be in first place. That was the correlation I was making. I appreciate you all trying to do it to explain it to me, but trust me, I understand.
We needed to understand you.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
So
Now we got it.
I'm gonna let Inaz go, then I have something to say about that. But go ahead.
So, because I understand what you were trying to say, there's also a correlation between like education and the system in which you're able to move up, right? That we typically associate to education, but it somewhere along the ways, and I'm not sure where in that table it shifts, but it goes from meritocracy to nepotism. And because we don't have a whole lot of representation and people advocating for things like equal pay, moving up the corporate ladder, whatever it is, that pay disparity just continues to grow. Because if you're not one of the buddies, like with the people at the top, you don't get the same benefits, right? So that's part of it. And then when we get into like the grander scale of society, when you look at like the marriage bonus, our community's not getting married as much as everybody else. So then we're losing out on money there too. And when you look at like the other parts of what makes up the image of Black people, it continues to kind of subtract from what everybody else is making. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think, including those things, I think the other answer would be billionaires throw the skew off. So it would appear that way when they have equal degrees. But I figured it out on my own. Thank you all for helping me and making me repeat the same thing.
No, I think it's interesting what Shan said is that I think on top of what Inaz was saying, I think that you have to realize is that like even though you do what other people do, people still don't look at you the same. Like a Black engineer don't look the same as an Asian engineer, right? Or a mathematician or something like that. And I think when I saw that the number was like 90 cents to $1 for people that didn't go to high school, I was also thinking, or didn't finish a high school diploma, I was also thinking that as you keep moving up, a lot of Black people have become very skilled in trades and they're able to make a lot more money off of being an entrepreneur or working as a skilled tradesman than increasing their dollars via getting degrees. So because I see a lot of people, and I meet a lot of people, especially in this area. They plumbers. I meet a lot of plumbers and electricians in this area that they're able to continue to take care of their family and work on the side and get a lot of extra money, but they might not have like a bachelor's or associates. They just are really skilled and been working in the field for a long time. And I just think that it's interesting that, like, I don't think that when we look at just the raw numbers, I think we don't think that we're less than. And I don't think the people who are above us think that we're less than. They are just better at working together, because I remember going to this Middle Eastern guy's house. We had did a job with all his. He had this really nice house that was by the water, and he had a detached like building that was a pool, and it had 8 sliding glass doors around it. So we put in 8 sliding glass doors around this man's little side building. Every car he had in his little section was a BMW, a Benz, or it was just all these exotic cars, right? And I was just sitting here saying, and there was multiple people in the house, and he said he owned some sort of something. So that nepotism thing, like keeping things in the family, in the group, in the network, yo, a lot of other groups are a lot better. They seem a lot better at keeping things in the group and networking and to get higher income than a lot of black people. And I don't know how to fix it.
If judging by the way that's set up, I would like to see if they could cross reference that to amount of people who are actual entrepreneurs that are successful with college degrees, because that may be the discrepancy. Because you obviously gonna make more when you work for yourself than when you work for somebody else. So maybe that has something to do with it. Like, so when I look at the stuff, I'm trying to figure out all the extra variances that could go in there. Because a lot of times you can paint a narrative with statistics that you can defeat if you understand the basis of the whatchamacallit. And that's not the defeat to say we're not in that position, because obviously the numbers are what they are. But in order to really dissect it and pull apart where we can improve it, or where we would have to see like more of the corresponding information in order to you know what I mean? Because if that said, the percentage of people who don't have high school degrees because they can't get hired anywhere else become entrepreneurs and say a trade, that would make perfect sense as to why that 90% was there.
Well, trade not mean college, because
I don't think.
So to get a trade, you don't go to. So no, I'm not talking about a university. I'm talking about a college, like junior college.
No, they be certificate programs, and like you go through like an apprenticeship with the actual trade unions and stuff. I don't know.
But some of it said some college. Don't you have to go to a college to get a certificate? You don't get no.
No,
Well,
you get
there
hired
are
off as a journeyman or something.
Not all of
in
them.
this area. You can go to community colleges and get certifications for electrical, plumbing, HVAC, and stuff like that. But they still, you after you get that associates, and it's kind of like a makeshift apprenticeship program that they
Mhm.
put in the community colleges. So essentially you go through this program and you're basically an apprentice in this college course program, basically. And you kind of like do that, and then you have a choice to either continue as an apprentice, start working, becoming a journeyman and certified electrician or certified whoever. So in essence, it's kind of correct what you're saying, Shan, but more times than not, you can go through a whole entire apprenticeship program without ever stepping foot in a college.
Because I don't think a high school degree is a requirement to get an apprenticeship program. I don't think it.
So let me just say this, because a plumber jumped in the comments and wanted to correct all y'all, and I made that comment mistake. Can you read this comment for? Because he wanted to set the record straight. Because I've seen it, I mistakenly seen it before. So you can you read it for me mistaken?
Where's it at?
I thought you was pulling in it. Oh, okay. Master plumber here. Been in the trade 27 years. It's not that easy. It takes dedication to learn the trade. In Kentucky, it's a minimum of 2 years in the field before you're allowed to test for your journeyman license. So if you pass the test, then it's another 2 years before you can test to become a master plumber. So just because you're in a trade for so many years, it doesn't make you anything other than a quality helper unless you can test out and receive your license. Nothing is given to you. You have to put in the hours, ask the questions, do the work with your own two hands, and gain the experience before you make the big money.
So where were we wrong?
Yeah.
So we were not. So you were absolutely right. But I think that the reason why I put that on there, because we were talking about trades, and I just want to make it very clear, because I know a lot of times we throw out electrician, right? We throw out plumber, like it's this easy thing to be gotten, right? And I'm not saying you, I'm just saying we throw it out like it's this easy thing to be gotten. So I wanted to emphasize to people when they go into these are not easy tasks. We don't want a master plumber. It's not the same thing as a plumber assistant. A master electrician is not the same thing as an electrician assistant.
Yeah, no, my uncles are like, so we have an airport in Chicago called O'Hare Airport. My uncle is the master plumber for the O'Hare Airport, and then we have a convention center called McCormick Place. My uncle is the master electrician at that venue. So I'm real familiar with what they do and the hard work that go into it. I was just saying they didn't necessarily they went to college for something else. They had to restart schooling to learn a trade within that
But
specific.
I'm wondering
college
if
stuff
those
didn't transfer.
trades are not who. What are these certifications coming from, then? Who's over these certifications?
I think it's a board with like the state or something, but it goes through a union. You got to pay like union dues and fees and all of this stuff. And like he said, put that time in on the ground, training with somebody in the apprenticeship program before you can become a journeyman. And then like he gave the specifics to each level, but it doesn't require college education, I don't believe.
And I guess that's why the number, it wasn't that bad when it said some. That's why I was wondering if it was in that some college course, area. Because that, to me, a trade, even that trade, that takes a little bit, that's outside of a high school diploma. That takes studying, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes there is higher education or continued education, or post-secondary education. You can say it probably fits in that realm, but like, listen, I would never say any of these trades is easy. I mean, I've been working
Well, I'm not
in.
saying you. I just wanted to for people, because they throw it,
Yeah,
and it's not
but the
you.
reason
It's
why they make it seem like it's easy is because these dudes that are skilled come in and do it in 20 minutes, and they'd be like, oh, well, that was easy, right? You don't know about the knowledge, the tools, the skills. Like, you don't know how long it took for that person to go through the process of learning that stuff so that it take 20 minutes versus you fiddling around under the sink trying to change the freaking faucet. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be a longer process, especially when you make rookie mistakes and flood out the first floor. Like, bro, I'm telling you, one trade I can't stand personally, me doing it, is plumbing. I can do plumbing.
Well, I
but
want
I
to
don't
make
want no
sure.
part.
I think that would, never mind. That's just going in a loophole. But anyway, so why do you think so? So I guess it goes with the subject, right? Because what I find is a lot of people who I thought were electricians were not electricians. They were help to the electrician.
Helpers. Yeah,
They weren't
helpers.
the master. So it seems like the master electrician is the who you call
So if
when
you're a
something really went wrong.
if you're a master electrician, those are the people that you could become like contractors, and you can actually like make real money. Like, the rate that you can charge just being a master electrician pales in comparison to even if you've been an electrician for like 4 or 5 years and you're in a journeyman's process. Look, the money is just different. And the responsibility that comes with being a master electrician is significantly higher. So don't just think because you make more money that you're not more liable.
Right.
And then you have to be licensed for it. And what's funny is, like, for example, in the state of North Carolina, you cannot. North Carolina doesn't offer licensing at the journeyman nor master plumber levels. Like, I'm just using plumber as an example, right? They use a universal licensing system, so they have different classes where you can work plumbing, like license classing, where you can work on, let's say, residential, commercial, or industrial piping, or piping is only for residential single family, or so it's Man, this is
So
not a field I would want to get into because it's all kind of up to the state.
So
Right.
I'm not trying to what I'm all I'm saying is, because we're not trying to get into the whole, what I'm saying is, here we are being comfortable, right? If you want to be an electrician, make sure you're the master electrician. If you want to be a plumber, let's make sure we're the master plumber. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, stop going for the mediocre, like, oh no, be the master electrician, because the master electrician is bringing home the dough. Be the master plumber, because the master plumber is the one bringing home the dough. Okay. Why be anything else? And that goes for anything that you're doing. Why can't we stop trying to be bare minimum and actually go for the real deal, so to speak?
Because it's hard. Most people don't do the top level thing because it requires a dedication and a time that most people aren't dedicated to. And also, the real interesting thing that I found out through being in this field that we're talking about, back in the day, in like the 90s and in the 80s, a lot of these certifications, as far as residential and building and commercial, they literally were like fitted together. Now what they've done is they've split it. So now you got to pick and choose, or you got to go through each individual side in order for you to be able to do it. Like, there's a residential side, there's a building side, there's a commercial side, and then there's a different grade of contracting, A, B, and C. So it's just like, this is how you continue to widen the gap, because when all these other people got their certifications years ago, they didn't have to go through all of these rules, and they could stretch their A classification over multiple different forms, because everything was blended together. But now, as they continue to grow, they separate it, and then not only you could be skilled in this realm, right? But you need somebody else to co-sign. So if other people aren't at that level to co-sign for you, you can't even take the test. So, and that's another way that things keep. So it's not that Black people, or just even people in general, want to be behind. They just understand, and they start learning late in the game that, yo, like, it's a buddy club. It's a buddy system. If you ain't got no buddy, you ain't about to be nobody.
It's crazy you said that, because I just read it. I was like, wow. So you have to know somebody to sign off in order for you to get certain licensing. It's like, I don't know a lot about the trades, but as I was reading through some of this stuff, HD, you, from what I read and what you're saying, you're spot on, sir. Like, that is hard, and they make it harder every year.
But that's oh, go ahead, Inaz. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thanks, mistaken. So I think this goes like across all professions, right? The hierarchy of certain positions. And I think this is where our community kind of gets into hot water a little bit, is that there isn't a lot of people who make it to those higher levels. And so there isn't a whole lot of guidance on how to get there to start off with. But then even from the bottom, because there isn't a whole lot of that representation, there aren't a whole lot of parents who are pushing their children from a young age to attain those levels, because they don't even know that they exist. Whereas with other communities, because there is representation, they know, you want to be the lead surgeon, you want to be the chief of the hospital, you don't just want to be a doctor. And so they ingrain their children with that type of work ethic, or set those goals from a very young age. But if you have parents at large, obviously there's exceptions, but at large in general, who aren't able to motivate their children to reach those levels because they don't know that they exist, then how do you know how to navigate that system? The other side to that is that for having an honest and constructive conversation, there are a lot of people who attain those levels who have crabs in a barrel type of mentality, where there can only be one of us and the rest of you are going to drag me down. So there's gatekeeping that happens with the people who do reach certain levels. Obviously not everybody, but in general, there are those people who feel like, only one of us can attain those levels. So I think with those two things combined, I don't think it's complacency. I think it's ignorance.
Well, I had a region. Well, he's like a regional director in the real estate market I was playing in, and I would build a team. My team would be excellent. We make record marks on everything as far as collections, conversions, um, leasing goals, retention. Everything would be at the top of the line, and I trained them to the point where I barely had to deal with them because they knew what to do. I was training other leaders. He would break my teams up on purpose out of jealousy that I was going to end up taking his job. And I didn't even want the job, but he would just do that and make my life harder. This shit was crazy to your point, you know.
Yeah, and I think
Kind of
also you might be spot on as far as I'll say this real quickly. Enos, it's like when I look at the Jewish community and some of the Italian folk, like they grow up thinking attorney practice. Like they grow up thinking like, yo, my family does this, this is what we do. And they make it their business to make sure that you understand the businesses that make money.
So why don't you think we do that?
We didn't have access to the information at first, but now we do.
We do
So we're
though.
trying to
We do
program.
now though.
We're trying to do that with our kids now. I think the people you've never heard generational wealth more in any generation of us than now. You never heard financial literacy is key more than you hear it now. You hear credit conventions and people trying to discuss these things, even if they're not masters at what they're doing. They know the information exists and people are seeking it. It's why a 19 Keys is popular or a Earn Your Leisure is popular. Like people are reaching out for this information. Is it to the extent that everyone knows? I think everyone is aware. I don't think everyone has actually looked into it to know. But look, I grew up in a generation where a black president was impossible. Like we believe that there'll never be a black president. These kids who were in high school post Obama, they're different than us in a lot of ways. A lot of different things that we didn't feel were possibilities. It seems that they view as possibilities, and it may come off weird, but I think it's a lot of them finding their way. Like, cause they'll do things that in my generation we never would have done, good or bad. But I think it's more of a spectrum for them to try and find their way. So I think we're witnessing that come of age now for the next like 10 to 20 years. We'll be seeing that.
Yeah, I personally think that when it comes to this whole thing, why we don't do it, it's not enough of us that actually do it. Like most people, a lot of black people struggle. A lot of people in general struggle. So the people that I'm speaking of, like when I was talking about those Italians and them Jewish people, like they grow up in a household where this is the thing they see all the time. They see the connection between all the other people that look like them that are doing the same thing their parents are doing, whether they're doctors or whatever. They grow up in an environment where it's normal and they see it all of the time. If majority of black people aren't in those kind of environments and see those connections, that see these environments like on a consistent basis from when you're a kid all the way up until this point, like more times than not, you're only going to focus on the things that you feel like are reachable. And a lot of things that black people feel like are reachable is more so entertainment, more so than anything else.
Go ahead, Ina.
So I don't completely agree with that last part, right? I think that's just the thing that gets pushed in front of people because there's a multitude of black doctors, there's a multitude of black lawyers. I think it's one of those things where you kind of just have to look a little harder for that inspiration. But I did want to say this to Shane's question as well. There are so many times where black people have done it, kind of to what the example Marcus gave, and people dismantle what has been built. We've seen that historically, we've seen that on an individual basis. I think it's very disheartening for a lot of people of what am I doing this for if it can't be sustained? I think that's the obstacle that we don't talk about honestly enough. I think a lot of times we talk about it of like, it's one of two camps where people say, oh, you know, it's a post-racial society. You just need to pull yourself up by the bootstraps and just do it. just kind of unrealistic. And then the total other end of that spectrum is anything is possible and you can do anything. It's also unrealistic, right? There are obstacles, and there are more obstacles for people who are Black than there are for other people. I'm not saying other people don't have obstacles, there's just more for us. And for whatever reason, those obstacles tend to be higher as well. So that type of determination to go through that, I don't think everybody's equipped for that. Whether it's starting at home or at school or whatever your life experiences are, it's just more challenging for people who look like us. And I think that's the thing that people aren't prepared for. I don't think people are afraid to work, because if anything, we see a whole lot of Black people working 2-3 jobs to make ends meet. They're not afraid to work. I think they're just afraid to fail and just don't know how to overcome obstacles bigger than they imagined.
So my question, I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but I can tell you it's a lot easier than it was in the 60s and the 70s, and those people pulled through just fine. And nothing's going to be easy. We're still in the place. We were slaves just not too many years ago. We've had more time being segregated against than we have being free, right? So it's not going to be easy right now. We're still in that place where we're trying to get there, right? But to say we should just give up, what if we would have just gave up 50 years ago, 60 years ago? So I just feel like that's an excuse. To me, that's an excuse.
I also think part of the problem is the lack of, I guess what I was saying, the level of ignorance behind certain occupations to choose. And I think for us, that is our biggest problem, is the lack of planning ahead or having a plan in place. Like even if you go to college, a lot of times we're going to college and still have no idea what we're going to college for. We just know that is supposed to be the next natural step after you graduate high school. And so then we waste time in college because we're trying to figure things out, right? Because we don't have a specific plan in place. So I think a lot of times that's what happened, even on the collegiate side of things. But even in the workforce, I think that's the other part. We know we don't want to go to college, so we just work. But we don't have a plan for, okay, I'm not going to go to college. What's going to be my game plan? Because ideally, this is what I want to do with my life. I think we're more so kind of just figuring things out as we go along, and hopefully something to stick. And sometimes it works out, but I think most of the time it doesn't. So I think in that part, if we can begin to focus on, even if it's a trade, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But like you said, not trying to be on the technical side of the trade. You want to be the skilled side where you can make more money. And then the more of us that get in those positions, then we'll have more people that can vouch for us to pull others up. But if everybody is trying to kind of stay in that technical aspect just so they can have a job, just to work, then, so it's the strategic planning part that makes most of the sense that we don't do. Right. We're trying to live, for the most part, live day to day. I think when you are not in a space where you have a lot of money, so to speak, or, can move, you're just trying to get day to day, pay these bills, whatever way I can get this money, I'm going to get this money so I can, survive. So when you're always in survival mode, it's very difficult to think ahead. I'm not saying it can't be done, but most people, when they're in that position, they're not thinking ahead. They're just trying to live day to day.
So this is my thing. I had I went to get a car from Enterprise. And so there was a guy who just graduated from college. He was like, oh, you're a teacher. Give me the best advice what would you tell a person like me who wants to be? And then he had me his career. I said, my advice to you is find somebody who's already done what you want to be, right? And they're successful at it, and make that person your mentor. Ask that person, can they be your mentor? and you follow them. Do that in any trade. If you want to be a plumber, find you a master plumber, the best at it, right? And follow him and just work with him. And unfortunately, that may take some of your time, that may not be paid. But eventually that person can be the person who vouches for you, right? People have anything you do, any job you do is going to take extra time. It just is. In order for you to be a doctor, you got to put in so many hours without getting paid. In order for you to be anything amazing, you're going to have to put in time without you getting paid. Even as a teacher, we had to be interns at one point, not getting paid. Okay. So with that being said, it carries for anything that you do. And that's how you get people to vouch for you. You work under them, you show up before time, stay after time, and they will vouch for you.
It's so weird
time.
It's so weird you say that, because the key to actually being lazy is doing as much possible work as you can in the front end, and then you'll be able to coast on the back end. Because a lot of times, if you want to get promoted, you just go over and above of what's required. And then you get promoted to the point where you're not doing the physical work anymore or the hard lifting. You're just managing people because you acquired a skill set.
But see, again, what goes into the planning, even on the education side, when you're in high school, now, like this generation have so much more access to things that we did not have. And so like now they got dual enrollment. You know what I'm saying? They got all of these things where it's starting in middle school. So you can literally start taking classes that you would normally have to take in high school. And then once you get to high school, you're already taking college classes. So you can literally leave high school with an associate's degree. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of us do not take advantage of that. Of those opportunities, and those are the free opportunities. So if people are talking about not paying all of that money for college to get a degree, and it's not even going to guarantee me money, you know what I'm saying? That kind of stuff. That take advantage of the free stuff. Then even if the issue is you're saying you don't want to owe debt, you don't, then take care of the free stuff. Take advantage. I mean, we love free stuff. You know what I'm saying? We want free groceries. We want free time, get in the club for free. You know what I'm saying? We want all of that free stuff, but the free stuff that really matters, that will help propel us in better situations, we don't take advantage of.
I mean, listen, I think some of this stuff is like what I was saying. Like, we don't, a lot of us and people in general, but a lot of Black people do not live and grow in the environments that fosters these kind of ideas and habits. We just don't. We just hang around our peers, and if our peers is trash, we'll just be trash with our peers. And to Yanav's point, yeah, I know that there's Black engineers, Black tech firms and attorneys and stuff like that. They ain't never seen nobody around them do it, but they decided that's what I wanted to do, and they went to go do it. But to me, that's few and far in between. Majority of the people see other things that they think is more viable, like being an influencer, being an entertainer, doing sports, doing things that when they look at this, oh, I think that I can do that. This person looks like me. They're making a butt ton of money. I'm going to do that. But when you actually do the math.
And it's so funny because you can pick that person out on TV. You go out and look, and you see that person on TV, and you feel like you can be that person. But a person right in front of you who you're supposed to see once a year, like a doctor, I don't want to do that. Like they're in your face. You're just overlooking it because you don't want to. Like I'm not understanding how.
That's because the work is different. And then also, like, if you look at something that's entertainment based, like music or sports, right? A lot of these people that watch, a lot of the kids that watch that stuff, they're already doing it. They go outside and play basketball with their friends, or they might sing songs, or they might make music at the crib, get the little mini board, recording tracks. Like it seems very easily attainable, but the problem is you don't understand that who you're looking at is a rare. Like there's not a lot of people that you seeing in the NBA. Like You don't see that many people in the NBA. There's only a certain
But
number of
where's the
spots.
disconnect? Why aren't they able to see that is so rare? Like,
Because, like I
and
said,
don't
they're
get it
already
twisted,
doing it. They're
huh?
already doing it. And most of the time, when you're young, you already have a disillusionment. You're like, shoot, I can do anything. Your parents told you can do anything. And if he did it, then I can do it. Now, like you said, there's firefighters, there's attorneys, there's doctors. All these people is in front of you, right? But you be like, okay, so what? There doesn't seem to be as an excitement or enough money that comes with these things that you see every day. Versus when you see a basketball player or a rapper or somebody on Twitch or Instagram or an influencer of some form of fashion or a streamer, like you look at what they do and people be like, that looks better than the doctor and all these other people. It just looks better. They don't, it's not actually that much better, but it just looks better.
Did you have something to say? You know, somebody did.
Yeah. I think HC has like a point, right? I think there's a cool factor, right? The engineers that you meet, the firefighters that you meet, they may not be the cool guy, the guy that everybody's saying hi to on the block, right? Those tend to be, you know, the dope boys, the ballers. Like, kids are very human beings alike, but kids more than anybody else, right? They want to be cool. They want to be recognized by their peers. They want to be seen by their peers, right? Unfortunately, with the influencers, that could go either way, right? Because, you know, you would have a black doctor who's also an influencer and make being a doctor cool. There are ways around that. But in terms of like the more entertainment professions, like, you see the appreciation for what those people do. You see the admiration that people have for those people. It becomes inspirational, right? I want to be like him, not just because of what he does and how much money he makes, but look at the way other people look at him. Look at the way other people treat that person. I think that's way more attractive to children than anything else, than the money. They don't even really conceptualize money the way adults do, if we're honest, right?
So how do we get out of that mentality, knowing that they're not enough? I mean, it'd be great if everybody can be entertainers. They cannot be. So we're gonna have more people falling because they're trying to go after this dream that's just not gonna come true. Okay, so how do we get people a reality check?
From
The
what Inaz was saying, it takes me to the social aspect that goes into the like you were saying, mentality of getting out. So even though they're kids and they see that, they see the admiration, I think of it as a group in general, that maybe that is why we're drawn to those fields, because in society at large, we're typically, the way it comes off, we're not admired, we're not loved, we're not valued, right? So we're getting those messages, that messaging. And so if, in order to change that dynamic, let me go into a field that I know, oh, if I'm the best NBA player, or if I'm the best, you know, make the best music, I'm gonna have all of these fans and get this attention that I didn't get before, right? So I think that could probably be some of the reason why we're drawn to those kind of fields as well, is because of that admiration piece. I'm going to be acknowledged, I'm going to be noticed. And at times, for people who lack that in themselves, will do anything to seek that, even if it's not a benefit to them to do it.
So I get what you're saying, because you know, I think a lot of people want to be actresses, but it's a reality check. I'm not going to base, even if I wanted to be an actress, right? I'm not going to base my whole livelihood on a shot of being an actress. Like, you may take some classes here and there. You can even use it to get, because you know, you can use being an athlete to get into college, right? But even when they do that, they're not choosing majors they're taking the education part too lightly, and more so the sport part, because they're like, oh, I'm gonna be a basketball player. They're not seeing that it's such a small percent of you guys making it to the court, like to the NBA. So, and even when you get there, you have to stay there, you know, especially football.
Looking at the analogy, like I'm using now that you based on what you're saying, I agree, but I think that's the same thing that when we're in these spaces, we hear men say about women, that we have the mindset that we can get with a dude that we know less likely they're going to stay with us, right? But we still invest our time, we invest our energy with the hopes that we're going to have the outcome that we want when the odds are against us.
I agree. It's the same delusion. It's the same delusion, but the problem is the outcome is so she's heartbroken for a year or two. Woo, woo, woo. But when you're talking about somebody who's put their whole life into a career, trying to build a career, and they don't make it, and then all of a sudden it's just like, now, like I said, some people do it. They go to college, they get something out of it because there's a scholarship attached to it. But then let's just say the little rappers, okay? He got the mixtape. He's 45 years old, 50. He still got mixtapes in his trunk. Like at some point, you wasted your 45, 46 years of your life on this mixtape that
like
nobody's purchased.
Wasted her time when she got 45.
Well, no, because but it's different. It's a different risk. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, it's risking her love, right? But your livelihood, I can't.
Well, her value, because the other thing is, what is she getting out of it? A lot of times, what we're talking about is,
I do agree with what I'm saying to you. Is I agree with you. But we have to know that being in a 2-year relationship is not the same liability as being a rapper for 46 years, 47 years, and your job is not, you're not able to put food on your table.
No, I'm not saying, I understand what you're saying in terms of the risk. I'm talking about the mentality, because we do have women that are in relationships for 15 years and the goal is to be married, but they stayed in it that long. So yes, they risk. And then when a relationship breaks up, then you're like, damn, what do I have? So I think that's the same as somebody trying to be a rapper and they're 45, you know what I'm saying? And then come to the realization that, man, I wasted too much time doing this. And both of those scenarios, it is about what I was saying earlier, about planning ahead. It's about trying to recognize what it is that you want. Make the time to set specific steps to get there. And what we do is we look for the hookup. And I'm not saying other people don't do that, but the difference between other people and us is that a lot of times those other groups already have connections. They're already in position. And for us, we're hoping that we run into somebody, right? But we don't necessarily make a plan. Like how you were saying, the advice that you gave to that person, like go find a master electrician, go learn from them. We don't take the steps to do those things. Is setting a plan, making the steps, and actually working towards those steps.
I got you. So can somebody raise?
So Ray Alexander, what's up, big dog, with the $5? Are too many of our black boys led to chase dreams that only have a 2% success rate? Only 2% of college basketball players make it into the NBA.
So this, I've been able to hear you guys as I've been grinding beans and getting the coffee prepped. Are we going to read through the super chats before we?
Yeah, I got one more. Okay. John the Baptist with 10. What's up, big dog? In order to create change, we need to destroy social media and media, or at least control the narratives.
I agree with that. Agree with your point on that, Marcus. We definitely need to control the narrative, control our own narrative. But in regards to sports, and I think this goes back to my arguments I've made in the past regarding a nuclear family. I think that is the missing piece a lot of times. So my son, who was very interested in football, wanted to play, but his question to me was, will it help me get into college? And my explanation to him was, it will help you pay for college, but you only use it as a vehicle. And I think that is the message that needs to be relayed. You use that as the vehicle to get your school paid for, to get you to where you ultimately want to be. For example, I'm using personal examples, but he wants to be an aquatic engineer, which is the reason why he had to go to college to get the degree to become an engineer, so that he can go over to the West Coast and get the underwater welding training, so that he can actually be a lead in that field. That is his goal. I didn't set the goal for him. It's through conversation and steering. And I believe we, as the parents of these kids, we have to be more active and engaged in the lives of our kids. I think far too often, and I hear it a lot, we send our kids to school and expect the school to help raise our kids. Make that make sense. That is not their job. Their job is to steer them towards, basically help them get to college so that they can get to where they want to be. Now, college is not the end all be all. I understand that. We've already covered that piece early on. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about our job as parents to help get and steer our kids in the proper direction, so that they're not relying on being a social media influencer. So they're not relying on being a rapper or an R&B artist or a sports star, so that they can actually start the firm. And these firms that y'all were talking about earlier, where it was few and far between. And I do see a shift. I see, as Marcus was talking earlier, I do see a shift, and these kids are doing more of those things. And I think the visibility on our future is high, because they what'd you say, Marcus? These kids, that their first or second president was Obama.
Yeah.
When we were growing up, there was no way in hell that any of us ever thought that there would be a black man in the White House. Regardless of what you think of his policies and politics, we never even truly imagined it, that was even a possibility. These kids are taking some of these lessons, because I think there are more fathers that are engaged, and they're taking those lessons, and they're enhancing and moving forward. Now, the next step, in my opinion, is for both men and women to choose better in regards to partners and people that they choose to have kids by, so that we can continue the cycle of a solid nuclear home. Even if y'all aren't in the same home, if y'all can co-parent successfully, where we can cut the friction, and that's how we actually dig ourselves out of it. Like, we have to be the catalyst for these kids' success. Just my opinion, and it has been my opinion for the last year and 3 months.
So we was talking about, so here go my argument about yesterday. I don't know if you've seen it. I think they misunderstood what I was saying about the nuclear family. You about to address that mistaken?
Yeah, I was gonna say, because I put a comment under what you were saying. I don't think that they got it either, but I said that I'd agree with you. I ended up putting in the comments.
On what?
Yeah. What did you say about the nuclear family? And then we're gonna read this comment, and
On
then
what?
go to the next video.
So I think I used the buzzword, and that threw everything off when I hit that buzzword. So I'm not going to use it today. But
I want to use the buzzword.
Me too. I don't know what you're talking about.
So I was talking about intergenerational households, and the benefit that we have in intergenerational households. And when you was talking about the parents being the one that's supposed to teach the kids and not just send your kid to school, what kept coming up in my mind is, if you work from 9 to 5 and it take an hour commute to get back, and then you got to fix food, so you done at maybe 6:40, you got to help your kids maybe for an hour and a half with their homework or however, then you got to go to bed at 9 or 10 to be able to do it the next day. How do we spend the correct time teaching and guiding these kids when the majority of the day we're away from them? But the solution to that is intergenerational households. If you have other people there that can supplement what you can't do because you're out working, then you create a more cohesive unit that will yield better results. yesterday when I was talking about someone said that the nuclear family may have been the destruction of us as a family. They didn't understand that, because I the person I as I delve deeper into it, I understand what this person was saying, because they were speaking about intergenerational households got removed because people became individuals and created islands where it was just the mother, father, the children, and the dog, and you separated yourself from that uncle and that aunt and that grandmother and that grandfather and the cousin that may be there, that all could have contributed to the success of the child.
We were talking about it, a couple of weeks ago, and I fully agree with you on it, Marcus, regarding the intergenerational homes. However, in those instances, and this is kind of just trying to answer the first question that you posed, in those instances where you're working a 9 to 5, and how do you balance the time? First, you work with the other parent. If you're not together, you work with the other parent. So if you're working a 9 to 5, how can he or she, that other parent, work 6 to 3, meaning 6 p.m. to 3 a.m.? Because at this point, once you've had a kid, it's no longer about you. When will we fully get that in our heads? Once we've had the kid, that individualism and that me, that shit goes out the window. Because now it's about focusing your energy and your time. And the truth of the matter is, it was Shan, Mistaken, and I want to say Team Della that actually said this to me, because at that time, when I first started, I was working a whole bunch. It's about them. It isn't about me. Yeah, I bring in the money and I make pretty good money, but for what? If areas are lacking and what the kids want is the actual time, how do I make that adjustment so that the kids can get the actual time that they need and get if they need tutoring? Mine didn't, but if they need tutoring, how can I ensure that they get that? How can I give them the individualized attention that's necessary for their growth? And we have to sacrifice. And we hate that word. We hate that word. Sacrifice and compromise. We hate that word. Those words are dirty words, but we have to do that in order to in order to guarantee the success, or not even guarantee, to help put our kids on the best path for success. If my kid is at a school with Shan or Mistaken, I can't rely on them to raise my kid for me and to be there after school because my kid needs help. I can't always guarantee that, but I can learn the material that they're learning.
So one of the things that, like, you know how Marcus always say, there's an answer for that. In this regard, I agree with the intergenerational family, and it makes a lot of sense. Like what you're saying, you're still talking about the nuclear family where the mom and dad are working together to make sure we cover the kids, versus if we had grandma, granddad, we had uncle, auntie. Oh, when you get out from school, go to auntie's house. Like that's how it was. So it really took a village. And what Marcus was trying to say was that the nuclear family kind of messed that up because they moved from, you know, the area in which the family was in. And then somebody else was just saying, no, it wasn't the nuclear family. You can't blame the nuclear family. It was individual mind, you know, individualism. And but Marcus's point was, yes, but there's something that happened in between that led to that. So you started off with the intergenerational family, you moved to the nuclear family, and now everybody's individual. He was like, no, that's not it. And it really, well, that bridge, I think, all had to do with economics. That was my comment. It had everything to do with economics. Intergenerational families had to live together because they needed to pool their resources. Back then, too, they had a bunch of, you know, larger families. It made more sense. But then when you get to the nuclear family, they move out the house, meaning that they're taking some of their resources with them as well. And they're in their, own little bubble. But that transition a lot of times is you're still at least within the same area or maybe the same state. But now, like, especially after the Great Migration, those nuclear families, they left the entire state and went somewhere else. And at that point, it is just your family that the focus is going to be on, because you don't know anybody else. So the other person was saying, no, we created our own communities, and that was our backup to our families, so to speak, which that is partly true. But the more focus became on making the money. And when you follow the money, a lot of times, like they say, money is the root of all evil. That's where that individualism starts kicking in, because family is no longer the focal point. So the money becomes the focal point. And then the easier you make, like, and we talk about it to this, like now, like how the kids are so self-centered. Is a lack of things that, they don't value when you're just giving it to them. And a lot of parents I heard say, I never had this, and so I wanted to make sure my kids got it. And when you raise kids like that to a degree, sometimes it does become about me. You're looking for somebody else to continue what your parents did, just giving you stuff without necessarily understanding the context of hard work and dedication and sacrifice, right? So I think that's where that bridge is, based on y'all conversation, is the economics that created, that led one to the next to the next.
Do you think I effectively communicated that, or they just wasn't listening to me?
I completely understood. I don't know if I was. I don't know. I completely understood what you're saying, because as soon as you said that, I was like, yeah, that's true. And then I was hearing the other person's argument, and I'm like, but you're not getting it. There's always a precursor to something. And what you were trying to say is, what was the precursor? You can't say nuclear family, didn't destroy, but then you couldn't say exactly what, you know what I'm saying? He couldn't articulate that there is always the precursor. He's like, oh, nope, it just skipped over into individualism. No, it's usually a pattern.
So, I didn't get to hear the conversation not all of it, because I was dozing in and out. But
You saying we were born?
He
Do
said he was
what?
tired. He was tired. Go ahead.
No, parts of the conversation kind of anyway. But mistaken, I understand what you're saying, and it's not that I disagree with Marcus's point about intergenerational homes, because I completely 100% agree with that being the model that we should use, because that would actually help rebuild the entire community. However, there's other factors we have to include, and you touched on the economics piece. Part of a push was we need to go to college. There was a huge push for that late 80s all the way through the 90s. And when you go to college and you get away from your home, you start experiencing other parts of life that you may not have even ever seen or knew was available to you. Now, the next point is, well, once you graduate, you should bring that back home with you. That's fantastic and great. But the problem is, during that transition, they move jobs out of that area. So unless you're some type of entrepreneur and that was your goal, you had to go where the job was. And if the jobs are not in your hood or in your community, yeah, you're gonna completely uproot. Once you uproot, now you're gonna meet a woman for a man, you're gonna meet a woman wherever you now are, and you're gonna build your family from that piece. Now, this is what I think, and this is going to be very hard, and a lot of people will disagree. But once you're at that point, and you're at the point where you're actually making decent money, that's when you try to move your people to where you are. You try to get them to you. But I don't know how many people have Southern families and Southern mamas and Southern grandmas. They don't want to leave where they
will
are.
not leave.
They don't want you to spend your resources on them, even if it's not going to put you in a bind. So like
And
when you look at, go ahead.
I would argue to add to that, AP. I think this is the new generation of grandparents, right? Not the grandparents that we once knew. Like my grandparents were old school grandparents. They're living their lives too.
That's a fact.
So they're not trying to be up under you and your husband.
But you're to me, I think the job then is to instill in your kids that thought of that intergenerational home and letting them know like how it needs to be built, so how you can keep all of the resources in the house, how you as what will be the grandparent, hey, I will watch your kids while you grow yourself. I will teach your kids the same way I taught you, because I'm now in a different phase of life, and you can still lean on me to help get you there. And then we can actually start that cycle. But again, we get back to the main point, the main issue with our entire community that HD touched on so eloquently earlier. We are too individualistic. Once our kids graduate and they're moving in their direction, we want to live our best life. We want to go do stuff that we never got the opportunity to do. And that's not the actual way to grow the community.
And you know what?
And that's
in
me.
everything we do, even when it comes to, like Mistaken was saying, you're in this relationship for a long period of time. Even when it comes to mating, everything it's about what can it do for me. I don't care what it can do for the partner, the person I'm with. It's all about how does this relationship business be? Everybody's out for the I. Nobody's out for the we. And that is the problem. Nobody wants to build together. They just
You know how long it took me to come up with that there's a solution for that is the solution. I thought about all of these problems maybe 10 to 15 years ago, and everything kept pointing at that or something similar to that. Let's just say you take my solution off the table. What about co-ops, family co-ops, where because I was looking at the average price of housing, and I'm like, okay, so a studio in Chicago is about $1,300. That's a studio with no bedrooms. You know what I'm saying? $1,300. You got 9 people living in studios in various spots across the city. If you take those, well, I'll just say 10 for the ease of math. You take those 10 people paying $1,300 for a studio. If they were to combine the money, that would be $13,000. If they could combine that with some form of a credit score to get a mortgage, they could literally live in a huge mansion for $13,000 a month that they had the potential to own. And at the end of the payment of that, they could take a loan against the property to fund everything they need. They could, even if they just remove the interest in the property and used it for a family fund to fund the insurance for all the elders. Now, when somebody passes, they pay back the part they took out in insurance. It goes to the principal of the mortgage if there still is one. You still have ownership of a whole mansion, and we working together and moving forward. But nobody win when the family feud, because everybody want to be an individual and everybody need their specific space, but they close enough. Like it's in this little room or a little box, right, that you got. And you could have been in a mansion, but you can't live with your cousin or your sister or your auntie because you don't like their attitude. We stupid. Like, at the end of the day, this is stupid.
We gotta go to the next step. So go ahead and give us.
Or the other thing, you're in a 6-bedroom house by yourself.
Or that.
Right.
I enjoy peace.
If you see the show, you'll understand what I'm saying. So that didn't make sense to me either. You're in a 6-bedroom home by yourself, and we're talking about how we can make things better for your family, right? But I mean,
you see how I don't force the issue. I put the information out there, and if you can catch it, you can catch it.
Yep.
Not let it slide. Okay.
All right, you guys, we have another video. Did we have any more super chats? No. So let's move on to the next video, okay?
I have proof that racism is not a big deal in the US. Want to see it? Now hear me out. That is Taylor Swift with 21 Savage at the Grammys. That is a 31-year-old black man that grew up surrounded by an insane amount of violence and has made millions of dollars rapping about murder and selling drugs, with a 34-year-old white woman that grew up white picket fence wealthy and sings about high school love stories. And they look happy, don't they? Now, do you think Taylor Swift would ever take a picture like that with a dude that came from the same background as 21 Savage and still talks about how much murder and dope dealing he'd be doing, but homie makes $14 an hour working at Taco Bell instead of millions a year like 21 Savage? No. And she wouldn't do that whether he was black or white. Racism gets attributed to everything, and while this hasn't been a super serious video, it has a serious message. A rich white girl being so friendly with a black man that still gloats about things like murder shows that maybe classism is more prominent in the US than racism. Don't believe me? Grab a buddy of different skin color than you, walk into a fancy event, have the white guy dressed as a bum and the black guy dressed in a nice suit, and see who people distance themselves from.
What are your thoughts?
Now, I'm just going to say this, and you're not going to, with what he's talking about with his scientific test at the end, that's not actually how that's done. You got to do like and like. So you got a freshly dressed white man versus a freshly dressed black man. Then you see how they're treated. You do a bummy dressed white dude with a bummy dressed black dude. Then you see how they're treated. I understand what he's saying about classism. I get it. Oh, I get it. Because yes, we treat as a whole, when I say we treat people a little differently, oftentimes according to where they lie on the social hierarchy. I get that, or on the social ladder, excuse me. But there's a very distinct difference on the advantages versus disadvantages of black versus white. So we can't ignore that and say it's more about classism. No, because when you go class for class, racism is highly prevalent. Like, we can't ignore that. But yes, classism does exist, and it's one of those things that has existed forever. That's not something new. Back in Roman times, there were like shit. You had slaves treated like vermin, right? Like, yes, classism absolutely exists, and that's not new. And I'm gonna start there and let my plane just simmer for a minute.
I was going to say that there is an intersectionality between classism and race. That's the bottom line. Actually, when we started off on the show, we literally just looked at education, right? The money in education. So the black dollar still never equated to what, I'm going to just say the American dollar was, even when education was added to it. So we can talk about classism. Yes. Is that part of it? Is it prevalent? Yes. But we cannot overlook the intersectionality between the racism and the classism. You just can't.
So I agree with that point. And then to add to it, there's the fact that classism is racialized, right? That's the part that we forget to talk about. Because yes, there was that incident or multiple incidents with Oprah Winfrey facing racism, right? Most of us have heard about those incidents, or at least one of them. But when it comes to classism and the way that that intersectionality works is that when you are poor, you are treated similarly to Black people across all classes, right? I'm not saying it's exactly the same because that would be really ignorant, and I want to make sure that that's clear. But classism is racialized. And I think to the point that was highlighted earlier, there is this idea that the higher up in class you are, the closer you are to whiteness. And the lower in class that you are, the more racialized your experience is, right? I think it's one of those things that, unfortunately, when you give a microphone to just anybody, these are the kind of the takes that you wind up getting, right?
I just want to say something. And I'm only going to address this once, Shampoo, just like I only addressed the other person once. Your comment says racism. I'm more afraid of a Black man in a dark alley than I am a white man, and I'm Black What does that say about you that you don't trust your own people? What has been taught to you? Why do you feel that way? That's something you have to deal with. That's something you have to get over. That truly bothers me. I know I am not afraid of my own people, whether it's a dark alley or a lit alley. I'm afraid of a side of town due to classism. I can say that. That makes me a little nervous. But just being afraid of somebody because they're black in a dark alley, who taught that
I think
to
that's
you?
maybe what he's trying to say as well. I don't think that he means just I think that and maybe he can correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, he's very clear on what he says. I'm more afraid of a black man in a dark alley than I am a white man.
But you said that you are it depends on the class of the person, right?
No, it depends on where I'm at, but it's not based off of your race. If I'm in the hood and it's a dark alley, I don't care if you're white or black. I'm not going to go down that alley looking for you. If we're in a decent neighborhood, I don't care if you're black or white. I'm not. You don't make me nervous. Like this dude specifically stated that if you're black in a dark alley, I'm afraid.
If you're black in a rich white neighborhood, you should be afraid too.
So my question.
Ooh, that's a good point.
So, I'm just saying.
I have a question. So why do you think that there's such a big difference as it relates to our race? But if we put, like, for example, an Asian man against a white man, there's not a difference in the difference in it. It's only really affects black people.
Repeat that.
So, for example, we know how we did the numbers chart, right? And it was saying that black people don't get paid as much in certain areas that other people get paid, right? So why don't you think that has the same effect on other nationalities, other ethnicities that come into the United States?
I think Asians are I think they touted as the model minority. They probably the closest to not being able to fully assimilate in the whiteness, but being a counterpart of there. Plus, they have a maintained culture, because a lot of this does boil down to culture and appreciation of educational expectance of
So Asian encompasses not only Eastern Asian, but Indians are too Asians.
I want to say yeah, but I'm not really sure. Because are you using the stat like the way it's done on the census, or are you saying just in general location?
Yeah, I'm looking at the dollar. It says except Asians are the only people who can make possibly more than the white men. But go ahead. What were you about to say now?
I wasn't finished my statement.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Marcus. Go ahead.
I was gonna say then another thing was the way that I keep getting messages. The way that their culture is set up in mass, it's like if you look at TikTok, right? The way we're allowed to just focus on remedial things and the way that they garner what their children are able to do, there's a clear, like the quiet part out loud, they are beefing with these people. So I think through black people's position or status, we don't really view it the same way, where it's a competition the way that they do. Like they're vying for that number one spot for real with what is it, a geographical location as a home base that's helping institute those things. Mixed with culture, you have a fusion of the perfect recipe to actually hoist themselves into number one.
Okay,
So to add to what Marcus is saying, so there's the competition aspect, there's the cultural aspect, there's also the economic aspect, right? They close off their communities. You'll find that when an Asian doctor, typically once of graduating from school, there's somebody Asian who has a job lined up for him. And it's usually somebody who's either related to the family or is friends with the family. They have their communities set up so that the dollar continues to remain in their communities. And that allows them to climb that ladder quite a bit more efficiently than us. We struggle to maintain families, let alone communities. They have that setup that allows them to succeed.
So you don't think it's just about it's almost like there are people who are just known for certain areas, and they're paid accordingly because that's just what society has deemed them good at. Does that make sense?
So let me give an example, right? So like in China, for example, most parents will aspire for their children to attain certain levels of education. The four main employments that most immigrant families aspire their children to be. But what they do is they take it a level further. If you can't do that, you got to be the best at what you do. If you're going to become a garbage man, you better be the best garbage man that's out there. If you're going to be a doctor, you better be the best doctor that's out there. So like that's the part of the culture that allows them to compete at an elite level. It's that whatever you're going to do, you have to be the best at it.
So the reason why I ask this, because especially when I look at Indians, right? Because I think that sometimes Indians can be discriminated against, especially in Asia. Okay. So what I'm saying to you is if they can adapt this culture that's causing them to exceed and do better, why is it that we can't adapt the same type of culture to help us? They found a way to try to they found a way to what am I trying to say? To not maneuver, but basically get over the hump. So for example, I think they experienced racism as well, especially the darker skinned Indians, right? But they said, okay, I'm gonna be the best that I can be so I can get out of that area that's down here and be moved up to up here because they need my skill. I'm great at what I do. Does that make sense? I'm kind of
So I hear you.
Check the back check.
I think that the immigrant experience is very different than the descendants of chattel slavery.
So yes, until I went to the African American Museum and found out slaves were everywhere. So slaves weren't just here in America. Slaves were taken to the Spanish colonies. They were taken so many different places, right? So with that being said, go ahead, because I know you had something to say.
Yeah, no, that's okay. So even with that, what distinguishes slavery in America than slavery in other places in the world is the disconnection from their roots, the erasure of their history, the erasure of their language, the erasure of their lineage. Slavery in other places, although it did exist and that cruelty towards Black people existed, people were able to overcome it because of their connection to their roots, their connection to identity. And I think that's something that gets overlooked. When you have that, that's the foundation for community. And when you pull those threads apart, you create challenges that other communities simply don't have.
Yeah, the difference is chattel slavery. That's what it is. Like the the brutal treatment that was given to this group of people that was on this land. And then the interesting thing is that like the people they brought over were actually skilled people. And then they used all of the skills and all of the labor from these people that they brought over. And then even when they freed them, they didn't really free them. They kept them in a box still. And they were able to continue to extract from what these people have done and created and still benefit to this day. It's ridiculous the amount of inventions that was made by people who were enslaved that can't monetize or haven't been able to use what they built because they were owned by somebody and they took that thing, patented it, and then continued to build an empire on top of it. But it's actually pretty gangster when you think about it.
Shan, did you check the back chat?
I said, yeah, I nodded my head. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so the reason why I'm bringing these questions up, because we got to find a solution. If we just run around in circles saying what we can't do, because it sounds like a whole lot of what we can do. Okay, We need to figure out what we can do, because being at the bottom is just unacceptable for at least for me. So at this point, let's get together, put our heads together, and come up with some realistic solutions, and not sit in mediocrity, like or below that.
Well, my whole solution, this is what I thought of. I thought of when I don't know, President Trump was about to become president, when he came in. I had a thought process. Everybody was crying. All the people that I know, they was like, "Oh my God, we're going to die, and it's gonna be World War III and all this other crazy stuff," right? And I was at a church service, and we was, some people that I know. We was chilling, was having worship and stuff. And one of the guys there was talking about how there's people in this country that don't think about nothing that happens in the election. They literally continue to operate no matter who's in the presidency. So I thought from that statement, I thought to myself, we must be able to operate outside of the system that already works. And an easy way to operate outside of the system that already works is if we continue to do what other people do, which is barter. Hey, I got this skill, you got this skill. Let's mix these things together, and then let's make something happen. And if you continue to pull your resources and stuff like that together, you're able to do what you couldn't do by yourself a lot easier with a group. But the problem still remains is you need to get to the mind of the people, and they need to be on one accord in order for that to work. Because a whole bunch of individuals that think like individuals in a group aren't going to be able to work together the same way as 10 people who actually care about the group and think as a group, how they're able to move. This is a dramatically different thing. We have to get to the mind of people, Black people specifically, as a group, in order for you to be able to actually affect the things that you guys are trying to do.
Anybody else want to add to that?
I agree. We got to get to the minds. It's all propaganda programming. You got me saying.
I was just going to say, I think the answer to that is partly what Marcus usually say. There's an answer for that, but I'm talking about intergenerational. And also creating a different culture. What came to mind is what creates the foundation of culture, right? And I think is a collective set of I don't know, things that we value, religion, what else? Social norms. I think all of those things kind of tie into creating culture. And I think the problem now is that it's so fractured because we don't know history. History is also a part of culture as well. Because we were separated from our, I'll say, ancestral culture, and we were given a different culture. And that culture represents the idea of individualism, right? Whereas our ancestral culture was more of a cooperative, like what you were saying, Marcus, familial type of thing. And I think that will be the answer to helping our communities. But before you can get to that, some of the stuff that families are reinforcing is not good either. You know what I'm saying? So I think part of that, I know people may not agree with this, but I believe that we're broken, right? Broken people. And I do believe that what that's going to take is a lot of mental and emotional work first. I can only do as better as I can once I have my mental together, right? So I don't know how we would do that, how we can fix that part with therapy, or I don't know if you can't afford a therapy, what would be the answer to that? But I think that's the part there, is creating a different kind of culture that values the things that really matter to move us forward.
Yeah, I
Welcome
have
to
a
this.
hot take.
Okay, let's hear.
Hey, but how you doing, sir? But yeah, I have an extreme hot and controversial take, in my opinion. If I were to say, if I'm gonna say it out loud. First and foremost, what is the definition of culture?
You want me to answer, or?
Yeah, what's the definition of culture?
I can't tell you like a specific, like what I would say is a definition, but I can tell you what a foundation of culture historically, or just in general, is just basically the socialization, transmission from one generation to the next of certain values, your language, your religion, your food, your history. All of those things set up a foundation for culture and creating communities and things like that.
Okay, so basically, a way of life. You know how these people live, how they carry themselves, and stuff like that. Here's my issue in the Black community, and this is why I say this is going to be a hot take potentially. I say F culture. Because the reality is, as the people change, the culture changes. So if you keep trying to maintain something that may not actually work, or you keep trying to go back to stuff that has already dead and gone and this, that, and the third, the reality is that culture is as the people are. So if you want to change the culture, you have to change the people. If you change the mindset and the character and the ideals of people, then you affect the culture. So it's true. A lot of us don't have a ties to the culture or to the lineages that we come from, right? But we can put two, we're smart enough to put two and two together and make changes that can affect and create a new lineage or a new path to the things that we're trying to do. Also, with the bloodlines that we have, you have innate abilities and skills and things that run in your blood that you never seen anybody do, but you have the ability to do those things, even though you never seen nobody to do it, right? And the reality is you still have access to your bloodline. You just don't know what it looks like because the actual paper trail has been removed, right? But because you still have access to who you are based upon in your blood and in your spirits, right? Because everybody's got their own religions and ideas and all this other jazz, right? But most people are smart enough to understand patterns and know or learn enough, even in the fractured information that we have of Black people's history in America, right? You can piece a lot of stuff together. And from the very minimum information that we know, we can begin to structure a lot of things off of that information. So, in my opinion, I'd be like F culture. You redeem the people, you redeem the culture.
I got a question for you real quick, HD, because I actually think you made some sound points. The question I have for you is I'm going to use it, like, try to follow me here, this analogy. You need a place to stay, I move you into my house. And you see some things that need to be changed that you would like changed for, to accommodate you. And you're smart enough to get that change done. But can you get it done without me allowing you to get it done? That's essentially what's happened. I'm going to move you from where you were into a land that I run and own, and you're going to really try to affect the change there when you're grossly outnumbered, when you don't own any part of the land. So you're going to come in my house and make that same change?
We have already made the change. It's just that a lot of the changes we made aren't effective to the things that actually benefit the collective. So let's think about it. Financially speaking, supposedly Black people, who's the smallest group, contribute over $1 trillion worth of money being circulated into the situation, right? So you mean to tell me with that kind of capital that we can't affect some of the changes? And unfortunately,
is that discretionary spending, or is that the spending for necessities through that with that trillion number?
I mean, it don't matter because we can make this. So we can make a lot of the things that we purchase. We just choose not to.
The reason I ask is like when I was doing real estate, right? Your rent was usually like, so if you made $1,000, you can get approved for about $600 to $700. If the majority of your spending goes back into the hands of whoever owns the property, do we really control $1 trillion worth of disposable income? Or out of that trillion, we got 2 billion that's not, because the way it was set up, most people were in debt and they were living check to check at the lowest level of society from the demographic I was working with. That's why I asked that discretionary spending or necessity spending.
But we already learned that the way to circumvent that is if the people came together.
I've been saying this, but y'all, you ain't even on board with my solution.
But the thing is that like people do this. There's groups of people that do this. Like there are some people that when they come to California, some Asian communities, they come to California. One group starts a business, right? And then the other people that come over work under that business. And then there's like a cycle that once the money and the business gets to a certain point, what they do is, all right, now it's time to fund your business. And they build it that way. So the system has already been, people have been already working together and trying to get these things to circumvent the system that's already there. The issue is that for a number of people, and we're going to speak specifically to Black people, sometimes we just don't like working with other people.
Please, AP, say it. Just say it.
So
I'm just saying, sometimes Black people don't like working with Black people. Like, listen, my own mama said that when I have kids, she's not watching them. She's retired and she's gonna be on a cruise ship. If she want me to, if I want her to watch my kids, she basically was just like, you just gonna have to FaceTime me and put it on the phone for me to watch this kid. Because the reality is that once you get to a certain point and you struggled your whole life, right? That's why a lot of people, when they struggle young and then they get money and they just go crazy, it's because, yo, if I ain't got to struggle no more, I'm just going to do what I want to do.
I understand your point. I really do. I get it. But you right there just highlighted one of the differences between the two communities that you have mentioned. You mentioned the Asian community. They're not saying that, from what I understand, they're not saying that. They're not going to go on a cruise. They're once you have kids, they're not going to disappear on cruise ships. They're going to help take care of them kids so that they can help build that wealth. And also, when they come over already with a culture defined. The truth of the matter is, we have never, as Black people, have never had a truly defined culture with us. When we, let's say, were brought here, they broke us, bro. Like, and ever since, and this goes back to what Miss Taken was talking about earlier, ever since, we have always been broken. Yes, there are individuals who find a way out, find a way up. I get it. And that's super duper dope. And I'm proud of the Ben Carsons and the Jay-Z's. I'm proud of them brothers. Proud. But until we can learn to do that on a larger scale, now I understand that there's going to be people left behind because everybody can't come with you, because not everybody has the capacity to come with you. But if we could do it on a larger scale and have more of the Dr. Ben Carsons and more of, I forget the name of the women that worked with NASA, if we can have more of the people building like the Jay-Z's, I don't know the full story, but it looks like he's built an empire out there. And if we can have more of those that can own the New Jersey Nets, that can own the Dallas Cowboys, that can own the Baltimore Ravens, that can head coach out there in down in Dallas, that can head coach out in Houston, that can do all of these things on a much larger scale, then we can actually change the narrative and have a different conversation about culture. But right now, because we are broken, we never had a true culture, since our people were brought onto this land, we have taken on a lot of the personality and culture that was given to us. Whenever we actually tried to break away and build our own, and I want you to think about this for a minute. Whenever we have broken away and tried to build our own, because Greenwood wasn't the only Black Wall Street. We had them all over this nation.
New York,
destroyed, bro, broken. So if we try to break away, we consistently see that type of stuff happen to the community because they know, the proverbial they know that once we are able to actually gain that power, it's a wrap, because we're actually one of the most giving people on the planet. So what they don't do is something we would do, and that's actually share that. That's just how we work. That's how we operate, which is how we can actually stay broken. And I'm gonna land right there. I'm sorry.
No, you cooking, which is a buzzword, because then they'll call it socialism when you're trying to help everybody else, which is one of the things they most against. And to point the finger back at culture.
Not really, because they work with China. But go ahead.
Yeah. Well, but look, not only does the culture affect us, we became a counterculture. We changed we wanted to separate from that culture so much that being educated is acting white. I'm just gonna be dumb. I'd rather be dumb than be white. Like what you call it good? No, that's bad. We call that bad. This the music y'all listen to, we'll go to something else. This is sport y'all play, we'll play something else. We intentionally, the culture is counter of the culture. And if they became the dumbest people culturally, as far as what was known, we'll probably become the smartest people, because the need to want to separate is so strong. But I know you've been waiting for a second podcast. Go ahead and get it in.
Nah, what's up, y'all? First of all, the title of the show triggered me because it's not true. Maybe it was done intentionally to provoke things, and that's okay. But Black people are absolutely not last. The narrative is hilarious at best in 2024. And honestly, it makes no sense for us to even include Asians in this. I don't know. I'm sitting in front of a computer, so I can guess. I guess I can look it up. But there's 3 demographics in America that actually matter. And when I say matter, I mean as far as comparatively. White, Black, Hispanic. That's it. Nobody else matters, right? Truthfully, you can't even really include white people. To me, I think it's the stupidest thing in the world when Black women try to compare black men to white women. It's 20 million of us, and it's damn near 100 million of them. It's like, it makes no sense, right? Honestly. A lot of the stuff that was just said was on point, and that's cool. And I don't really have to deep dive into it because AP said a lot of it. We are a product of something in this country. We are still a product in this country. Everything you see, none of it is an accident. None of it is a coincidence. We're talking about the smartest people who run the world. Everything in this country that happens is planned and programmed. Nothing is an accident. I think we're doing really good looking at what we've come through in this country, where we at. Median income right now for Black men is $51,800. For Black women, I think it's $48,003. We doing all right. That's the median income, which means half of the people make more than that. Black people are the number 2 millionaires in this country behind white people. I think we doing okay. How are we in last place? That's my question. I just want to know.
She going by the numbers. I think you're going by feelings.
I just gave you all numbers, and none of that was my feelings. I literally just gave you numbers.
It was a stat she pulled up earlier,
right?
That spawned the conversation.
And even
you probably didn't see that part.
Black men making that amount, what she was saying is compared to other races or ethnicities,
which you can't.
He's saying you can't compare
that back up?
White people. You got to compare them against 2 other races, like ethnicities, right?
Only Hispanics.
Right.
Hispanic people are the only people that you can actually compare black people to if you're being fair about it. You cannot
But even
compare it to white people.
Hispanic, even what I read, Hispanics are doing better than us as far as income is concerned. Just not much, just a little bit.
But they're not though. That's what
I
I'm
saw
saying.
that stat. I know what you're talking.
We showed it last week. I think it was like the week before last or last week. But let me just say this real fast. And it's not by much, so that's why it's not even worth the argument. But so those are things I hear you guys talking about things economically, right? And there's only so much we can do economically, but there are things that we can do that's universal, right? We need to learn how to carry ourselves. Why is it that everything that is wrong is right in our community? Why is it that everything that we deem to be popular it is something that's wrong? Like it is the exact opposite of what's right.
That's what Marcus just said, counterculture.
Right. So I'm just piggybacking. So that I think that in itself needs to be changed. And I don't think anybody agrees with us on the way we think. Nobody. Not Africans, nobody agrees with us on that. And so it's little things like that we're not even on the same page with. I just saw a kid at my school, a boy beat up a girl at my school, and it's circulating over the internet, right? And I even had mixed review people like in the comments taking up for this dude. And I'm like, what? Because that's what we do. Anybody who has eyes can see that was wrong, but we have a way of trying to make what's wrong right. We do. And I don't know what it is about our psyche that does that, but it's crazy to me. Maybe y'all can help me. I don't know.
It's 2024. Women, see, this is what I'm saying. We're gonna have to pretend like women don't instigate fights with men. We're gonna have to pretend like they aren't verbally, emotionally abusive, physically abusive. They bring a lot of this on themselves, and we have to pretend like that's not the truth. Do I think a man should fight a woman like she's a man? Absolutely not. But if she is acting like a man, instigating like a man, and then gets handled like a man, I see that as more of a learning experience for her than I see it as wrong on his behalf. Get out of a man's face. Don't talk to a man
actually,
like
in this particular situation, he got into women's business. It was a conversation between her and his girlfriend. So it was him coming into female's business and got involved. She walked away, and then he walked behind her. So
we should not be hitting women under no circumstances. There's no scenario. Well, BDSM under BDSM, you just think
backstory.
outside of that,
This is what I'm saying. No, but see, this is what I'm saying. Part of the conversation. This always part of the conversation. Always. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody has a problem with saying that at all, Marcus. We hear that 100 times a day. How much do we hear, ladies? Stop trying to fight these men. Ladies, stop instigating with these men. Lady, stop talking like that to these men. Lady, keep your hands off these men. We don't. We only hear that when we're making the argument about how they treat us when there's when we have a video and we have some evidence to show how women instigate and start things. Then it's everybody knows that.
Problem, right? So this is the problem I'm having, right? I just gave a scenario, and even that has to have a story about it's not just a right or a wrong, right? So I would say that if a woman were doing something to a man and I saw that the man was being a victim of a woman, I'm gonna say she's wrong in that situation. If a girl hustled a man or did something to a man, I'm gonna say clear cut, she is wrong in that situation. There are times when I look at a situation and I know that a man is a victim in the situation. Okay. This is not that time. I can call a spade a spade. This particular situation is not that time. But if you give me a scenario where a woman is hustling a man, I'm going to say the man is the victim. She wrong for that. I'm going to call the woman out because she is absolutely wrong. There are a lot of things that women are wrong in. Absolutely. And when I make this comment, I'm not just talking about men. I know women have work to do too. It's not just men. I'm talking about us as a culture, how we all are moving. Women, the way we move, overly sexualizing ourselves, right? Men, saggy pants. We both need to do better. It's not one over the other. We both need to do better.
So let me ask you this. So you're saying being correct to you is more important than everything, right?
I'm saying what's correct to what's right is what's right. What's
Yeah,
wrong
being
is
correct, right? Being correct is important, right?
I don't.
No, I'm saying I'm just saying like being because some
I'm
people
saying
don't think
what's
that.
right is what's right, and what's
No,
wrong is
right.
what's wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree with that. But I'm saying, look, that needs to be said. That's what I'm saying. Believe it or not, a lot of people don't go off of that. A lot of people go off of their feelings about stuff, right? That like, so even when we were just talking about the incomes ratio, right? So AP, would you say that the Bureau of Labor and Statistics is a good reference point for how much money people make?
Yes.
Okay, so I shared the link in the back right now because I keep this in my back pocket because I'm always debating this with people. Right, this is literally uh Thursday, January 18, 2024 was when this was refreshed. Right, they refresh it every quarter. Median income for Black men weekly $997. Median income for Hispanic men $923. They don't make more money than Black men, but I would have to sit here and pretend like that's not the truth in order to not be seen as trying to be right when all I want to do is make it correct. That's not towards y'all. I'm just saying in general how we had these conversations a lot of times.
I want to say something real quick, and I'll let you guys finish this conversation. Lady D, I'm only going to address you one time as well. When you said all Ben Carson said is "Thank you, Master Trump," that's the kind of crap that drives a wedge in the community. Dr. Carson became the doctor of pediatric neurosurgery at Johns Hopkins at age 33, the youngest to ever do it. He also became was the one of a team of the first surgeons to do a separation on conjoined twins. So you can say what you want about him politically, but I'm not gonna sit up here on this panel and allow you to destroy a strong Black man who worked hard throughout his career to do something positive in this world, and you just simply want to reduce him to what he did politically. No, you're wrong. And Dr. Carson, prior to politics, was a great man. Y'all can continue.
I was just gonna little podcast had made mention of saying, we don't talk enough about women, the hitting or whatever. And Marcus commented and said that they, under any circumstances. Little podcast, I guess your concern was why aren't we, if they're gonna act like a man, you treat them like a man, right? But I had just saw something recently and it popped into my head as soon as you said that. I think the reason the messaging is towards the man is because clearly, you can win, right? And I understand what you're saying. Like if you're gonna mess with somebody that can beat you, then why are you doing that? Putting yourself in that situation. And I agree. But I had saw something the other day and it tore me up, like hearing that it was a young boy. The mother was outside the house or whatever, and the boyfriend was there and was yelling at the mother or arguing with her. And so the little boy kind of stepped, I think he was like 6 years old, stepped to the boyfriend like, leave my mom, or whatever. And he said, put your hands up then if you got a problem with it, like ready to fight the boy. And he literally punched the boy. The boy went flying and hit the wall and ended up dying as a result of that. So that popped into my head when you said that, right? And now, of course, in that scenario, you're going to be like, why would the guy do that? Like, that's crazy. Clearly he's bigger than a boy. Clearly he's stronger than a boy. You know what I'm saying? All of those things. And I think that's kind of the same mindset when it comes to women. I mean, that little boy went to him as a young boy, and his mindset could be, oh, if you're trying to step to me like an adult, I'm going to treat you like an adult. So when we know that we clearly have an advantage over somebody else, the expectation is that you should handle that differently. I know in school, I have a certain level of power over the students that are in that school. So it's on me to utilize that power the right way. And I think for men, even when women are acting up, and again, I'm not giving them a pass. I
You're-
really am not giving them a pass. I think there's a way that you can handle that doesn't necessarily lead to you, like that little boy, punching a woman in the face and knocking her out. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Handle the situation, because I would not tell my son, stand there and let a woman beat on you. Of course, I would not do that. But I would tell him, make sure you restrain her until, you call the cops, or until you can get out the situation, something like that. But clearly, I know he would beat a woman up. I would not tell him to do that. So that's all I'm saying, is that when you're the one with the power over somebody else, there's a way that you need to garner that power. That's all.
So is it okay? I don't want to belabor this conversation. I think it's getting away from the original topic. But is it okay if I take that a little bit higher than where you at right now? Think about it like this. You're talking about power, right? In domestic disputes, who do you think goes to jail the most, men or women? Men, right? But the numbers say that in domestic disputes, when one person is violent and the other person isn't responding with violence, 60% of the time, it's the woman that's being violent. So if you really have the power to take my freedom away, why can't we make the message and tailor the message about you being more responsible? Hey, listen, you know what this is. I know this guy did this. He cheated on you. He said something. He did something you don't like. But when you get all in his face and all this and that, if he retaliates, now you're going to want to call the police. You're going to take this man freedom. You're going to take him away from his kids. You're going to make him lose his job. You got all this power to affect him too. Power isn't a one-way street, but too long in our community, disrespect has been. Too long in our community, aggression has been one way when it comes to relationships and domestic situations. We look at the worst things that happen to women and say, see, bad men never touch a woman because somebody has killed a woman. But we don't look at the other 99 incidents that was women provoking and causing those domestic disputes. That's problematic. We have to deal with what occurs more, not what's worse. But what's more, when you mentioned that to me about the child getting hit and all that, all I thought was, are you trying to say women are children? Because there's an absolute difference between a 6-year-old feeling like he needs to defend his mother than a grown woman understanding the difference in her strength and a man's strength and still being in the man's face with the expectation that if you hit me, I'm just going to ruin your life. I literally got a video off the internet. I'm gonna end it right here. Today, I just downloaded it about 2 hours ago. The dude caught his girl cheating. He's trying to just get his clothes and leave the house. His clothes is in the washer. She's standing in front of the washer like, no. He like, just move so I can get my stuff. No, I'm not. Why? Because in her mind, she wants to escalate it so he can touch her or something and she can call the police and ruin his life. That is how women move. And it's time out in 2024 and beyond that we stop pretending like they don't. They also have power and they need to be more responsible with that.
So this is what I heard. I hear everything that you're saying, but what you just did was punish a little girl and said it's okay for her to get hit because of that scenario. Okay, so everything is individual. Every scenario is very different and has different consequences. So I absolutely agree with you. In that particular case that you mentioned, those women should be dealt with. Women need to understand that they cannot do certain things to men. I absolutely agree with you. But to say that because you see incidents like this happen, that a girl who is a teenage girl should be hit by a teenage boy who was much stronger than her. And I'm not talking about little hits. We're talking about real force jabs, okay? Mayweather jabs in the face. When I just told you that on the camera, we see her walking away and he walked behind her. And the altercation was between her and his girlfriend. And you
Respectfully,
because things like this happen, that's okay for that to happen.
no, respectfully, please. You know I love you, Shan, but don't do that.
Charity,
But I'm
please.
saying, please, I'm begging you, respectfully, don't do that. Don't create a narrative.
So that's what so that's why I'm bringing it up, because that's how it sounds. So
Right,
you
it
want
doesn't.
to clarify.
It doesn't sound that way, Shan. You know why it doesn't sound that way? Because I'm speaking in general. I never once said anything should have happened to that girl. When you said that, what I specifically said is that a lot of times we need to start addressing when women are the instigators, because a lot of times they do that. It wasn't about that specific case. Every case needs to be judged on its merits and not based on something that's happened previously. But we don't treat domestic violence like that. If the phone call comes in and a woman says he did it, the man goes to jail based on what has previously happened to other women. Do you have a problem with that? Yes or no?
No, I don't. So yes,
So,
I have a
so you see,
let
you don't even want to follow your own logic.
Okay, listen. No, I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you're saying. Yes, I have a problem with that.
Okay.
I have a problem with anybody lying on another person. Period. I don't care who you are. Lying to make up something to get somebody in trouble. Absolutely, I have a problem with that.
Yeah, no,
What's
no,
right
not
is
even,
right,
but
and
not
what's
even
wrong
just,
is wrong.
yeah, but not even just the lie though. I'm saying like when even if it was a fight, let's say the woman slapped the taste out of me and I slapped the taste out of her right back. She called the police. I'm going to jail. Right?
I don't think that you should go to jail for that.
Okay, that's all I was saying. That's all I was saying. So I agree with your logic then. As long as your logic is sound on both sides, I agree with it. But
Right.
I wasn't speaking specifically about your situation. I'm just saying in general.
If I may ask a question real quick, how in the hell did we get here? How did we get
I think that
to
the important go ahead.
pointing at women and men when I thought we actually had a pretty good conversation. When we're trying to get to some of the roots of these issues in our community, how did we get to a fight between women and men? By the way, the boy in that video, soft as Charmin. I don't know how you can punch a girl straight in the face with a stiff jab and she look at you and be like, let's keep doing this thing, which is what happened. And he way wrong. He was way going through Twitter and understanding the story. He was way out of pocket, and the dude's videotaping it, in my opinion, should have pulled him back. But that being said, he's still soft. She took it like a G and kept coming.
But AP, respectfully, that may be true, but that's a part of the cultural problem that we have. The cultural problem that we have is that women think it's okay to run up on niggas. And so at some point, niggas is going to make it part of the culture that we start fighting back. So now when you see young men fighting back, you want to be mad at them for fighting back when that's been a part of the culture for too long.
No, and I'm not disagreeing with you.
It's not about that specific case. I'm saying in general, you're hearing this more en masse. You're even hearing more mothers telling their sons, man, look, if she hit you, hit them back, because people are really tired of that one-way aggression. When you're a woman and you're in a situation, you feel like the victim. But once you have a son or a brother or a father or a cousin or a friend that you really care about, and you know exactly how women move, how they instigate stuff, and how they will try to really railroad and ruin a man's life behind this, then you start to see things clearly and talk about it more objectively.
I'm not disagreeing with your point on that. I'm really not.
Yeah.
Because I actually agree with you 100%. And I don't think you'll actually have anybody else up here really, truly.
Yeah, we're not disagreeing. We all agree
with that point. And if I may try to bring it back full circle or at least half circle, if we're going to talk about why some of these things happen, I would say, and it depends on how you want to spin it. You can spin it how you want to. Mm-hmm. But single mother-led homes or absentee fathers or fathers being kicked out, however you want to spin it, I think that's part of the root of that issue. Because we as men, we're actually going to teach our daughters to stay in their place and understand their place. With that also being said, trying to drive it all the way back around, full circle back to a point that I made, and anybody can jump in. When we get back to that nuclear family, then we can get back to what Marcus was talking about with the intergenerational families. And then we can actually start taking corrective course to fix the dysfunction that's truly dominant in our society. I don't give a damn what them other folks is doing. We got to fix us. And
So
I'll end it there.
What's the nuclear family? I'm sorry.
so real fast. This is the so I'm glad the argument happened, because what happens is people have different ways of thinking, right? Some people feel like it's okay to hit a woman. If she hits me, I should hit her back. And some people feel like Marky Mark said, I don't care what it is, and I go along with the saying, you won't hit a woman. And so that's it, even though that's just one scenario, that's the bump in the road that we hit in this community. I don't care if I sag. It ain't hurting you, I don't care if I'm out here, doing it for money. People have their own way of thinking. Sexy Red doesn't know she's doing anything wrong, because that's just who she is. And maybe her mom was that way, her grandparents were that way. I don't know the history of her family lineage or whatever. But what I'm saying is that's the issue. Some people don't find that the issues, the things that we see, are even wrong in the first place. But what I can say is, it seems to me that in the amount of people that we have doing things that are a little bit different than everybody else is greater in our community, in opposed to everybody else's community, right? Everybody has people in their community that just won't do right. We know that. But for whatever reason, it just seems to be magnified in ours, if that makes sense.
So Sexy Red grew up again in a single mother-led home.
But how many people? Listen. But what I'm saying to you, listen to right here. So did my son. Now he's in an Ivy League college. It's more than just that, because you can have two ghetto parents together teaching their boys to beat up a girl. Like,
what's the likelihood, Chan? Like, what is the likelihood of a man and a woman being together raising kids? What is the likelihood of, and the stats actually play this out quite well, but what is the likelihood of the kid going astray? It is a huge gap.
This is a bad argument.
To me, the key, one of the keys to righting the ship in the community is for mom and dad. If they live together, great. If they don't, they got to be able to co-parent. Like that. Those are keys that must happen in order to fix some of these problems. Right now, we got these single parent led homes, and it's bringing disastrous results. I don't know if there's any man on this panel that would ever say, hey, baby girl, why don't you go ahead and buck up to a man? We'll tell you to defend yourself if a man comes at you. We would never this is crazy to me.
That's not it.
But AP, what I'm saying
explain,
to you is,
like, how is that not it?
Let me explain to you, because we get them all in our class, right? You don't hang around. You're not around kids and parents like we are. Okay.
Are we going to do this again?
Let me finish telling you. I've been doing
you just told me I'm not around kids and parents like y'all.
Because
I just gone around about that before. I completely disagree with you.
Okay, so maybe you have, but what I'm saying to you is, sometimes prostitutes are married to pimps. Okay, that think alike. Okay, sometimes drug dealers are married to women who okay with drugs. You're acting like just because you're a man.
Well, what the stats though? What does the stats say? Like, you can't even argue the stats.
Yeah, I swear, let me have this. Let me have this for you.
You can't argue the stats. The stats play it out.
I can't argue it all if you don't allow me to talk.
Because the argument is a bad argument. Period.
Listen. So let me just say this. Ideally, if you have both parents in the household, the kid does do well. But there are situations, I'm not saying they're the vast majority, but there are situations where you two toxic parents. So you have two parents on drugs, guess what? Gonna happen. That doesn't work in that situation. And all I'm saying is, if the mentality has to be right. Because I would also argue that a person who has two parents who kind of a little thrown off, but you have a single mom and she's got her shit together and she makes sure he's involved, she has extracurricular activities, that kid because of the environment that kid is in, may do better than this other kid. Now, again, I'm not saying men, obviously, men in the life, the father in the life, the mother in the life, the kid does do better. I'm not, please stop thinking I'm arguing that fact. I'm absolutely not arguing that fact. But what I'm saying to you is we have got to change the mentality in this community. Whoever the parent, the mentality has to change. Because I've seen men take up for daughters and I've seen women take up for sons. Okay. I saw it just the other day. This girl has been AWOL from my class since the second week in January. She knew to bring her dad in because her dad got like a little soft spot for his daughter, right? And she hustled that entire conference. And I'm like, you just let her hustle you, like, because she's got him wrapped around her finger. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just gotta be, we have to change the way we think. We have to do better.
Let me tell you what was
better situations, environments for our children.
Let me tell you why your argument was problematic, AP. So, and unfortunately, I've had to do this lately. When people do the single mama home thing, again, I'm with Shan. We're not gonna argue about what can come out of it. But here's the real truth, the number that nobody uses. The majority of people, most people who come from single mama homes are okay. They ain't criminals. They ain't out robbing people. They ain't selling drugs, stealing cars, gang banging. Most people who come from single mother homes get up and go to work every day. And that's it. That's their life, right? That's number one. Number two, we was talking about, this is why this was a horrible argument, because you were correlating it to hitting a woman. Bro, 40% of police officer family homes have domestic violence. What percentage of police officers do you think come from two-parent homes? Probably the majority, right? And they still be smacking women up because women are horrible people in relationships. They mistreat and instigate you. Bro, listen, men aren't waking up just saying, let me smack you for no reason. Women with their tongue lashings is the worst human beings on earth. Nobody can scorn you and break you like a woman can with her mouth. Whether it's your mama talking to you as a child, your girlfriend, your baby mama talking to you as a young adult, or your wife talking to you. Nobody will. Shahrazad Ali said, it don't matter what the world tell you are as a man. If you go home and your woman tell you ain't shit, you gonna believe you ain't shit. Because her words matter more. Women are violent, verbally, emotionally, psychologically. They are. And my point is that none of that two-parent home is not going to stop a man from smacking a woman if he feel like she earned it in the moment. That don't have anything to do with it. So it was the wrong time to bring up single mama homes, because two-parent households is not stopping niggas from hitting women. What would stop niggas from hitting women is women stop running up on men talking crazy. And I guarantee you, here's the thing. See, Shan wants to shake her head, but you know why? I used to get offended by it, but you know what I realized? It makes sense for her to do that because she's the dang on woman.
I'm not saying that.
He was a man.
How did we drift into the gender war?
I'm not saying what you're saying.
That's
my words. I'm not saying what you're saying. Listen to me. Hear me out.
Listen to me. Listen to me. You can gender war on your channel. Right,
I'm not gender warring.
We are working together because our goal on this channel is to make sure men and women in this community, we do right together. It's not going to be a he against she. Women,
okay, I'm not doing that, Shan. That's what I'm saying. Listen to me to understand me.
You brought it back up.
But I tried to walk away from it, and Mistaken was the one who brought it back up. Marcus, come on. I said I'm gonna land right here. I said because I don't want to be labeled a conversation. And when Mistaken took the mic, she said, "Well, I wanted to say this to what Lil Podcast had said about men hitting women."
We hadn't moved on yet.
Oh my!
They hadn't moved on yet, and then the comeback was, "How did we get on this conversation?" And then I shut up.
Right, AP did that. So that's what I'm saying. If you want me to have a conversation about something where we just say men don't hit women and that be the end of it, I'm never gonna do that. So I won't even try to come back if that's the case. I'm gonna have the conversation from a realistic point of view. It's not about men versus women. It's not. I'm not doing men versus women. I'm talking about the conversation. In reality, I'm literally sitting here saying that you can't blame single mothers for men hitting women, but somehow I'm gender warring when
Bro,
I'm literally defending single
Well,
mamas.
we were.
You
but
went
we-
into
but we
a
were
tirade
saying-
about how women are horrible people and they're violent and they
Right,
get
in relationships,
sunglasses
they are. They
and that
can
they're
be,
horrible,
absolutely.
horrible people. And
Yes,
that
but
their
I'm
tongue
speaking
is the most
specifically about
violent thing
inside
alive.
relationships, Marcus. Wait, listen. So this is the thing. I'm talking about the ones who are. I'm not
Look
talking
like
about the ones who aren't.
Look,
Do
podcast.
y'all not understand that? I'm
Blink
46.
twice
Maybe
if
I'm
you
just
in a
older than
if
y'all.
you in a domestic situation that you're trying to get out of. Blink twice.
Say that one more time.
Blink twice if your girlfriend be beating your ass. Blink twice.
That's not it. What I'm saying is y'all used to conversations going a certain way. You're not used to nobody speaking Listen, I'm 46.
No.
Wait, Shan, just hear me out. Please hear me out this one time. If yes or no, do men hit women?
Yes.
If I say men hit women, I'm not talking about the men who don't hit women. I'm talking about the ones who do. So when I say women are horrible in relationships, I'm talking about the women who are horrible in relationships, not the ones who are not. I literally just sat here and defended single mothers and said that the majority of people coming out of single mother homes are not criminals and all this bad stuff. And I don't like it when people make that argument. So I'm not gender warring. Can we accept that?
No.
Bruh, that means I'm not talking about the people that are okay from single parent homes. Your logic, not mine.
No. But what
Your
you
logic,
no, but what
mine.
you
I didn't
no,
say anything.
what you
Wait,
did was
I'm
you
using
talked
your
about.
logic. No,
That's not what
I
you did,
did what
AP.
I've let you talk for the last
You did.
7
Go
minutes.
ahead and create a narrative.
I did not say
Go ahead.
anything about the people that are doing positive things. Right. I'm talking about the likelihood with the people that did bad things coming from single parent homes.
That's not what you said.
Never said.
That's not what you said. You know I'm going to review
what
it.
What did I just say? Did I say
said the
red?
likelihood
Did I
of
say
a person
Sexy Red just came from a single parent home?
AP.
After you brought up Sexy Red, come on, little podcast.
Shan brought up Sexy Red, not me. I don't even talk about Sexy Red because I don't know who she is. But AP, what you said is coming out of a single motherhood makes it more like.
I never say that. I never say that.
What the heck?
It just seems that
I always say single parent. Always.
Okay, but I'm saying
I always like. Let's be clear.
You did. What?
We can rewind it if you want. I do say single parent. I don't say single mom.
Type of animosity on this show.
I do not say single mom. I make a very clear distinction to make sure I say single parent. Because I fully understand.
Let Marcus go. He about to say something to wrap this whole thing.
Which is why I brought it back to having two parents in the home. And then
Marcus,
I also
can I go after you?
Yeah, I'm gonna land it in just a moment. I promise. Then I also said, however you want to stage your argument, whether daddy left or mama left or mama kicked dad out the house, I said you can stage it how you want. Kids raised in a two-parent home are less likely to do messed up stuff. I didn't say they don't, and I didn't say all kids from single-parent homes are messed up. I would never say that.
It did sound a little different than that, but I'm glad you cleaned it up, AP.
I am from a single-parent home, and I'm doing very, very, very well. Yes. Despite the odds and the obstacles that were put in front of me.
Thank you for the clarity.
Right. So
now I agree with that.
All right,
I wholeheartedly agree with that.
To put a bow on this whole conversation so we can move on to something else. Women do not abuse verbally men. Men do not abuse verbally women. Everyone keep their hands to themselves. In a situation where men and women are fighting men, we cannot just fight them like they are men. It's just not going to work. You'll lose in the court system. You'll lose in the lethality of what you potentially can do. People keep their hands to themselves, find better conflict resolution skills. And when you're in relationships with women that you feel are extremely contentious, you must be a leader and leave them. Don't stay in a relationship fighting with them. Don't try and get you said this to me, so almost when you lower yourself to the position of somebody that's arguing and bickering with you, you have done equal the playing field so that you think it's okay to gauge in mutual combat. And there's no such thing as mutual combat with women unless you both have guns. It's just not. It's just not. But Shan, what was the next portion? No, HD, you had something. Then Shan, you had another topic to come up with.
Well, no. So I was just picky, but I'm glad HD clarified because now I don't, because he said it quite well a few minutes ago. But I think that too, and just to give little podcast a little bit of attention with the topic that he wants to discuss. I think that both women, just like women, need to be able to seek out men who put their hands on women. I think it's also equally important that men understand if a woman puts her hands on you, even in a dating phase, that's a red flag. Don't try to, because that can easily turn into something later on. So if a woman is a hitter and she let her go, just like I would tell a woman to leave a man if he were to, because that can only end in bad news for you later on. If something else were to happen, there's a bigger conflict and she starts doing the same thing, we got to choose our mates a little bit better than we do. So I hope that helped that situation with you got going on with their little podcast.
I want to antagonize him to jump back in his conversation.
I mean, it's
Like-
I'm used to it at this point by now. You can't convince everybody.
I think that's what was wrong with what I just said. What?
Because
That's
at
the
the end of
situation
the
we
day,
got going
all I
on
did-
the podcast.
you brought up a situation about a little boy that was fighting at the school, and all I said was a lot of times in these situations we act like women don't do what they do, and I'm literally speaking about the culture and saying that this is why the culture sounds like it does. One of the most watched episodes, clips. I don't know if you remember this, Marcus. I think we pulled it up one time on the show we did a while back. One of the most watched clips of Kevin Samuels was him on this app called the Clubhouse. And there was these women on there that was going in and he kicked them off and they like, why would you do that? And he was like, look, this one-way aggression or women against men, it's over with. Men ain't taking that no more. So you're going to have those that walk away from it and you're going to have those who respond with violence. And that's all I was trying to say. But that's neither here nor there. If you don't mind, I do want to respond back to this though. We have to talk about this last place thing. How can Black people be the last place if they are the second most millionaires in the country?
I think that was for the general, so not the highest 10%. It was in regards to the collective average, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely, but when you do that, but here's the thing about it: when you use the numbers from the other people's, you're using all they millionaires too. It's all encompassed. So why can't we use ours?
So I don't know if you've seen the stat sheet that she pulled up. I think that explains what the original issue was when we dove into it. You probably would have had to see the first portion of this. Did you watch the beginning?
No, I caught the last 30 minutes right before I messaged you.
Okay, yeah. We discussed that in somewhat totality and appreciate the extra information you brought into it. But that the highest percentage ranked in a I don't know if she got the stat sheet to pull up so you can see what we're talking about, but it would make sense why we don't got to go into that portion of the conversation.
But it's 18 million Asians.
It was comparing education against the black versus the black dollar and US dollar, basically. So for every, I think the overall stat was like for those who had a high school diploma, black versus US, we would make 90 cents to the dollar. And then as we went up in education, the dollar amount went down, meaning that there was to every dollar, it went down to like 87 cents. Then the next rate went down to like, let's say 85 cent. So that was kind of what it was. So
but you know why that is though, right? Because when you go into the education fields, who's the most educated people in the Black community?
Women.
Absolutely. Right. So we already know what the argument about as it pertains to women when they try to do the whole wage gap thing, right? Where it's not a wage gap, it's an earnings gap, right? So that's why you would see a decrease in the numbers when you go into the education field, because the majority of the people in our community, I think it's like 67% of all degree holders in the Black community are Black women. right? And if those degree holders are also not in the STEM fields, but they doing regular jobs, and then I think, what is it, like 60% of all degree holders don't even have jobs in the fields that their degrees are in. So of course you would see a decline in the numbers, right? It's not about it being black. You see what I'm saying?
But that's
So
where you got it wrong. It wasn't talking about, well, the last one. It started off with the overall, then black men, then black women. But what I was talking about was the overall percentage of black women and men. It
Yes.
encompassed both of them. So
Yes.
how
That's how that works, right? So even if you look at the stat that I pulled up from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, if you look at it, what you see is it says black men weekly earn $9.97, right? Black women weekly earn $9.36, right? But if you add that together, black people earn $9.67. You see how that works?
Mhm.
So the blacks across the board came down from black men, but went up for black women because you're including all of them. So I'm saying you have to use the same mindset. I'm gonna be quiet because I can't know what I'm talking about. Go ahead.
So no, what we came to the conclusion of was that because there was no way for us to drill down to specifically how they were coming to the conclusion with the education metrics. Because I asked the question earlier about, are the people with high school degrees that are getting 90 cents on the dollar, is it because they're liable to be entrepreneurs and work for themselves, so they would return more of the money? Because we couldn't drill that down, the conclusion was you can make any narrative you want with statistics. If you don't have all the, you
gotta be
can.
smarter than that. See, that's what I'm saying. If we want to compare ourselves to other people, guess what they're gonna do? They're not gonna check out when things get hard. You just got to be smarter, right? So
No, we did not have the corresponding information. That was the point. Not that we're checking out. It's if we didn't have the rest of the information to dissect that fully, you literally can lie with statistics if you want to. You literally can.
But as it pertains to us, that's across the board as it pertains to high
Yes,
school.
to
right?
everyone.
Yeah, I'm saying race
You
included.
would have to see the graph we was discussing for you to understand the context of why I'm saying that.
Well, I'm only using what you're saying as it pertains to blacks. That's what I'm looking at the title of the show, and then that's what I'm addressing, right? And I'm saying a lot of the times the narratives that we spin about black people, I don't know why we accept these narratives, right? Like it's still guys in this space who run around saying black women just out here having babies in their teens. When the number says the first time the average black woman has her first child is at 22. So why don't y'all stop lying on black women? Right? Like, let's say what's correct, right? According to Shan's ideology, which I 100% agree with. Let's just say what's true, regardless of whether or not if it fits our narratives or not, right? So I'm saying when you look at high school diplomas, well, that's been going on for a long time, right? Which is why there was an incentive push for black people to go to college for a long time coming through the 80s and the 90s because of the fact that they were raising the education requirements on a lot of jobs in order for you to reach higher financial circumstances. So we understand high school across the board, white, black, Mexican, it's not going to make a difference. You're still going to see a lower drop in income, not to mention the fact that number doesn't account for entrepreneurs if you're talking about income. So like the BLS statistic is showing you about people who work and earn a wage and earn an income, not entrepreneurs. Not to mention, I don't know if you know this, but I think the lowest number is 60% AP in any demographic. Mexican, Asian, white, black, doesn't matter. The lowest number is 60% for the women to work, right? So when we talk about, that's why I asked you earlier, what do you mean by nuclear family? When you say nuclear family, are you saying a man that works and a woman that doesn't, or both parents in the house?
Both parents in the house.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so we got John the Baptist with 10. Salute, John. People don't want to hear the real answer.
I wish you would clarify what do you mean by that. Yeah.
I think that was in regards to the culture conversation. I think that's when that came in. John the Baptist with another 5. We spend too much time on racism. Ray Alexander with the 5. Another issue keeping our people down is anti-upper middle class bigotry. Maybe more of our people should embrace the values of Jack and Jill families.
Jack and Jill.
John the Baptist with 5. Drop race from our vocabulary and we will go further. Smiley Giselle, $9.99. Get those likes up, please. Yeah, take time. Hop out the chat and hit the like button. They spitting fire in lieu of Black History Month. Shout out to those Fatima Daimi out there. Chocolate is gorgeous. We love you. Or am I speaking for myself? Just wanted to give flowers. I don't know what Fatima Daimi is.
I'm glad you could pronounce that.
I try. I don't know what it is though. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up right after this. John the Baptist with $2. I smell BS. I don't know what that's about, John.
I smell roses.
The Black Intellectual with the $4.99. To answer Shan's question, it's because Black people prolong adolescence until we're 35 to 40, and we can call constructive, positive people lames.
Amen to that.
All right, I think that was the last one.
All right, so we got one. You guys in there. We do
some questions.
Why you laughing at that, Shan? That come on, 35 to 40. Come on.
I'm just saying.
Based off of what I had saw, like in the comments, and even there talking about why if we forget about race or what have you, and then in the comments it was like, here we go talking about slavery again, something that happened 300 years ago. I just have this question: why is it? And I think I had heard this on something before, and I was just trying to ponder this. So I'm gonna see if you guys can answer it. Why is it with Black people we talk about slavery and other and in our group they say, oh, here we go, talk about slavery again, that happened 300 years ago, when are you going to get over it? In our own group? So we have this thing where we want to hide the slavery, but Jews would say never forget. Why do you think there's a difference? What is the messaging between those two? We as Blacks, we say
forget it, but I think people say don't forget it. Why? What's the difference? I think that there is a difference. I think that Jews are saying don't ever forget it. We see what they done one time, it can happen again. Next time we have to be prepared, right? I think with Black people, what's going on is we like to sit in it. See, Jews didn't let it hinder them. They try to move forward, right? And so I think when people are saying that we don't ever want to forget slavery, I don't think that that's what they're saying. We know what happened and we're going to always talk about it, right? But I think that what they don't want to do is we can't allow it to hinder us any longer. We got to say, okay, this happened to us. So what are we going to do from this point on to make ourselves better, right? You can't just sit in it. It can't be your excuse for every single thing. It happened. We cannot forget it because just like the Jews, it can happen again because history has a way of repeating itself if you're not ready, right? But you can't sit in it. You have to be you have to move from it. Now that we're here, let's move forward and to make the best. We've been dealt a bad hand, right? So what are we going to do with this bad hand? We have to make the best out of our situation. Don't sit in it and make it an excuse for every single thing we do.
I agree with that, but even in our recent history, when we all were alive in 1985, when they tried to in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Look, podcast he want to lie, brother. You was born in 1972. Don't do it.
But
go ahead. I'm sorry, AP.
No, it's all good. When there was a coalition of Black people being built to actually get into government that were sectioned off in a portion of town, they were bombed by the local government. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you want us to forget slavery, but when we go back to just 1985, let's stop it. Every time we try as a collective and think throughout our history here in America, as a collective, when we move as a collective, whoever the they and the them are, y'all know who the they and the them are. Yeah. They say, oh no, Black folks, we can't let y'all do that. No, we can't let y'all do that. Bam. That's what happens every single time. And you know what? Sometimes it sucks being the damn mosquito.
It does.
And I'm done. I'm sorry.
That's a great question, actually.
Be quiet for a little bit, but go ahead.
I'll be honest.
So the other part of that, right, is that being called anti-Semitic has so many repercussions, whereas being called a racist has zero repercussion. And so when we make that comparison of like, we should just forget it, we're watering down what should have very severe repercussions. They had the ability to get over it because they penalized anybody who, you know, felt that way or reciprocated any sort of sentiments. So they didn't allow the behavior to continue. They made sure that there was things in place that it wouldn't happen again in the same way that it did. It might happen differently, who knows? But in terms of it being called anti-Semitic, people will lose their livelihoods behind it. But being called a racist, you go viral on the internet.
I think as oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Marcus. Go ahead.
So I looked this up before, and I was trying to pull it up real quick on Wikipedia. When you like look up like human genocides and whatnot, what was interesting about ours is it did have an end date on it. That was real interesting to me when I pulled that up. I think we don't, when you are in control of your own narrative, your own propaganda machine, and the way that you view, then you can institute measures of control to stop things from being said and put the proper respect and context on what's being said about you. Because we're not in control of those things, it seems like we whining, but we don't have the institutional support to be able to penalize anybody who does those things to us. So like I said, it literally just means that if 300 million people got killed for y'all, oh well. You're not in position to do anything about it, and you're just crying and complaining about it. I think that if you should not use it as an excuse to say I'm not going to do anything and I'm not going to try. If anything, it should be a propellant. I've seen some people in the chat that were saying, let's teach our kids to be better and not teach them about slavery and all those things. I think some of the people have an ostrich type of philosophy where I'm gonna bury my head in the sand and pretend it never existed to move forward from it because it's so harmful and traumatic. But one of the things about trauma is if you don't unpack them and try and find healthy ways to deal with it, it ends up festering and boiling over in different ways. And one of those ways, I think, is because we never dealt with it. It's the reason we have counterculture. That counterculture is the same reason why we don't want to call the police, because we don't feel like we got a good shake and we don't want to be part of those people. Our need to separate is from our issue never being fully addressed and feeling like it's us versus them. I think that's the same reason that sometimes when people immigrate here, they don't understand the perspective as to why we're so anti everything. They just like, hey, this is a great system. Join in and work in it. And we like, well, you don't know this system like I know this system. And the ability, or not ability, but the long-term harm and the mentality that comes from being a descendant of that is unfortunately a large portion of our culture. And if you're not educated on it, and if you didn't like grow up through the intergenerational lineage of it, then it's kind of hard to understand, because it's like, hey, what does that got to do with right now? But then you say, all right, if you come over my house for Thanksgiving, I can show you what it got to do with right now, because most of my dishes is going to come from there. If you come to church with me, I can show you what it's got to do with right now, because my religion is going to come from there. So most of the precipice starting points for people that descended from that, from the tragedy that occurred there, it leads up to right now, which is why everything seems to point back to this incident. Now, in no means am I saying that we should not try to succeed and we should not use it as a propellant, but it diminishes the worth and value of Black people in general to say let's just get over it. Like it just does, especially when it was for so long. That incident was for so short. We had so many more people. That was so many less people, yet that has to be talked to with the reverence that ours doesn't. It's the same argument as to you don't deserve reparations for this. It's a minimalization of who we are as a people.
Speaking of reparations, so you mean to tell me that several countries can pay out former slave shippers because of the illegalization of slavery? You mean to tell me the UK, who just actually finished paying, I forget what group, but they were also slave traders, reparations due to the illegality of slavery, but you can't give reparations that have been earned, because we have fought in every single major war for the success of the United States, in my opinion. We have earned the reparations, so that those reparations can be given to the sons and the daughters of slaves, but you can pay out the people that that were illegally bringing people over. We can do that. So when we look at the system, it's like, yo, this is the shit that we've seen and heard about and read about our entire lives, and yet there's never ever a break. And I'm gonna tell you, on paper, in my opinion, the United States has one of the best systems on paper. On paper, implementation, well, it has been what it has been.
Is there for you?
Palestine was to right now. Get over the past. What? How does that work out?
Good point. Crazy.
Yeah, when I think about the history of Black Americans, and I don't even like using black, because if you go anywhere else in the world, it doesn't actually work. But because we're so disconnected from where we come from, it's the thing that we use. We just keep it. But my only issue is not that reparations is an ode to a group of people. That's not my argument. My argument is that, in my opinion, even if you give reparations to the people that is owed to, first things first, I don't think it's going to do what you think it's going to do. Because if you're giving, it's just like the lottery. If you give money to people who aren't used to having XYZ, is going to continue to go back to the people who.
That's why we got
It's going to
change
go
the
back to the people who gave the money.
That's fine.
Unfortunately, I mean, as much as you want to feel like people at large would do better, there's going to be a number of people that's going to benefit and continue to add to the money that they were given. But I say that the people at large, more people than not, they will give it back to the people who just gave it to them.
So if you look at the lottery winners, if somebody was like, "Oh, I'm not going to give you your winnings in the lottery because you're going to be broke in 5 years," that wouldn't hold merit as an argument.
No.
Just because, hold on.
That's two different arguments.
So what I'm
the
saying is
argument
just
saying that you getting reparations is not saying, I'm not saying that you aren't owed reparations. What I'm saying is that even though you're getting reparations, I would argue that the more people than not, over 50% of the people will actually take the same thing they were given and give it back to the people that they got it from.
Yeah, well, I don't have an opinion either way on that at this point. Let us get it first, and then we'll figure out what happens after that.
So I actually kind of agree with what HD is saying to an extent, but what I also, this is where I think I actually disagree, because depending on the amount, I'm gonna tell you what would be dope is when I link up with Marcus and I'm like, say, bro, we just got this 300 million. I'm just throwing a number out from that reparations. Hey, yo, let's put our money together and get this giant plot of land, and then let's get more of these $300 million people and build on this land, which is one of the reasons why I don't think we would ever get it, because I think we would actually draw closer and figure out a way to build our own economy.
So this is so I agree with you, AP. I think that they're not going to give it to us. At this point, we know they're not going to give it to us, right? We see the setup when it comes to the music, the whole agenda thing. We see it, right? So at this point, we got to do it ourselves. We have to just do better ourselves. The great thing about it is we do have these platforms that they've given us on YouTube, which is causing more divide, in my opinion, than, but so the word can definitely get out, but we have to do a better job at changing our mentality, doing things to change the way we think, what we think is right, wrong, being on the same, knowing what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong, even domestic situations. We have to do better. let's just start there. Let's just start with getting the way we move a little bit better, right? If we know that 2-parent household is better, because I do agree that it is, let's try to have 2-parent households, or not even 2-parent household, at least co-parenting situations where we are doing what's best for the child, right? Working together, mom and dad, because we know that a child who has a mom and a dad is a great balance. Okay, even though we did great, and we turned out great. Now there are more things working against our kids. Social media. There's so many other things that are that we didn't have that are playing a role that could change the way things go moving forward, right? So if we can stop that, that will be great. If we can, the way we carry ourselves. I remember back in the day, we used to take pride in how we look when we walked out of the house. Your parents wanted you to look nice. You didn't probably have the best of everything. It wasn't expensive, but just look nice. What you do have, make it look presentable when you walk out the house. We can start with that. Stop hyping up shit that makes us look bad. Like the woman is on it looking halfway naked, tell her to put some clothes on. Stop liking her picture, tell her to put some clothes on. Or if she's acting inappropriately, stop feeding into that by keep liking it or sharing it. Nip it in the bud. Let the toxicity go. I know it's entertaining, but we got to do something. Vice versa.
Well,
to young men, hey, I know young men, I don't mind telling them to pull their pants up. Like as adults, we need to walk around with our pants up. So we have to lead by example.
yeah,
We really do.
Just
This
real
is
quick
the
before you
reason
go, I appreciate the rise. I appreciate the correction, but you understood what I was saying. I do appreciate the correction. Thank you.
Yeah, but this is why when you ask, how did we get here? Why are we talking about the young child beating up on the woman, right? On a young woman, right? The reason why we got here, right, is because the issues between black men and black women. Now, the reason why we have some of the issues we have between black men and black women is due to slavery. And the reason that I think it is true that if you don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it. Right? It's important to know your history. But also, if people are talking about the issues that they're having now, right? And if we don't understand the reasoning why people are making shifts, like you can bring men and women together, but if they fundamentally are against each other, then what's going to happen is you got people that are against each other causing even more issues. So even though you guys look like you're together, you're not actually together, because where it talks about a house divided against itself cannot stand, right? So the reason why it seems like we have some of the contentious conversation we have on any channel, right, is because the perspective of what we consider a good woman or a good man, right, is different than some of the other people who we consider as bad, right? We consider Sexy Red as bad. Some people consider Jay-Z as bad. Some of them consider Jay-Z as good. But overall, we have to understand that if black men and black women do not get together, it don't matter what you're trying to do. You're constantly going to be fighting an uphill battle because, like I said, if black people in general were given reparations, the appropriate people who was given reparations received it. Great, fantastic, it's well deserved. But if the mentality with that money is I ain't had no money before, I'm gonna do what I want to do the way that I want to do it,
I'm about to go to the club.
I'm gonna blow it, right? And then you got AP saying, yo, I would link up with Marcus. But the thing is that is a powerful thought to have. But the problem is that the group at large don't care about the group at large. So what happens is that you got a whole bunch of people that got all of this stuff and all of this knowledge, right? We got all of these tools, all of these skills. But why are we still in the same place? Because oftentimes the things that make things go are the women and the men. And if y'all ain't gonna get together, we're screwed.
The reason I didn't, and I apologize because I might have came off dismissive. Sometimes I be whatchamacallit when it comes to the slavery reparations conversation. But it's not very hard when you look at the system of propaganda and understanding how to influence and sway people. It's not hard to get enough people through pilot programs and situational metrics that they must meet before you sign the money out. They got land bank trust. You can have specified reasons and ways the money can be spent, so
They're not
it
gonna
will
do
take
that
care of
though.
things intergenerationally. I'm just saying, I dismissed his thing he was saying earlier about it won't change anything, and it's ways to implement
No,
measures that
I'm not
that
even
can.
saying it would change anything. That's not my argument. What I said and what I keep saying is the group at large is not going to affect them the way that you think it's going to. The people that actually understand the benefit of this thing that they were given, they're going to use it to impact the group
So
positively.
So my point in saying that when I mentioned propaganda was people are easily controlled and swayed, like very easy. You if you look at like BBLs, how hard was it for people to think that that was acceptable and push that out of mass? When you look at the culture of love and hip hop, how hard was that to push out and people think it's mass? When Cardi B in the 90s would have been an ultimate red flag and women wouldn't have tried to act that way. Nowadays, because we're so easily swayed and propaganda is so easy to utilize, the cultural standard of what's acceptable has now been pushed off as something that we should just, accept for the culture. People are super easy. So my whole point is that the reason why I just move right past and all that stuff is because there are measures that can be put in place that will fix whatever needs to be fixed if anybody truly wanted to fix it. That's all I was saying.
You,
It can truly be done.
you know
And
I
what's
my
mean,
funny? You know
anything could be truly be done, but that don't mean people gonna do it. We already got grants and programs that help do the things that you're talking about, right?
what?
No,
And you also got to understand you not controlling the money that is being given to you. So, like Shan said, listen, if they given reparations, they control how they decide to give it to you, not the other way around. You don't go to the table and tell them, "Hey, here's how we want to do this, that, and the third." That's not how this works.
What? Let me answer your question real quick. I think Shan actually gave the best, and this ain't towards Shan. She gave the best conservative douchebag answer, right? You know, I call them conservative douchebags. All these Republican voting black people need to stop whining type people, right? That's the response that they always give. The problem is that it does not apply to the majority of people. it just doesn't. The majority of black people ain't sitting around talking about, man, if it wasn't for that damn slavery, I'd be doing all right. And like nobody ain't saying that, right? I think I think really the truth is, being honest, mistaken, that the reason why you hear it so much is because there's this, especially in this space, and I would assume that's what you're talking about, right? Mostly on YouTube is where you hear that talking point about black people letting go of slavery, right?
yeah. Well, even in these comments right here, like as we
Yeah,
were
it's
on,
mostly on YouTube, and that's because YouTube is a conservative douchebag spot. That's what it is. This is where all the conservative, Republican voting, Trump loving, capitalist niggas hang out at. This is where they at. So that's why you hear that type of rhetoric here, right? But to be honest with you, I tell black people all the time, if you want to talk about the ills of white folk, don't even go back to slavery. It's a moot point, to be honest with you. You don't even have to use it, right? You can literally just deal with the 1900s, from Reconstruction to the KKK to Jim Crow and lynching to the Civil Rights Movement to the Vietnam War to the devocationalizing of schools to the crack epidemic to the prison industrial complex to feminism. Like, it's enough stuff in the 1900s alone for you to deal with that you don't have to even bring up slavery. And because here's the real key. When people say, yo, slavery is the reason why we still going through this, there are some things that you can probably point to slavery. But here's the problem. After slavery, we got to a point where 60, and some people argue 70% of black people were married, working families. So that means after slavery, we got to that point. So you can't then say slavery is the reason why we're here now today. Something happened that derailed black people from that upward momentum that they had coming through the 40s and the 50s, right? When we saw the biggest increase in black middle class, all of these working fathers and owning homes and cars and all of this other stuff. and we saw the civil rights movement and black people together as families and were married and kids and all of that. Only 20% of black people actually needed welfare when the welfare system first started.
Well,
So,
it wasn't for them when it first started anyway. They didn't even have access to it.
yeah, but I'm talking about 1964, right?
Uh,
So that's what I'm talking about. So what I'm saying is, if we got to that point after slavery, then obviously something else happened, right? There's another reason why we're here. The truth is that, and you're not gonna like it, but it's feminism, right? It's the white man using the Eve complex, saying, well, Eve had it all, and somehow she was able to manipulate it for having it all to not be good enough. And so he tapped into that and said, nah, black women, y'all don't need these niggas. We give this, we give that. AP, do you know who the biggest employer of black women is in the country?
I don't.
It's the federal government. But
Right?
you really believe that feminism did this?
that's
Absolutely. Absolutely. Feminism, womanism, and the independence movie. Absolutely. Because see, that was the nucleus. Even coming through slavery, the nucleus and why they couldn't break us and why we were able to build those black Wall Streets that y'all talking about existed all over the country was family. Not just family, but community. Black people, black men and women. Women supporting black men, men protecting black women. That was the unit. That was the reason why nothing they did to us broke us. But the minute they separated us, the minute they were able to pull us apart, like I said, with feminism and the devocalization of schools, like now, when my mom is getting work done on her crib, Marcus, it's always Mexicans, right? And they be young too, 18, 19. Bro, how you know how to do all this crown molding and all this stuff at 18, 19? Bro, we learned this when we was 9. We learned this, came over here from Mexico knowing all this stuff, right? But there used to be a time when black men could learn those type of things in school as well. We learned the trades in school. So when you took the vocal, I keep messing the word up. The vocal, what is it? The
Vocational training.
yeah, vocational training. I
Vocational
keep
training.
messing the word up. But when you took the vocational training out of the schools, now these kids ain't coming out of school with no skills. They can't plumb, they can't be a plumber, they can't be an electrician, they can't be auto mechanics, they can't be nothing. All
You
they
know
know
why I
is
was removed?
that they studied it, right?
You know why I was removed?
Say that again.
Do you know why I was removed?
Well, I would tend to let you answer that question because you probably won't like mine.
No, maybe we got the same answer. Why you think it was removed?
Well, I believe it was removed to reduce competition. This is what I'm saying. Like, if you look at it, more people, there are certain markets that certain demographics pretty much monopolize, right? So, I hate to say it, but it almost has to be that way. There needs to be a poor demographic in the country. There needs to be a quote unquote enslaved demographic in the country. This is why they bringing in all the immigrants.
mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So now if everybody is getting to the bag ain't gonna be worth nothing. Right? So we have to minimize people's ascent.
So
Oh,
the civil rights movement was funded by middle class or the vocational class of people. So I think that had more to do with trying to temper the racial, what did they call it? Fire keg. What was the word they used? Powder keg, the racial powder keg that America was. So
those were who? Families, right? Black families. Who you talking about? You see what I'm saying? So they understood this is how we stop these niggas from excelling.
I have a question, and this is truly a question because I don't disagree in the fact that there's always some backhanded stuff that may be going on, but could it also pop, because sometimes there could be two truths, is that the move away from industrialism and it was a push more towards now becoming more of the technological age started becoming more of the forefront. So that
they didn't replace it though. They didn't replace it with the skills, because if that was legit, where they still wanted people to be worthy or workable citizens or productive citizens, they would have replaced that skill set with a accessory skill or auxiliary skill set to to offset the plumbing, electrical, and carpentry skills that were removed from them.
Well, what I was
the thing is,
but in the education system, what I seen transition from that's why I asked that. It's because they used to have a technical diploma. So there was a technical diploma, the college prep diploma, then you get, you add the stuff with honors and all of that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
As it began to move more towards jobs that became, as the world was moving more towards technology, what began to happen is they ended up getting rid of the technical diploma, saying that they wanted all kids to be prepped for college. So getting them prepped for college, the idea behind that was the requirements for a technical diploma was not as, I guess, higher, I don't know what you want to call it, a higher level, so to speak, of education than it would take to earn a college prep diploma. And when they looked at it, most kids that were on the technical diploma track were mostly black and brown kids. And those that were on the CP track, the college prep track, were white. So the idea behind that also was, let's get rid of the technical diploma and put everybody on a CP track to have them then go to college. So that was part of some of that as well.
I can't believe you believe that. That is.
But let me just put clarity to that. That technical diploma did not lead to you being a plumber. That technical diploma did not lead you to be an electrician. It was just the coursework. We were not teaching plumbers. We were not. And so what was happening was, if those kids changed their mind, now they couldn't go to college because they had chosen a track in 9th grade that did not lead them to be able to go to. It was limited. Why can't I say it? Limiting them from moving forward, right? Because who in 9th grade knows what they really want to be? You feel what I'm saying? Especially if the kid was graduating with a technical diploma and they were getting the skills of being a plumber, that's beneficial. But that's not what was happening. Mm-hmm. They were just on a technical track, and there was nothing at the end of the road besides a technical diploma that you could only just go to. You had to still pursue outside to become what it is that you want to be. So that's just adding on to that as well. You had to go to a special school because they did allow you to go, and that school is still available today. You can go to we have schools that have those trades, and you can apply to them. And most of the kids who apply, they do get it. And there's one school where they bus you off, or you can drive to it. So they do have schools for that for those kids who do want to get it from while they're in high school.
Podcast. Can I ask you a question? Do you think if men would have been the type of men that so I'm gonna give you a prototype man, and you tell me, do you think feminism could break his home up? You got an honest, hardworking man that's responsible, that's emotionally in the house and is doing what's best for his family, not abusive, not argumentative, none of the things that would be tropes from the past, not on drugs. Do you think that ideology of feminism could intercept into his household and run his wife away?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we disagree.
So let's explain feminism. I didn't want to do this episode. It should have its own. What is it about? So what is feminism and what is it doing?
You asking me?
Yeah, because didn't you bring it up?
Well, yeah, as one of the criteria for things that happen to separate the black people.
So it's exactly what? Like, break it down.
Well, it was the promotion of independence, right? That was the biggest part about feminism, right? I watched a clip the other day from a podcast where this guy was reciting this, one of the prominent figures of that time, feminist figures of that time, who stated that women can't be offered a choice on whether or not they want to be stay-at-home moms or enter the workforce. They have to be forced to do it. Because if you give them a choice, they will choose to stay at home. They will choose to be taken care of. So we need to force them to do it. We need to force them into freedom and into independence. And that's kind of what they did. And as usual, they use black people as the guinea pigs to try out everything, right?
Well, we were working. We never not worked. So I don't understand that. We were always working.
So remember, right. So remember earlier when I said that at the beginning, there was a very small percentage of black people who is even needed or required for the welfare program. We're talking somewhere in between 20 and 30%, right? But what you see happening from 1970, where most people argue that the marriage, not 1970, from 1960, where most people will argue with you that the marriage rate amongst Black people was somewhere between 60 and 70%. And you start seeing a 1% decline in marriage rates every year after 1964. 1%. So by the time we get to 1982 and the crack era starting, well, the marriage rate is already down like 26%.
So let's have this conversation because this was going to be next week. And
are you listening to me? Or are you just waiting to
No, I wanted you just triggered something. I want to understand how men think, right? Do you think in vast majority that most women want to be married or they don't want to be married? Most of the women you come in contact with, do they want to be married or in a committed relationship with you, or do they just not want to be married?
Okay, well, those two different questions, right? So,
well, I want to go by what you, because you can't speak for all women. So, what is your experience?
But I can speak in general, right? And that's what we do. So, I would say anecdotally, yes, because I'm 46 years old and I'm older and I'm a Gen X guy. I would say that I believe still that most of those women wanted marriage, but as it today, no, I don't believe most women want to be married.
The new generation.
Period. Across generations. I'm saying most women in general across generations.
So let me ask you a question. To say that means that you yourself have come across women who, because I want everybody to just say for themselves. In men in the chat, if you have not had a woman who has wanted to commit to you, meaning y'all dated and you knew that she did not want a commitment out of you, right? You've never had that. That's not normal in your life. I just want you to put a 1.
Not commit.
A one if you
who doesn't want you to commit to them.
Okay, doesn't want to.
So put a 1 in the chat if all the women you ever messed with did not want a real relationship nor marriage, and a 2 if the women you did mess with wanted a real commitment in marriage. Like if you never had, let's see.
Let's see.
1 in the chat. So two AP.
2, you can't 2 AP.
No, it sends it twice.
Okay, we got 1.
So Mega's never had a woman to want a relationship with him.
Okay.
So there's a difference with saying that you want to be married and the idea of marriage. Because there's a lot of people that be like, well, I want to be married. But when you read what's required for marriage, people don't want that. So even though you say, hey, all the women want to be married, right? Mm-hmm. If you read the vows, some people change the vows. They say, listen, we're not saying that. We're going to say this. So if marriage was designed to be a specific type of way, right? And it's supposed to operate XYZ, right? But you got people that's entering into it, doing what they want to do with it. Then you wonder why, like, let's put this in perspective.
So, Mama, but I think that you're I understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying to you is how many women before marriage that you come in contact with, that you are dating, want marriage with you and don't want marriage with you? Those are the 2 options.
So it goes back to the same thing I said. You wanting to be married and you wanted to do what marriage entails is 2 different things. That's like saying, hey, I want to go to
I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying. They don't want to put the work in for the marriage. So saying that you want it is totally different from putting the work in for being married, right?
Correct. But also to Podcast's point, if you change the mentality to the point where if you know that majority of the reason why women want to get married is for security, right? Mm-hmm. If they can secure that security outside of you, then what's the need for you? Right? So let's put this. I'm gonna put my mom's thought processes on the thing. My mom never wanted to have kids. She has 2 kids, right? My mom wanted to be married, but what entails and what's the agreement to marriage, my mom didn't necessarily care for that. So when you understand that, like, listen, my dad wasn't always the best husband to my mom. I can speak for facts. There were some things he did that was foul, caused issues in the relationship and all that jazz. Right now, they're trying to work it out. They've been legally separated for years, and they're come back together to work it out. But the thing is my mom ain't got no reason to move the way that she don't want to move because she has everything to herself. She got her own house, basically got her own kids. But my dad, me and my mom and my dad, we have the same father. Both me and my brother, we got the same father and the same mother, right? But the reality is oftentimes when you hear the arguments from many women from before, they be like, I only stayed here and I only endured this because of I couldn't get it. I couldn't survive without it. I stayed in this and I did what I wanted to do for X amount of time.
I think so. So this is the thing. Just like you pointed out that your dad was just not a great husband, right?
Not always a great person.
Not always a great. He's great now, right? And so they're trying to work it out. So she was able to. She wanted to revisit it. I don't think that women don't want marriage, right? I don't think that that's the situation at all. I think they do want to be married. But there are things that women do in a marriage that men don't find favorable. And I think that there are things that men do in a marriage that women don't find favorable. I think that we both need to do a better job at becoming better wives, and men need to be doing a better job at becoming better husbands, so that we can get these two people together and they can, they can be better. Okay.
See, this why I'm a numbers guy, and this is why I love. And again, I hate being.
And this, I'm sure you're going to go into next week's conversation, but go ahead. Give me the numbers.
I'm not finna give you the numbers. I was just finna say that, like, I love y'all. Y'all know that I've been rocking with Chic and Chic for a long time. But now that I started visiting the white panels, I'm really starting to fall in love with white people because they love the numbers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
we like numbers here too.
Okay, so if the numbers say that 50% of Black marriages end in divorce,
for sure,
and that 80% of those marriages are found by women,
correct,
then obviously more of the responsibility of that falls on the women. There's just no way around that.
No, right? So this is the thing. That means that the woman is the one who's unhappy in the situation. Absolutely. So let me ask you a question. If I hear on panels, it's got a man's given right to cheat. He's gonna cheat, right? So you're saying that he gets an outlet. So if the marriage is not going right, he gets a pass to step out the marriage to find happiness, but she just gotta suck it up. Okay, we hear that a lot. He gets a pass. She shouldn't leave him just because he's cheating, but all he's doing is he has an escape out the marriage, which means when he comes back, he's revived. But he can stick it out because he's kind of getting his cake and eating it too, right? But she doesn't have that same escape, or she's gonna be considered a hoe or whatever it is. Society doesn't allow her that same escape so she has to suck it up. Okay. Then we're talking about the things that women like. Women like security, like provision, which we have to alter a little bit because let's just be honest. You have to have two people working in order for a household to be sustained in the United States, right? So those are things that we have to go down our standards, or what they like to say is our normal way of doing things to make that work. So we're doing that. Plus, you will find that a lot of times in these particular situations, unless it's just a money hungry chick, there's no balance in the duties. So, for example, he doesn't come home. He doesn't help with the kids. So now she's working a full-time job. She's overworked. She comes home. She ain't like Marcus, who got them kids on the podcast and helping his wife. He's coming home. He's chilling, but she has to come home. She has to cook, clean, and actually do mother work, right? And this is not everybody, because the ones who figured it out, they're successful. Because I would argue that just like there are 50% of women who leave, there are 50% that stay. So what we have to do is figure out what those 50% that are staying are doing, and stop worrying about the ones who did it wrong. Because obviously we don't piggyback off niggas who doing shit wrong. We look at the people who are doing it right, talk to people who are doing it right, ask, what is it about your marriage? How did you pick your wife? What are the things that you look for? What are the things that when the going gets tough, because all things get tough at one point, what did you do? And find and go off of that model and stop trying to mimic the model that didn't work out. They didn't work out because for whatever reason. It could be a numerous amount of reasons. Let's focus on the ones that are doing it right. Because at the end of the day, it's better for your children. That's your legacy. That's your last name, not hers. It's also better for the community. It's better for so many financial. It's better to have two people put in a pot than one. It's just better on so many different levels.
Look, and then to address the numbers thing, right? So let's say that 50% get divorced, right? Does that include Vegas marriages where annulments happen? Because you might get drunk people that get 55. Are they counting the annulments in divorce? I'm curious. There's several mitigated factors that can create numbers that can inflate it one way or another. I would need to see all of that for me to say, okay, because what percentage are they putting these annulments in? They not include them in successful marriages. I would need to see length of time of those marriages that got the divorce. I would need to see if those women decided to just file the paperwork and they had been separated because the man left already. I don't know if that's exactly what happened for me to make that argument. So when I look at a number, it's like saying 90% of my friends had interactions with the police. I could paint that any way I want. I could paint that any way I want and say, in my experience, 90% of black men are going to have a negative interaction with the police. Then you could drill it down and you could ask questions, and then it'll start to form out and make more sense. And it won't just be the police bothering us. It'll be that we was outside on the block, and that's where we had those interactions. What I'm saying is you can make any narrative you want with statistics if you ask the right specific question and get the right desired result.
Bro, you know why this frustrates me? This is why I don't want to live no more. Because it's unnecessary. You don't have to do any of that. All you have to do is be willing to be honest, bro. So
let me ask you a question.
Look what Shan just did, right? Now the whole time while Shan was talking, 1 second, Shan, please.
It's my show.
I understand.
Let me ask you a question.
I don't want to forget it.
On her show, y'all don't say nothing. It's cool.
I don't want to forget it. I'm old. That's it.
I want to add something real fast, and I wanted you to go, okay? Because I know what you're saying, 50%. But let me say this: there are more businesses that fail. Does that stop you from becoming an entrepreneur? Just because a business failed and you're taking a risk and you're putting your money in it, does that mean we're going to tell people to stop being entrepreneurs? Is that also, if we're sitting here saying that only 2% of black men make it to the NBA, that ain't stopping y'all from dribbling the ball, trying to make it to the NBA? And the odds are definitely stacked against you, 98% stacked against you. So all of a sudden you put a stopper on marriage because it's going to fail. Like, what?
See what I'm saying?
What? I thought we played to win.
We didn't even get to that. We haven't even got to nobody has said, yo, do you think we should get married or not? No, we haven't even had that conversation yet. So for you to say that we're saying put a stop to a marriage, it's creating a narrative. This is what I'm saying. We don't have to do that, right? Just listen, forget what you think you know about me and listen to understand, right? If we look at the marriages and we say 50% of them end in divorce, right? What Shan did, Marcus, and you didn't say nothing the whole time when she was talking, this is what she did. She not gonna remember it, but that's why we get to do reaction. She said, man bad, woman victim, right? To sum it up, because what she said was, oh, these niggas be cheating. Then she went to the man come home, he get to go have sex, he get revived. Then she said the women, they still gotta work, but then they still gotta come, they got more stuff to do.
Was in this space. That's what you guys
But this is what I'm saying.
Let him get his full thought out.
How was it okay for her to add that narrative to the stats? Right? It wasn't, oh no, we can't say that. What we can do is look at the numbers and say 50% of marriages end in divorce. We take the 50 that don't, we set them to the side for a second. Then we say 80% of the 50% are filed by women. That's what we can say, right? So we don't have to play semantics. But what we can say is ask the question, and I want to ask Inez, I hope I'm saying it right. Enos, I always forget. Enos, thank you. What percentage of the 80% of women who filed divorce do you really believe is about cheating?
I don't think it's about cheating. I don't think the majority of it is about cheating. But I don't think that's what Shan was trying to explain, right?
But this what I'm saying though. That's what she brought up. You see what I'm
I-
saying? So first thing she
So
brought up was that these men be cheating, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, let's have the conversation for real, Enos. What I'm saying is this: even if I gave you half of them, which I won't, right? Because okay, they did a poll, they did the stats, however they did it. 28% of men, they say 28% of men cheat, 24% of women cheat. You know what that means numerically? That there are more black women who cheat than black men. That's what the numbers say. That's not podcast talking, right? So I'm saying if I give you half, Shan, and I'm sorry, you know, when I asked you the question, it was because I wanted you to answer so I could finish my thought.
She didn't get a
right?
chance to answer it.
She did. She said she don't think it has any. She don't think that the
Finish.
majority of them are about cheating. That's what I asked her. The question was, what percentage do you think is about cheating? And she said, I don't think it's about cheating. So I'm apologizing because when I asked you the question, it was for you to answer it so that I could move forward and make my point. So I'm letting you know that I didn't communicate that, right? But that I wanted you to answer that because I believe that you would have a rational response and say that the majority of these divorces ain't about cheating, right? It's about people leaving. So when you look at the 50% of people, we bring the 50% that are still married, when we bring them back to the table, you know what the answer is? They don't leave. You think ain't no cheating happening over there? It's cheating happening over there too. They don't leave. It's abuse happening over there. They don't leave. They fall out of love over there. They don't leave. It's a drunk over there. It's a belligerent mom over there. It's all the same stuff over there too. The difference is they don't leave. It ain't just all the grass is greener on the other side. They just choose to stay and stick it out. I was on the phone with my cousin earlier.
Okay, little podcast.
I've been with my girl for 14 years. He been with his girl for 19 years, married. He 22 years they've been knowing each other, 19 they've been married. He was like, cuz, do you know how many people I know their relationships didn't last 5 years? That's the reality. And it wasn't all based on no cheating. So when I say that the more of the responsibility falls on the woman, what I'm saying is we can't pretend like women aren't insatiable. We can't pretend like they aren't the ones who are continuously saying nothing ain't good enough for them. They leaving 80% for 20%, and we know that it's happening. So why can't we have the conversation for real? That's really what's happening.
So the same way that you asked me why I didn't interrupt her.
Marcus, let Enos go ahead and finish her statement.
And then I'll go after Marcus.
Okay.
I was just gonna make this quick point. I don't understand why y'all always do this. And this isn't just to you. You're not stopping her from saying this. You're not the main culprit. This is the first time I actually heard you say this. But it's people who be like, you're gonna let him. That's wrong. Stop him. Bro, I try to let everybody finish their thought. And even if I mess up and stop somebody in the thought, I actually mute and I would apologize because whether I agree or disagree with your point, I at least want you to fully get it out so you can contextualize it. So that's not a fair thing to say. I didn't stop her from saying what she was saying. I didn't even get to speak yet. I did not plan on stopping or saying nothing about that because I was going to address your previous point, but y'all got to stop.
It wasn't to that. It was just to the fact that you said that you don't like how sometimes people try to make the
narrative,
the
create a narrative
they own them to look.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. When I brought up the numbers, the first thing she went to was niggas be cheating. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
right. Well, and plus it was supporting. So like with the cheating numbers, right? It's self-reported because the same. That's what I mean by you can paint any type of narrative with statistics, and that's not to throw them out the window. That's just to saying I would like to be able to ask the person that designed the questions or have some more context to read a study where they explain why they asked those questions, to what the sample size group was, just to validate those things. Because I can create a like, so if we look in the chat, if we was to use this as a sample size, it would say more women want to be married than don't. You know what I'm saying? But it was in the context of this conversation. It was the group of men are specifically watching this. It's so many different factors that you could utilize to create a statistic the way you would like to go. I know I'm big on understanding how manipulation works, and I know for a fact you can manipulate using statistics. That's why I'm not throwing them out the window. I'm just saying that
literally though, Marcus.
Yeah,
that's why
yeah.
Take them literally and don't worry about context. Just take the numbers, and whatever the numbers say, it is what it is.
But that's the reason why I can't just always do that. Because I understand how you can manipulate numbers or manipulate a study or manipulate information to create whatever narrative you want to run with. So if I want to say black women or if I want to say black men are the most involved fathers, right? I could just poll stay-at-home dads and come up with that research. Out of the 100 black men we interviewed, 100 of them are stay-at-home fathers, and they do XYZ, XYZ. That's why I'm saying I need to properly contextualize all of it in order for me to run with it and say. That's not to disregard.
But how would you compare that to this? By your own measure, this is self-reported, right? So if the women are admitting that they're cheating, right, and the men are also admitting that they're cheating, the percentage is higher, but there's more of them. You see what I'm saying? So that 24% of 12 million gets us 2,880,000. Whereas that 28% of 10 million, right, only gets us 2.8 million, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, from that point, I'm not saying the women are cheating because of this or the men are cheating because of that. I'm not creating a narrative about why they're cheating. I'm just accepting a number saying that there's more women who cheat. We cheat at a higher percentage, right, but it's more of them who cheat. Now let's have the conversation forward. Then we can give our anecdotals. As far as it goes with the numbers, I just accept them. I don't try to manipulate them.
So let me ask you a question. You accept numbers.
I know you're not, bro.
Numbers. So you accept numbers. Let me give you this. Because you, like you said, it was black women, right? So if it's black women, then why is it that when black men marry outside the race, it's all the divorce rate is also high? However, when black women marry white men, the divorce rate actually is very successful.
That's true. And I accept those numbers. I don't argue with them. It is. Now, see, now I will have to give you my opinion or my perspective on why I think that happens. But the numbers, I just accept them for what they are. And I think more often than not, if you really wanted me to just like tie it down to one thing, I think more often than not is that people just can't deal with niggas in the way that they sling dick around. I don't think most women really want to deal with that. But I understand. I know how you're thinking that. I know what you're thinking right now. Right? But that does not mean that in these marriages, when the women are filing divorce, that they're filing for cheating. That's the point. That's what I'm saying is that that's not always the case. If I use my anecdotal, I'm looking at all of the men who I knew were divorced. At least 4 of those guys weren't cheaters. You would consider them simps. I had a cousin who had cancer. His wife cheated on him with his best friend. He took her back. She got her degree, got to the bag, and still left him. He wasn't no cheater. My other cousin worked for CTA. Marcus started losing his sight. His wife, he came home from the hospital one day. His wife had packed up everything and left. He wasn't no cheater. They don't be wanting to deal with certain things. I don't understand why we have to lie about who women are in these conversations. We can be honest about it, or we really don't want to change. We have to be willing to tell women, listen, you're not going to get the perfect man. He's not going to smell right all the time. He ain't going to tell you look good all the time. He ain't going to come home at the right time all the time. And you can't expect perfection either. The difference between women and men is that when men get with a woman, they pick a woman, they just pick their woman. That's my woman. Regardless to anything else I got going on, it's her. I choose her. I ain't leaving her for nobody else. It's just her.
I get
so when we talk about
my question real fast, because I cannot address this real fast. So the part that you missed is when I said that I took black women out of the equation and I substituted it with, I'm talking about his comment, not you, little podcast.
I know.
But I substituted with other women. Black women are completely out of the situation. You did a good job and you said you gave an excuse, right? I'm talking about this young man. What's his name? I can't see it because y'all know I can't.
Black intellectual.
Right. So I just took black women out of it. So how can black women be the problem if they're out of the equation?
Well, he's talking about, he's addressing what I didn't want to say it, but he's addressing when you said about, right? No, he's addressing when you said that when black women get into relationships with white men, those marriages with white men, they tend to fare better than black men with white women. And what he's saying is specifically that black women tend to cooperate better with white men. And I would agree with him.
So I think that people, I don't think that, first of all, I think you have to look at the black women that white men go after, right? Yeah. They don't usually go after
the Shans.
Don't you do that? Don't you do that? Because they come after me. They love themselves on me, honey.
Really?
But anyway, they do for whatever reason. But I date a black man. Okay, but but they usually don't date certain women, right? So that's one thing. Next thing is they've had a luxury of getting it right. They haven't had the same issues we've had in the past, so they could probably provide her with some things that we're trying to get there, so her environment may be a little bit more comfortable because it's not like a hustle type of situation. I'm just telling you,
the numbers don't back that up. That's what I'm
but
saying.
the numbers do. So what I'm saying to you is the numbers do. What numbers for what numbers are you
The
talking
median
about?
income for white men in this country is
But we're assuming that they're dating those guys.
absolutely because most people do.
No, a lot of women, they date some, they date their counterpart. Like they don't normally go. The ones I know, I don't know about. But go ahead, Mark.
Wait, I just want to make sure. Are you suggesting that you think that the majority of black women who marry white men are marrying high earning white men?
No, not high earning, just equal across like they're equal.
So here's how you could lie with statistics, right? So I'm gonna give you an example. I know you're gonna really understand this and feel this. So like you got Alexis Onahan, Candace Owens' husband. I think it's another black woman that dated a billionaire from like not Turks and Caicos. But so if we were to take all of those black women, they're gonna throw the skew of the average earnings of the white man in those relationships off, where it will seem like if the rest of them married regular earners, that still would put the white men that they married collectively via statistic at $1 million possibly, because it's such a small minority of women that do that. I think what is like 4 or 8%.
Harris is married to a affluent.
Yeah. So
man.
if we were to do that, then we could then say they're only marrying wealthy men, but the majority of them wouldn't, but the others would skew it so much by being billionaires that it would do that. That's what I was talking about when I was talking about how statistics, you can make any narrative up that you would like, as it depends on how you ask the question, how you compile the data.
No, absolutely. I understand what you're saying. See, that's what I'm saying. For us, especially as content creators, we got to be smarter than these other people. Right? That's absolutely not the case. Right.
So I did not say they were dating millionaires. I didn't say that. I said they were dating people usually in the same class as them, period. Right. So that's not the same as dating a millionaire.
No, 100%. We're saying that because you're saying that the white man can make a more comfortable life for her. It's just not true.
No, it's just an understanding. For example, it's not about a comfortable. Maybe I said that wrong. Not necessarily a comfortable.
I'm just going off of what you said.
It's just more of a I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. It's not necessarily a comfortable life, just more compatible as far as where they are in life. Does that make sense?
No. If I'm being honest, I need you to tell me exactly what it is that you're talking about, because
so at the end of the day, it's a statistics, right? There's a reason why. We can Google what it is, but the stats, that's just what it is. Whatever it is working, right? And I refuse to see that.
We know why.
So people can only change their personality for so long. Eventually, the real you comes out, right? Mm-hmm. So, but whenever the real that person comes out, is still staying in that situation. And let's just say she is faking it. Let's give her, I'm make sure you know that that's correct. She's doing all these things for him, right? At the end of the day, that still does not change the fact that when you're with somebody else outside of her, it still is not successful.
Absolutely.
Even more so than when you're with a black woman. So at some point, we got to see, well, what is it that we're doing that's making not just, it's just not working out.
We know, but this is what I'm saying. We know what it is. We just don't want to have the conversation about it because it's uncomfortable.
But if you don't want to change, then you know what it is. That's a problem too.
Well, I'll put it to you like this. Sometimes, right? You ever known somebody like me that deal with triggers? Because I know you said you was a teacher, so you probably got students that's been diagnosed with stuff and they may have triggers.
Sure.
Okay. So sometimes when you see a person that's inside of one of their triggers, in that moment, a lot of times they don't even know that they're triggered, right? You have to try to highlight to them and show them somehow that they're inside of this trigger. And then sometimes when they're inside of the trigger, they're justifying it in their minds, right? So I think a lot of times what happens with us is that we have been programmed to not like each other. That is real. We
Possibly.
don't cooperate with each other as much as we should. We don't love and respect each other as much as we should. And we put, by all accounts at this point, whether it's podcasters, therapists, psychologists, relationship coaches, we put, especially our women, don't shoot the messenger. I ain't the one saying it. The coaches and all these people saying it, is they put these super duper expectations on black men. And I think black men also put super duper expectations on black women as it pertains more so to monogamy. Right. And so we don't treat each other favorably. We don't give each other enough grace. That's just a fact. So when you get with this white man, you already are different. Numerically, the stats show you already are different by the fact that you even going with this white man. So your mindset in dealing with him is going to be very differently than what you would have done dealing with your own people just off of that alone. So, but with the men, what you're not going to see is just because they went to a white woman that their behavior is going to change or that their propensity to cheat is going to change. None of that's going to change. It's going to stay the same because that's just
But that's not winning any ball games. Like if you're not willing to change the negative and what's causing the issue, then that's a problem.
Well, here's the thing though. I would agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, but if we look at what has been historically, which we don't like to do sometimes, but if we look at what has been historically,
it's not working. Okay. It's not working.
No. I'm saying if we look at what has been historically the case behind that's crazy. But if we look at what has been historically the case behind relationships, particularly in the black community between black men and black women, it almost seems like it don't make any sense to do the changing. Right. And I think that's kind of why we are the way we are today. Whereas we have so much history that we carrying around. It's trauma, it's baggage that we carrying around. By the time we get to 24, 25, 26 years old, talking about getting into relationships and being married, we carrying around all this historical weight and trauma and tropes and all kind of bullshit information that we taking into these relationships. And it's messing us up. But then it's the same reason why my girl, I'll be honest, my girl, we can get into it. It's ignorant, loud, all this extra shit like this. But when she go to work and somebody do something she don't like, she biting her tongue. She ain't doing all that ignorant shit to them. Why is that? Oh, is it
work?
Exactly. See what I'm saying? You just
no, I can explain that, but let's let Inaz get her point out.
She just proved my point, didn't she?
No.
Yes.
I don't know how we took a left turn and took the scenic route. So this whole last 15 minutes of dialogue has been really interesting because Shan didn't even mention that cheating was the reason for divorce. What Shan had originally said was that men get reprieve through cheating, whereas women don't get a reprieve in the tensions of marriage. I don't know how we got here from there. That was the point she was saying. She wasn't alluding to the fact that these divorce rates are due to cheating. We know most women don't leave when men cheat. They don't do it in a relationship. They don't do it in a marriage. Like cheating is not the reason. It's that men get a reprieve. But I wanted to get to the point of the statistic of 80% of women filing for divorce. I haven't seen any statistics about it, so sorry, podcast. I don't have any numbers to back up this statement. It's just anecdotal behavior that I've seen. Most men don't leave relationships. Most men will create conditions to get a woman to leave because they don't want to be that person. But we don't have that conversation when we bring up the 80% of women filing for divorce is this commonality of behavior amongst men in general.
Same with STDs.
Sure. I haven't heard that one. But I'm not absolving women of responsibility for leaving. There are too many women who quit marriages too soon and regret it when it's too late. That is absolutely true. There are women who are miserable in marriages that they will never leave. That is also true. But when we place the entirety of responsibility on women, knowing that this is a common behavior of men, it seems counterproductive, and we're not actually getting to real solutions that are going to lead to change.
Damn, I forgot what I was gonna say. The reason I said STDs though is because and maybe it's anecdotal, but I know a lot of people that they STD test was figuring out if their girl got something, and then she would be the one to tell them. In the podcast, you know, I'm not lying about this. In the hood, that's how a lot of men don't go get STD tests. You will find out if she got something, and she tell you, and that's how you figure it out. Have that been your experience too? Podcast, has that been your experience too?
My bad. I was getting the clip ready because Ina said that she didn't mention cheating, and I guess they don't understand that I am the whisperer. I listen to everything that everybody says, and I got it queued up because I knew exactly what she said. But I think you said something about STDs.
Do you, most men, you know, when you was growing up, find out if they got an STD by they girl going to get checked and them not necessarily going to the doctor themselves.
Oh, and that in the relationship,
Yes.
absolutely.
So what, to her point about men creating conditions that women leave from, that don't mean that you it's little small things that we can't add in to understand what's going on, to understand the situation. But if we culturally look at it, we be like, yeah, that's kind of what we do. But there's nothing that shows that part of the statistic in there. And I would argue that
Messed up, man. You shouldn't have said that out loud, bro.
you know it's true though. You know that shit is true. You know that shit is true. Maybe it's a Chicago thing. I don't know. But
The
most
brotherhood
other people,
gonna come at you now, man. Why you telling all our secrets?
all right. So
Well, it's not that.
the other part, I just had a quick part when we was talking about the reason why our women is arguing and fighting, but we still stay in a relationship. This is the part that they call me a simfo, right? Well, one of the reasons. I believe that men and the power that we have as men, we set the tone for relationships. And if we allow things to get off track and veer while maintaining a relationship, it's on us because we set the rules of engagement that would be acceptable. And if we want to argue and fight back and forth, then she feels that's acceptable because that's how we engage with her. If you,
In
as
two
a man,
income houses?
in any home,
Shit.
single income, dual income, no income, all income, it don't matter. If your woman respects you, right, and you're in a relationship where she would be upset if you left her, she would not behave that way. That's
Oh
my
yeah,
whole point.
that's true.
And I don't think men should be in a relationship with women that don't respect them. So they'll say I'm a simp because I'm saying it's the man's fault for setting the tone. But I the way I view masculinity is we are in charge of certain paradigms. When people say get on my program, that program is the program. If your program allows for fighting and anger and all this other stuff, then it's natural that you'll indulge and deal with that type of stuff.
But you realize you just ended like 70% of relationships.
Maybe
If you saying
if
that
they don't got kids, they need to end and then find somebody that actually is gonna respect them. If you
so
got kids, you
wait,
already.
so kids is a good enough reason to stay and be disrespected?
Yep.
You
Because it's
different.
not about you. It's about it's a good enough reason to stay. You shouldn't be disrespected. So let me rephrase that. It's enough reason to work through the disrespect to get to a better solution. I don't think anybody should just be getting disrespected. But if once you have kids, the greater good is larger than how you feel about something. It's got to be more to how can I get to the most productive parenting situation.
But
I know why
that's
it's
a
easy to say it,
mentality that mainly lies with men, not with women. The mentality of I will continue to do this in spite of this trash situation because it's what I'm supposed to do. That is a mentality that mainly lies with men than it does with women.
But
men
why?
have to change.
But
Men have
why?
to actually change the circumstance in the trash relationship, bro. Like we can't just sit in these trash relationships and say we're just gonna take it. No, no, no. Nor should we also just run away because it's a trash ass relationship when we've decided to marry and have kids. It's up to us to reset the tone. Like I completely 150% agree with Marcus. We have to reset the tone, the boundaries, and the standards inside the relationship, and not go absent as we do, as I personally have. So I understand how that works. How a man can go absent and create the circumstance and the situation for the woman to want to deuce it up. We create just the same way you create that. You create it on the other side. you create the situation to get it to where it is mutually beneficial, where there's mutual respect, and you're moving in the direction that you needed to move, and quit accepting the relationship as trash when it's within your power. That I think that's been the most consistent stance I've had on any of these podcasts.
But
Well,
AJ,
then,
look, because I real quick, Marcus, because I don't want to move. I think this is a good point. What you're saying is true, right? But why? Right? The reason why is because they don't need you. That's why. There was a time when women weren't leaving the relationships either. And they weren't leaving because they needed the men. Now they don't need you. Right? Like I said, median income, they only making $3,000 less than us. So they don't need you. And that's why you don't see as much cooperation as you used to see.
When you build a relationship on the necessary finances as the key point in the catalyst of why that relationship exists, that relationship is doomed to fail. Unless you
think
just
so?
have yes, I absolutely think so. Unless you have an impeccable work history, or you have enough of a windfall, or you're that smart financially. But the truth is, most people will fall into some type of rut. And if your relationship struggles that much because of a financial issue, I think you probably shouldn't have been dating that woman to begin with, which goes back to the vetting process. Because if like almost all my money is in stock portfolios and stuff like that. If my relationship was contingent on the index fund, that's not a real relationship. That's a usurious situation, in my personal opinion.
No, but
When
you
people,
said the word earlier, Marcus. It's
Hmm?
security.
I didn't
yeah,
say
but
that.
it's not based upon the money. What it is that, yo, I can survive on my own without you.
Right.
So it's not the fact that it was about the money. It's the fact that, yo, like, if I can survive on my own, I can set the tone myself and I
Fact.
can leave. So
Yep.
sometimes setting the tone, as men, there's a number of divorce attorneys that say, yo, you need to set the tone and leave. But
Mm-hmm.
the thing is like, okay, I can agree to some degree that some of the divorces that women choose to partake in and walk it out, those men should probably have left those relationships, right? We can agree. There's a number of those brothers that should have left those relationships, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, I would argue that even though they should have left, right, or it would have been good to leave, right, the overall institution of marriage is built to cover the good, the bad, and the ugly. And the thing is that if one
Yep.
person feels like I should be able to do what I want,
Mm-hmm.
they're gonna do it. But like I said, the idea that a lot of these brothers, because I see it all the time, I see the great marriages and I
Yeah.
see the trash ones, right? The relationships that I see as trash, they've been married for X amount of years. This dude can't stand this woman. Like, he literally said out his mouth, the only reason why I'm with you is because you look good. That's it, right? But then you hear other ones, it's like, oh my God, I can't imagine life without you. You're my best friend, and I can't imagine do X, Y, Z. Listen, if we say that is a 50% win rate, right? To me, that is too large of a number. If marriage is supposed
That's
to
a
be
fact.
X, Y, Z, right? There need to be more successful relationships than there are bad relationships. But because there's no standard on how to walk through marriage and this, that, and the third, this is the reason. And also, people
Mm-hmm.
can choose the way that they want to enter into this relationship. So Marcus is like, well, you should be vetting. You should be doing all of these things. I agree. It sounds like a recipe for success. But when anybody can enter into that thing just because they want to, then you also enter in numbers of people that are just going to do it just because they think it's the right thing to do,
That's
have
a fact.
no clue, and then jack it up for the rest of us.
And they're
But
actors, right? To Shan's point, two things real quick, AP. Marcus, the reason why I asked you that is because a lot of people, specifically in this space, argue about the marriage, the divorce rate declining the higher you go up in finances. And so I'm thinking in my mind, you're not going to convince me that somehow these people just found the ultimate key to love. No,
So
I'm not going to believe that. They ain't leaving because that nigga
They
got the
definitely
bag
ain't.
and they know it ain't going to be easy to replace that kind of bag, so they staying.
So I think that this is why statistics again, because I will argue when I get amongst like my black male friends that are extremely high earning, they have a different disposition on life in general. They usually have more positive attitudes, right? They're more they communicate a little differently. They have better conflict resolution skills because they had to get those things in order to excel through the racism and all the bullshit that they understand how to navigate all type of situations completely differently, and the respect that they women gives them is similar to like the respect I think needs to exist within a healthy relationship. Now, I wouldn't say that it's the money that does that. It's the character of the person, because you could take that same character and remove the money and they would be able to complete the task the same way. It's things that it's not the bag that keeps people, because you'll see trash relationships with really rich people that are trash people and they're doomed for divorce. I will argue that the love and hip hop couples and all that stuff, they're high earners. They got the bag. But all of those relationships more than likely are going to end due to the type of people that are in them. So I think there's a correlation between the type of people that usually become successful versus people
I
who
would,
usually become
I
successful.
would absolutely agree with that.
Go ahead, Inaz.
So I wanted to piggyback off of Max's point. If your initial premise podcast was true, that the longevity of a successful relationship is based on finances, then we would have seen the highest divorce rates ever during the Great Depression. Because feminism existed then. The women's liberation movement existed then, and yet it wasn't. That didn't happen. The Great Depression, where everybody was losing money left, right, and center, people stayed married. They stuck it out.
That's respectfully. I'm sorry, y'all. I have to confess this. I am a master debater, so that's why a lot of times my takes come the way that they do. That is a horrible argument. You know why? One, you're talking about a whole different time, right? So you're talking about in the 1920s, right? So this is a different time period than what we're looking at today. Um, the modesty alone of women was
30s
what
correction, but go ahead.
the modesty of women alone was vastly different back then. Another thing, there's this trope narrative that somehow feminism was like really big back then, but when you really do the research, what you find out is 90% of women didn't even want to be involved with the feminism. They didn't want to even have anything to do with that. They didn't care about having a right to vote or any of that type of stuff because they understood the responsibilities that came along with that. So feminism wasn't really big or really prominent at that time, which is why you really didn't see a mass drove of women into the workforce until World War II. So that's a trope. But at the end of the day, it was a different time. Marriage at that time was still more of a backbone of communities and societies. They weren't pushing the independent movement that we seen come in the late 60s and through the 70s in regular media and in print and in visual media and in print media as well. This is a different day and time. So what I'm saying is the character of the relationships now, where you see a video where when they get in the vow, they're saying the vows and the preacher gets to certain parts of the vows and the girl is like, no, I ain't agreeing to that. Right? That's the time that we're living in now.
So I understand. The reason I can still make that point and it still be valid is that the nature of the behavior of women has changed. The nature of women has not changed. The same way that the nature of men have not changed. So that necessity for provision, financial and otherwise, that necessity for men to set the tone and things, those things have not changed. And if you're basing the fabric of marriage on finances, then that's still proof that it doesn't stand, because that need for that security would still exist. And when that security goes, theoretically, women should still go. That was the point that I was making, was on a behavioral aspect and not a cultural aspect.
So first of all, I think you're mistaken. I never made the argument that finances were the reason why marriages lasted longer. I specifically said that the reason why that 50% of marriages that still exist is because people chose to stay. I never related it to money at all.
It was the bad comment.
Wait, what is it that you think I said, Enos?
Did you not just say just a few minutes ago that people in higher tax brackets stay married longer?
Yeah, what I said was that people in this space argue that the higher you go up in income, the lower the divorce rates are. So I just accept it as being true. I don't argue against it.
Okay, so what I was saying is that I don't find truth in that because
Oh, okay.
there are other examples that exist that disprove it. That's all.
Well, to Marcus's point, though, even though I would concede to the point that he made about the character of the person, then I would ask you, are you trying to suggest that those guys don't cheat? Right? And if you say that absolutely those guys cheat, then that would just lean more to my point that those marriages that we see ending, right? If even if we conceded that they were based on divorce, then why would these women stay if their men are making more money if cheating was really a problem? You see what I'm saying, Marcus?
Well, Inaz didn't say that cheating was a problem. She
No,
said the
I'm not.
Oh,
majority.
no, yeah, can you
Saying
repeat
his
so I
thing
can?
so that he knows who I'm talking to.
Yeah. Can you repeat the surmise of that? Because
Well,
I was listening, trying to figure something out while you said it.
yeah, because when you gave the narrative about, or not the narrative, but when you gave the perspective about the higher earning men and their character, right?
Mhm.
And I can see to what their character is. I saw Inaz in agreement with you. I think I saw Shannon in agreement with you. I know a few people. I'll take everybody else's word on it because I don't know a whole bunch of uberly successful people, right? I'll take your word for it. But what I have seen more often than not, the narrative around those men is that they too will cheat.
Yeah.
They too will have mistresses. They too will have side pieces, right? So
Yeah.
if you still see a decline in divorce amongst those men, but women truly have a problem with cheating, then why aren't we seeing the same level of divorce around amongst the higher earning men as we see amongst the lower earning men?
I guess I think that Inaz kind of broke it down for you when I mentioned that. I think that you missed that point again about the escape. And that was the biggest point I was making out of that. I think that even for me, I've excused cheating. You know, I think that, like you said, most women, you know, unless he's chronically and just sloppy with it, that's totally different. But I think that the part that I was suggesting earlier was he has an escape and she does not. If she escapes the way he does, then society kind of comes down on her as if, you know, she's a bad person, assuming that she has good character, right? Because you know, some women do cheat as well. So that's just assuming that you have a good woman and she's, you know, her character is on point or whatever. Because not everybody's just open with their vagina like some people. But as far as what was the second point? But I will say this: I have read those stats too, though. Modern day people who are of similar, like higher up, not millionaires, but we're talking about like maybe in the upper, you know, 70, 80, they do tend to stay together. I read that as well.
Yeah. And also there's another stat too. And look, I'm not gonna let y'all create this narrative about me. I'm gonna have to react to this because you're wrong. Like when I brought up the divorce rate, the first thing you said was about that, about men cheating and being able to get their escape and all that. And that was my point.
Right, the escape. I think you
Right,
focus so much on the cheating and not the point in me saying
it's
that.
not that I missed it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not missing anything. I'm just saying that as soon as I mention divorce, cheating, you can't escape the correlation.
You keep missing the point of me saying cheating.
I'm not saying the point. Okay. I'm just saying that as soon as I mentioned it, right? Like what I'm saying is this: if we don't think that the majority of divorce rates are based on cheating, then it should have been a moot point. It wouldn't have even needed to be presented. I understand why you presented it, but what I'm saying is this: take this into consideration. I'm glad you said that you saw those statistics too. Did you see this one as well? That the higher the education of the woman, the more likely it is that she will file for divorce.
See, well, it depends on his education.
No. It doesn't depend. We're not talking about his education at all. We're just talking about the woman, right? What the numbers have shown in a lot of state data and studies is that the more the woman has educationally, the more likely it is for her to file the divorce.
So what I read was when a woman is with a man who is of equal, who has the same amount of education as she has, that they have high success rate in marriage. Okay. Now, when you do an independent study and it says the woman has a higher, what you're leaving out is what the man has. So you can't; those two things can't be. You understand? They left out. So unless you can find me a study that says no matter what he makes, because one study is telling me the opposite, right?
Mhm.
So if you're sitting here saying that it's just saying her, I would need to see it say no matter the income or the education of the man, and she still gets a divorce, then I would get that.
But Cecil, that's what I'm saying. Shan, the point that you're making is irrelevant. And let me tell you why. Because we've already acknowledged that the higher up financially the man is, the less divorce rates there are. We've already acknowledged that.
Okay, so let me take that back. So I was thinking, so I don't know that study. I do
Mhm.
know the study of when you have two people on the same educational level,
Mhm.
their success rate is higher. I don't know about the income.
Yeah, I would take your word for it, but that's what I'm saying. So the reason why I say that, because it lends to the perspective, the argument that I actually would accept, because it's just logical and rational based on the numbers, that women are insatiable, right? So we've already seen this. We've seen women who make $50,000 a year want men that make six figures. Like, we're talking about want, not get. We're just saying want. Right. So if now I make six figures as a woman, I want a man that make 120. I want a man that's doing more than me. I want a man that's doing exceedingly more than me. Right. So this is how we know that women operate. They use that term hypergamy. Right. So now if you're saying 67% of the degrees in the Black community go to women, this is all of them, from associates to doctorates. Right. 67% of them, what you've done to women potentially is created this gap of where they are not going to ever be satisfied with their partners, because 90% of men don't make six figures. Only 30-some% of these Black men even have degrees at all. So there's just more of a potential for these women to get with men and in 5 years say, nah, you ain't good enough. I thought you was going to rise to what I thought you was going to rise to, but you haven't now.
I don't disagree. You
Yeah,
won't.
I think that the
So that's
respect
why I said
level.
that most of the responsibility landed on the women. That's why.
Well, that's why I think that is the respect thing. That if the behavior is the same from the poor guy and the
Mhm.
rich guy, right?
Mhm.
The behavior is the same, the character is the same,
Mhm.
but she chooses to leave the guy that doesn't make as much, but she stays with the same character or guy that
Mhm.
makes more. The thing is the perspective of that woman is like, yo, I have no reason to respect you because you're not at my level. That's the reason why when Shan sits there and says that when the education level is equal, she's like,
Mhm.
all right, I can work with this because at least at bare minimum, I'm at the same level, right?
Yeah.
I can respect you because you're similar to me. But when the roles is reversed, when men make money and women don't make no money,
But hey,
the
Steve,
men
do
in
you think that
position,
makes sense?
you said what?
Do you think that that's logical to think like that and move on that particular perspective? Do you think it's
Which one?
logical for women to do that?
Which one?
Well, the perspective that you're giving right now, as far as about if the man isn't equal to them, particularly financially, right? Because we always talk about what we always want to compare other races to Black men as it pertains to money. But you know what I see when I look at other races of women, when they make more money than their partners, they man still the man. He's not a real man because she make more money than him. She a doctor and he a school teacher. She ain't verbally abusive, emotionally abusive, psychologically abusive. She's not putting him down. She's not mistreating him because she makes more money than him. She just makes more money than him because she does what she wants to do. And he does what he wants to do.
I think that the point is it's more than just the money. It's not always about the money. You
Yeah,
know,
but
I
when
think
you
so.
remove it, it becomes
So
about the money.
So no,
Facts.
no, 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 no. So for example, I had this one guy who I met, right?
I'm gonna kick his
Um,
ass.
so whatever. And I've told this story before. He's a scientist, okay? Even though he's a doctor, he's a scientist, and scientists are paid by government funding. But it's the most respectable thing because he actually had this passion to find a cure for cancer. That was his passion, right? He could have easily been a medical doctor, made all these hundreds of thousands. But there are scientists. It's so unfortunate that we don't pay our scientists the money that they are supposed to have, right? But there was such respect because of his passion and his purpose. This is a smart guy. is extremely smart. So in that situation, his money wouldn't even make a difference. His purpose was greater than the financial part, right?
Mhm.
I think that what people are missing, and I'm not saying, so even if I found, like, we were talking about master plumbers or master electrician, I have no problem with, now that I know that I have no problem with dating a master electrician, right? Because he can teach me something I don't know. Women like men who can teach them something. And I think it's vice versa. You know, if I can have a conversation, if I'm doing all these things, I can have a conversation with my man and he's bouncing things off me. It's just something about that conversation that there's a connection, right? So if I'm with somebody, and I'm not saying this is always the situation, but if you're with somebody and you guys have nothing in common, you come home, even when it's a man who makes all this money and a woman who doesn't, and you feel like you're talking to a doorknob, or this woman is just not giving, you're going to find yourself gravitating towards a woman outside of your marriage who can give you that intellectual stimulation. Does that make
That's
sense?
true.
And so the same goes true when it goes to women. It's something about intellectual stimulation that keeps, you know, you want to have a conversation. I want to be able to, you know, come to you with ideas. You come to me with ideas. We bounce off each other. You know, and I think that that's the part people are missing, the compatibility of it all. Like, you know, that's really what's missing. Because I could take a guy who didn't go to a university, but he's so smart, he's well versed, he knows all this stuff, and he's just fine because he's intellectually, he got it some other way. He's like, you know, you can pick his brain, you can talk to him, y'all can have real dialogue. You feel me? And some people don't bother, and what you're failing to understand, podcast, because you seem to be a person who likes to read. There, a lot of people don't like to read like you. A lot of people don't, and y'all know it.
I don't like doing it. I just have to.
Like, you guys are exceptional pieces up here. We're not talking about, you know, there are like, you'll be amazed at, you know, sometimes I do believe, and this is the problem, it goes back to what HG is saying. I think that the problem is some women do get married just to be married.
Facts. Now we in the conversation. Welcome to the conversation.
And what ends up happening is they it's like a bucket list.
Yep.
I can't get the guy I want, so I'm gonna get the guy who is available to me, because it crosses out that bucket list thing, and then you end up getting married to him. You thinking that you're gonna be, and it just doesn't happen. Y'all are just not anything alike. Y'all have nothing in common. I don't know why you got married in the first place. It just is a whole miss, right?
You just said
and so that's why it's so important that people. Oh my God!
I got a quick question for the gentleman, and I actually agree with you, Shan, that if you can tickle a woman's mind, then I think the rest kind of falls in place. But I also, let's say I'm not going to even dispute nor argue Beans and HD's point that women, their hypergamous nature, they'll leave. Now, what I also believe is that men by nature, we do want to protect, provide, and we want a woman that we can protect and provide for. So with all of that being said, and I'm not disputing your arguments, what are the solutions that you have to offer up for men?
Well, my first solution is you need to understand what's your purpose of marriage. And you need to have a person that understands and agrees with that purpose and plan for marriage. If you have a person that fundamentally does not agree with what you believe marriage is or anything like that, it's just dumb. Like, even if y'all both intellectual, even if y'all both intellectual, y'all both got education, y'all both got money, if she want kids and you don't, you're gonna find a very real situation. And anytime I listen to people that are willing to have or do something that they don't really agree with, like, say for instance, you want kids. I mean, the other person doesn't want kids and they agree to have kids. People say, oh, that's a good compromise. Hell no. If you fundamentally do not want to have kids, don't be out here trying to be making kids. That don't make no sense to me. And as a brother, you have to be able to be okay with doing what you need to do to make sure that when you meet women, that you're able to have the real conversation. If you're not willing to have the real conversation, don't cry to me. Don't cry to nobody. If you're unable to sit here and tell her, ma'am, this is what I want, this is what I don't want, this is what I like, this is what I don't. If you're unable to tell her no in any realm or any possibility, in any situation, right? You have to up in the game. And you must be confident enough and around enough men and have enough like wherewithal, even around women, that you need to understand, like, yo, everybody ain't gonna like you, everybody ain't for you to marry, and you need to understand what is this person's thought process with the things that you're trying to do. If these things don't align, it's not gonna work.
Okay, I just want to follow up before Beans answers because I know he's jumping in next. Marcus made a point earlier, and he used the word vet, which is a word that I agree with. Isn't all of that part of the vetting process?
Yes, but everybody ain't qualified to vet. Just because you're a smart man doesn't mean that you can actually responsibly pick a woman. There's a lot of smart guys that make dumb decisions with women because naturally, in all of your education, sometimes if you feel a certain way about a woman, all of that education and stuff begins to drop.
Okay, and look again. I'm not.
And that's for women too.
Oh no,
But
hey,
he
the
said
question's
it
coming
refers
back to y'all too, because I know this is a Chic critique. So the question's coming back to y'all, and just one last follow up with HD real quick. Where I agree, I completely agree with everything you just said, but the the contradiction is what you said earlier in your answer is you got to be able to have the tough, difficult conversations. I'd argue that a person that can have those tough and difficult conversations is probably the kind of person that should be able to vet. Would you agree with that or no?
Hold on, repeat it. That again. I started reading.
No worries. Um, what I was saying was part of your answer at the very beginning was a man should be willing to have those difficult conversations. A man that's willing to have those difficult conversations, would you agree or not agree that that person is likely a person that would be able to vet a female?
Better, but the reality is even if you're better at picking a female, you have to understand that people are people. You can pick a really good person, but if they got hit with something after y'all got together that they never experienced before, you don't know how that relationship's going to be. Now, granted, you could make a pretty good judge of character out the gate. Like more times than not, any woman that I've ever dated or thought about dating or have dated or anything like that, I have a pretty good judge of who they are overall, right? And even if they act crazy, I account for it because I think that all women are crazy. But
Absolutely.
even so, I still understand, like, yo, listen, the baseline of this person, I understand them to such a degree that I'm willing to be like, hey, even though I think she's crazy, this is something that I'm willing to deal with because I understand who she is fundamentally. If you don't understand who a person is fundamentally, it don't matter, what I'm saying, what they say and what they doing. You got to learn people in their totality, not just the good things about this person, but also the bad things about this person. Most of the time, people think vetting is just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get all the, I'm gonna make sure I got everything ironed out, this, that, and the third. No, just like a good man ain't just all the best things about him. There's also some nasty things about some of the best men that you respect.
I agree. I just think that that's still all part of vetting. Beans on you, bro.
Yeah, I absolutely disagree with that. Really quickly, Marcus, if you noticed in that link, you seen how much more the Asians make than white men? It's like by like almost $300 more a week, right? Do you think white women are saying, why you can't be more like the Asian men? Do you think any white woman is saying that shit to their white man, right? No, they're not doing that dumb shit because they understand that it makes no sense at all, right? But AP, to answer your question, and Marcus, please don't hate me. I am literally moving with the individualism movement. I'm with it, bro. I think that's what it needs to be. I think men need to not even worry about marriage. Marriage for men shouldn't be a concept until they at least, I would argue, 40, somewhere in between 40 and 45. It shouldn't even be a concept, bro. At this point, it doesn't make any sense to do it. As a black man, 90% of men make under six figures. So it just makes no sense for you to do it. I met a man the other day. I was at the clerk's office and this guy come in. He's pushing those Marcus, those 5-gallon water jugs that they turn over upside down into the cooler so you can get your water. He was pushing a big ass cart of these, right? I'm like, and I could see the little gray on him. I'm like, damn, man, you ain't done yet? He like, man, I'm retiring in June, right? We start having more of a conversation. Just got divorced last year after 30 years. 55 years old. Now he back out here. Now he got his shit set up, right? He got the bag. He got his retirement. He got military. He got all kind of shit. So 55, he pushing them waters around, healthy as an ox. You know what I'm saying? Really attractive, handsome guy. You know what I'm saying? And 55 years old and he back out here on the market, bro. You see what I'm saying? After giving somebody 30 years, now he paying her $1,100 a month in alimony. It just ain't worth it to me. Just wait until you get to that point where you're old enough, where an older woman who is done thinking she all that, done thinking she can have all this shit she don't qualify for. Wait till you're old enough to get that woman who will more than likely, right, have quelled some of that insatiability that women have, where nothing ain't good enough. To me, I think that's the point. Now, should you have kids during that period between 18 and 40? Maybe. But to Shan's point, I think if you're going to do that, y'all have to really be buckled down at being great co-parents. If you're not having that same kind of vetting process and conversation with this woman to understand what you're getting yourself into, don't even have the kids. Just wait, bro, because it's a waste of time. Marcus, the average marriage in the Black community lasts 5.5 years. The average age for a Black man to get married, 31. The average age for a Black woman, 29 and 30. Think about this, Marcus. When do men hit their financial peaks?
I think it's like 37 or something like that.
Most people would tell you it's in their 40s, right? So think about this. My financial peak ain't going to even be to my 40s. I'm going to marry you at 31. You're going to give me 5 years. You ain't even going to wait until I get to my financial peak. You're going to give me 5 years into my 30s and then leave me. It's a waste of time. Individualism now, individualism forever. Fight the
So I'm glad you answered, because I was gonna follow up about the kids and you beat me to it. Yeah. I understand. I fully disagree with you. Yeah, but that's okay. Like, I understand exactly where you're coming from, brother. Marcus,
absolutely. what? All right. So yeah, I disagree. I disagree heavily. No, I as long as we don't do the ad hominems, I appreciate every different perspective, because we can actually have an exchange of ideas.
Absolutely.
So I think that the solution wouldn't be to wait that long. It would be to vet for different characteristics. I think that as men, we want everything packaged in a formula that allows for you to say, I did A, I get B. I did C, I get D. And that's not really how women operate. And
it's not.
And in understanding how they operate, they have a formula too. Their formula is kind of like, I want A, I'll take B. If B is better than I thought it was going to be, then I'm happy forever. I want A, I'll take B. If B is better than I thought it would be, then I'm happy forever. But we'll hear it come off as, I have insatiable hypergamy. I'm always going to be looking to turn it. There are specific women who operate like that. That's not all women. Unfortunately, it seems like men have been choosing to date those type of women at a higher clip, or using information on the internet that they see as the representation of women and believing that that's been the representation for all women. The women that's gold diggers, and the funny thing about those women that are extremely have insatiable hypergamy, they tend to look really, really good. They tend to have BBL bodies, and they tend to be extremely pretty, and they tend to be able to skirt and circumvent vetting because they're so attractive that men will ignore a lot of the signs from it.
Are you trolling?
I'm dead ass serious. You don't think that? So most of the Instagram, the women that you talking about, a lot of them are on Instagram, right?
No. I'm not. You're talking about them. I'm talking about you know what? First of all, I want to thank you. That was a great analogy that you used with the grading system, and it just gave me one. I think I'm gonna add this to my repertoire because I would argue that every woman wants A.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of them qualify for D. They get C, and they mistreat him because he won't be B.
Okay,
That's what it usually looks like.
So using that same analogy, I think that the same way we grade women on a specific way, they also grade us in a different way. And the way we think they grade us might not necessarily be the way that they grade us. And it's supported by some of the crazy stuff they say when they lying online about what their standard is.
Wait.
Case in point.
Wait, Mark, let me answer this.
Let
Do
us
you
talk
consider
for a second on
the
that,
women that
like,
we have on these podcasts as a viable, reputable source for to reference?
No.
What?
No.
I knew it had to be no, because I'm like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? Like, bro, we've had 3 years of thousands of women at this point hitting all of these pounders from the Kevin Samuels to the everybody, bro. Not just all the dingbats, but the regular girls.
So, all right. The thing about those women, right, is you would get a Lady Di, you would get an Inaz, you would get Shan, you would get women that we won't really count in that population of those women because they overshadowed by the antics of the other women. Women operate off attention. In this space specifically, to get the attention they want, fighting with men is the best way. Going in the chat, calling you every type of name in the book is how women get known. I bet you could name me the top 5 trolls, but you might not be able to name me the top 5 women that are just nice and come in the chat outside of probably Love C. You know what I'm saying? You could think of 3 names.
But I get your point.
I don't agree, Marcus. I'm sorry. You know
He's
darn
tripping,
well.
ain't he?
You know darn well the women that you think are like Inaz and Shan, all the brothers know those women, but they also know the trolls. But they want to deal and they feel very protective of the women that are more so the women that most men would like. But of course, here's another thing that you didn't mention, and none of what you said is exactly what one of the ladies said. There is a strong level of intersectionality when there's some overlap with some of the women that you think are viable women and some of the average women and some of the best and the worst. There's overlap with some of the mentalities, and the smart women don't tell you how they truly feel. Yeah. They tell you, you talk to them long enough and you get a decent amount of information to where you feel like it's feasible. But if you really were to check them, and when they're comfortable and they feel safe, they're not going to tell you some of the stuff that they really have done, what they really have said, and what they really believe, because they ain't not dumb enough to give up the ghost.
Well, I agree that's true. I think that people who come and put themselves on display on social media, for the most part, have specific personality traits, right? And that's why you go get an overabundance of the behaviors that would seem like an overall representation, but I think that that's absolutely the largest, a large minority, because it's rare that women who gonna act like United is gonna come in groves to sit on the panels, because a lot of this stuff when it comes to arguing and getting into it, because a lot of this stuff devolves into name calling and mudslinging. A lot of like the women that are actually like the solid women that I'm talking about, they don't want to deal with that. They don't want to be a part of that. And those women won't appear in skits. They probably, if they do have social media, their page is private. they family is like over them in some way, shape, or form, or they just isolate themselves and they don't have a huge social media presence. So those women, we can't tell how many they are, but they won't be representative of the overall dating pool if we was to use online as the metric in which we judge women. I take this with an extreme grain of salt. The same way that women think every man make over 6 figures is the same way a lot of men think all these women is ratchet, because that's what we have the most access to virtually.
Yeah,
And
but not ratchet though. See, this is what I'm saying. Like Marcus, don't forget the extremes, right? Just regularly. I was gonna clip it, but I don't know. I'm maybe you might remember it was this one particular video. The girl was up there with Kevin Samuels. She had the big ass black butterfly tattoo on her chest. She looked every bit like she was Esther Rose's daughter. She had one of those Roman ass eyeballs. And she sat in front of that camera and said, "So I'm supposed to settle for a regular dude?" And then when Kevin tried to show her, like, you're less than regular, you're less than average, you're not that attractive, you're overweight, you got 2 kids, and she still had the audacity to say, "So this just a regular girl." This is how women, bro, there's no woman that you're gonna get to come on a panel and say, "You know what, I believe that I qualify for a regular guy. That's actually what I qualify." No, they all believe I have this thing. It's called a vagina. And because I have that, I deserve whatever kind of man I want, regardless to what I'm bringing to the table. Trauma, drama, kids, bullet wounds, scars, don't matter. Right? They all believe that. So that I'm talking about from a relationship standpoint. How are you going to treat me? Think about this. And I really wish I could get you to respond to anybody. I really wish one of the women could respond to this. Do you think it's possible, Marcus, for me to treat a woman right if I believe I'm settling for her?
For you, yes.
Is it because it's me or is it because I'm a man?
Probably because men in general can treat a woman
Now,
right.
make me a woman. Do you think the same statement is true?
No.
And that's what I'm saying. Most women believe they're settling, Marcus. They all really think that they could get the millionaire nigga, the 6-figure nigga, the tall nigga, the light-skinned nigga with bad hair, the dark-skinned nigga with good dreads. They all think, "I can have that nigga, I can have that." They all make the same arguments all the time. Regular chicks, not the Instagram goofy, BBL dumb-minded chicks, just regular girls. None of them don't think they single because they can't actually get the man they qualify for. They tell themselves that nigga don't exist or he already married. I'm telling you.
I would agree with you that
being right. They're not going to be able to.
I 100% agree with you that they say that. I don't know if I necessarily believe they believe that, and I'll tell you why. If, like when they ask those women to grade themselves, right? They had this thing where they all gonna say they a 10. And if somebody says they're 8, it's not because they don't think they're 8 and they actually believe they're 10. It's because they view it as a representation of their self-esteem. And it's like saying I'm depressed by not putting yourself at the highest number. The social
Even when the question is about your looks.
Yes, even when it's the way that they interpret embarrassment and the way that in the way that they brain like interprets information and what they'll voice.
So
Women
you believe that it's more so interpretation than delusion.
Yeah, I think it's more interpretation than delusion because
you might be right.
Unless she stays single for her entire life, she's had a man that she's dated before. And if that man wasn't the tip top of the men that she's thinking, she actually knows what she qualifies for in real life. Will she tell you that though? It's like her saying, "I'm depressed," in the way that they interpret in a speech come out. Enos, can you agree or disagree? Speaking towards the majority of the way women think in regards to what I'm saying?
I agree. And you see it in the way when these women who don't qualify for those men, the way that they deal with those men. It's not the same confidence and vigor that they approach men that they do qualify for, or might be just above what they qualify for. There's either more of a timidness, a shyness, or there's like way more aggression with that man. I don't know why it's doing that. Sorry. It's one or the other. So I fully agree with Marcus.
I don't know,
So
man.
Yeah.
Hey, what,
Yeah,
would you
probably
say
did
that
that
real
because
quick?
there's a
AP?
thing on the system
Wait,
for people with autism and on that on a spectrum, that they created programs to where sometimes it will help them to understand what they're looking at digitally because of the emojis that come up via, you know, the computer. It was a program that was put in some of the video chat apps to where that when you're speaking to somebody that's on the spectrum, they can actually understand your facial recognition or your facial responses and actually make sense. Apparently, it only works for Enos.
well, let me ask you this real quick. That's crazy.
Racist.
That is right. I was just about to say that. You took my. That's what you
Listen,
always
this
said
is
about women.
how this program was developed by a man to make sure that women could only have this ability.
That's crazy.
Only Enos could do this. You know what I'm
Because
saying?
AP,
only women are capable of love, according to your StreamYard.
I just wanted to ask you to get AP and HD to answer. Do y'all think that with women it's more interpretation or is it more delusion?
I'll answer. It's definitely delusion
Hmm.
because in their mind, well, I say delusion because even though I agree that it's a self-esteem thing, right?
Mhm.
Why would I consider that I'm less than what I actually am?
Mhm.
That's their main argument. Why would I not consider myself a 10? Also, there's another reason why it's delusional is because the rating was only on looks. But when you talk to women, other things go into the thing. Like,
Yeah,
how
yeah.
I look now, how I feel about myself, these
That's
things, because they'll ask the women multiple times, hey, we're just talking about looks. They'd be like, nah, I'm a 10. So I think
this
there's a
nigga got
level
the
of
Arsenio
delusion.
Hall finger.
Let me see what this hand Marcus is bringing up. Go ahead,
Marcus,
bro.
That's
let-
proof it's not delusion.
No, that is proof that it's
No.
delusion.
Why I'm saying this, y'all see my wounds. That's proof it's not delusion because if they felt that they were genuinely a 10, they wouldn't add explanations for why it's necessary. They're adding additional context to make what they're saying seem true because they know it's not true.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Okay.
but that further adds to the fact that
I
it's
see you,
delusion
Marcus.
because
Over there
you
thinking.
know the answer, but you choose not to give the answer, which is why I know it's
Interpretation.
delusion.
No, it's interpretation. Delusion would be if they truly believed it,
So
but they
No,
don't.
but sometimes
I
you lie to
see what
yourself enough
you're saying.
that you believe it.
Oh, hey, I ain't gonna
Huh?
lie, HD. He pulling me over to the interpretation side right now.
actually, I'd say it's a bit of both. And
Okay,
I
you gotta pick one. We ain't doing
no
that. We ain't
hold
doing
on, and I'll explain why. There are delusional women who truly believe that they are 5'7", 364 pounds, and they truly believe that they are a 10 and a plus size model. We have seen it several times in this space, and they don't give any context as to no, my personality. Oh no, they'll say things like a guy fly me out.
Mhm.
That is 100% delusion. That is delusion. Now, on the other hand, those that give that context, and this is where I agree with Marcus, is there are caveats to their 10. There are caveats to their 9, even if they're 3. No, my personality is great. I do all of this X, Y, and Z. Yeah, that's the interpretation, but that's not what the question actually is. The actual question that's being asked of you is fresh face, out of the shower, what would you rate yourself? But they do give those caveats often. But I think that same amount of, I think it's 50% of the women actually are highly delusional, and 50% of the women It's all in the interpretation of what they see. I firmly believe that because I've seen both,
AP,
a lot of both in the space.
let me ask you a question, AP. If you ask me how tall I am and I say I'm 6 feet with Jordans on, is that delusion or is that interpreting what I need to say in order to get to the number I want to be at?
That's delusion because you're 6'7" without Jordans.
No, not me specific. I'm talking about if I'm 5'11" and I say I'm 6'1" with shoes on, is that delusion or is that me trying to make it seem like I'm the size I would like to be?
See what he doing, HD?
I wasn't talking about myself.
He working this.
So no, with that, I think it's intentional avoidance. Because what you're saying is, I'm not really 6 feet tall, but I can be. Like,
that's what they doing.
And the way you're answering the question is, you know the truth. You know that you are really 5'11". You know it. But if I put on shoes, baby, I got
what I'm saying. They communicated like this. I'm 6'1". When I put my shoes on, I'm 6'1", so I'm 6'1". That's how they answering that question.
That's a fact.
So that means to me that interpretation isn't the right answer.
It's on my head.
I understand what you're meaning by interpretation, but interpretation ain't correct.
Maybe that's not the word. What I'm saying is it's not pure delusion.
Yeah, because I'm
find out a better word.
We can let it's not pure delusion slide, but interpretation is not the right word. It's not.
Wait, HD, look, the definition of delusion is a false belief or judgment about external reality held incontrovertible evidence to the contrary. Held despite incontrovertible evidence to the contrary. The key word in this is a false belief, right? And I think that's why, even if I want to stay on the delusional side, which I do, the argument that Marcus made is at this point, he's winning it, because you can't argue that it's a belief when you're given qualifiers, right?
Because the women do believe in
it. Say it again.
It is a belief because the women do believe. Now, that's not to say that some of the women
don't know. That's the point. You saying that you believe that
they do. They literally will look at a guy and be like, "You don't qualify for me because I'm a 10."
Nah, I'm gonna give you the better one. I'm gonna give you the one that's in my head that's making me think Marcus is right, because I've heard this so many times on podcasts.
Well,
so
we agree.
You rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10, right? They'll say, I'm a 10. And then somebody might be like, nah, come on now, you ain't no 10. And they'll be like, but see, you don't know what I've been through. You don't know what I came from, right? They'll start saying all this other stuff that don't have nothing to do with whether or not they face actually a 10.
Yeah, and then they redirect them. And then they redirect them and say, we're only talking about physical appearance.
Absolutely.
Right?
And they won't accept it.
That same woman will be like, still, I'm a 10.
That's a fact.
That's the proof right there.
That's the fact that, and she's saying that based on her interpretation. She is, okay, she may be delusional in her interpretation. You know why? Because she's refusing. Wait, listen. No, I'm going to give it to you. Because she's refusing, right, to accept the actual interpretation of the question. So that is delusional, right, in itself. The fact that you're refusing to accept the interpretation of the question. You have it in your mind that you're just going to believe that the actual question means this. When the person is telling you, no, it does not mean that. It doesn't mean your personality. It doesn't mean what you've been through, what you came through, or that you worked out and made your body better. It means, what do you look like in the face? Like AP said, fresh face, out the shower with no makeup on, what's popping with you, right? So I don't know, but I just think Marcus made a hell of a case.
Listen, Marcus is right. It's not full delusion. We all agree. I say interpretation is not the right word.
Let me look it up, because I don't know.
And the only reason we was using interpretation, because I was saying that's how they communicate. So I wasn't harping on it. It just got pulled into it. But the general thing was that my initial statement was that the way women communicate, once they've said something, this is how they perceive it, and they can't back up off of it because they feel like it's them admitting or saying they have low self-esteem or devaluing themselves by saying a lower number than what they initially said or their peers say. So if that's why when somebody in the group will say I'm a 7, the first person to say like she a 6 or a 7, the other girl's number will radiate closer to that, and they may kind of judge based off of hers, but they don't want to be the girl in the group that say you don't want to have a lower number than the people that went before you, like in those specific settings. Now, what I found interesting is the women that probably actually are 10s say something like they're 8. They be modest about it.
Okay.
Lower
Hold
their
on.
value
Based on
for
the
the
definition,
ground.
real quick, based on the definition, I'm gonna say this. I see what you're saying, HD, but if we being fair, what Marcus originally said was that it was
Fair.
the
Who wants
interpretation
to
of
be fair?
wait, listen, I do, because I like debates. But Marcus originally said that their interpretation of the question. That was specifically what he said. So I think to that measure, he would still be correct. If what you're doing, you have this woman sitting in front of you, blank slate. First thing you ask us, what do you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10? She said 10. You question her like, you really think you're a 10? And then she go to those caveats, that would be interpretation.
But then they
That's what that would
clarify. And they
because now
said,
she
hey,
has to
it's
explain why it is.
physical looks.
Can I address something in the chat real quick?
Shout out to all the trolls out there.
Miss Ashley Adams, your comment states, and I quote, "These niggas are delusional. Why do they think they deserve a 10?" Actually,
Most
men are,
don't
for the
think
most
they-
part, realistic. And the problem is that there are women who interpret their own worth poorly. They are not 10s. And what I see more times than not in this space, those men try to clear up that misinterpretation, aka delusion. You put more value in your worth than you're actually worth. That's the main problem. That's what you hear. You don't hear men saying, "Oh yeah, I deserve a 10." No, because we fully understand that your pockets got to be right, your looks got to be right, your the way you're moving in life has to be right. We fully understand those terms. Now here is the deal.
Most men don't.
If I got my pockets right, if my looks is straight, if I'm moving in the right direction for my career, and you are a 4, you don't deserve me. Let me say that one more time. If I have already put myself in the 10 category as a man, because no man on this planet will categorize himself as a 10 if his ass is a 4. Just for the record. What we will
Yes,
do
they are.
is,
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. I
Name
can think of one
Listen,
specifically.
I
Go
don't,
ahead,
I don't
like
even
talking
hear
to that
guys
dude.
even rate themselves like that.
well,
Oh,
discussions have come up.
Hold on. I'm
On
put
the
in the
whole,
fact-
let me say it this way. On the whole, men don't do that.
Okay.
For the most
And-
part. For the most part, men don't do that. I will rephrase.
Now,
And
Marcus.
hold on, AP. To
But-
further my point, remember when I said a woman could be damn near a 10, and the most attractive ones
He does not
downgrade their
count.
point. If you ask Nas, I don't know if she feel like answering this or not. You don't have to answer.
He doesn't.
But
That
in
one don't
this-
count.
hold on.
Hey, Mike, Marcus,
They
that one
said-
don't count. You can't put him like no.
Hey, he says it.
Here,
So
his pockets ain't right. We know he not a 10. That's part of being a 10 as a man. Your
Come
pocket,
on, y'all. No.
So,
like, let's be real.
so if I could just jump in quickly, 'cause
Go ahead. I'm just going off.
it's okay, because Marcus alluded to how like men and women communicate differently. Men won't rate themselves a 10, but there are a lot of men out there that will say that they are good men, and most women will disagree. So there's men rate themselves on a very different scale than
Ooh.
the way women rate men, and women rate themselves on a very different scale than the way men rate women. So men's
I got a
looks
question.
are not as important as women's looks.
I got a question for you, Inaz. And
Yeah.
hey, gentlemen, let's give her the actual space to get the full answer out, because you don't want to interrupt the way I just did.
Nah, man, we're not being fair over here.
How do you, Inaz, define a good man?
Oh, come on.
I want to know. I want to know. Let's talk about it. If we can talk about them being 10s, let's give them the space to talk about good men. This is a Chic
we
critique.
did that last week.
Yeah.
We cut you off.
No, you didn't.
And last week it was only an hour long.
No, so I think Marcus had asked for 5 criteria.
It was the week before. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I remember.
Maybe
Yeah.
somebody cut her off.
We did cut you off. Actually, we were cutting everybody off.
No, I got my 5 out.
Yeah, she got them
Let's
out
hear it one more
clean.
time.
She had time to
Let's
lean
hear-
back in her seat.
Let's hear it one more time. Beans wasn't here because he'll probably interject.
Beans don't want to hear it. Beans don't want to know. I mean, like,
Why doesn't Beans want to know?
because, man, look, to be honest with you, right? I really truly believe this.
Okay.
I don't think women can be fair. I don't think they can. I mean, that's why, like she said, somebody would consider themselves a good man. Let's say you take everything that could possibly make a man a good man, Marcus. I'm talking about everything except one thing. He cheats. Would the woman say he was a good man? I'm talking about this man pay all the bills. He got the woman looking good, hair, nails done, money in the pocket. He take care of the kids. He had daddy daughter dances. He at the football game. Go, son. He doing everything you could possibly be, loving, caring, all that, spiritual, praying for his wife, all of that. But he cheats. Would they say he was a good man?
Yes, for 500, Alex.
Okay. You're insane. And I don't know what's happening to you.
No, all right.
Nah.
Would you say that's a good man? Would you say that's a good man?
Yes, I would say that's a good man. And none of the women that answered on that episode required faithfulness to be a good man. Not one. Just going to say that.
And Shannon has repeatedly said this on this podcast.
Not faithful to you.
Okay, but see, this is what I'm saying. Look, you made the argument all night long about statistics being skewed, and then you want to try to use these women,
right? Okay,
who
I
are
can see.
obviously
I'll
levels
concede.
above the average chick. When we had these
concede
shows,
that
we
point.
have
I'll
to talk
concede
in
it.
generalities. There's nothing general about Enos. There's nothing general about Shan. There's nothing general about Mistaken. We can't use them to make our generality points.
So I'll concede that I will not use them, and you're correct on that. The reason I'm answering it that way is, again, back to the way women formulate things. If the man is able to meet her sexual, emotional needs and does all of that stuff, and that's the flaw, I believe she'll be like, but girl, he a good man. She might be, I don't want to deal with that, but girl, he a good man. Like
cool.
that probably is the.
Watch this. Cool, Marcus. I'll concede. And guess what that just proved? That the nigga gotta be perfect. that just proved that he gotta be perfect. Everything got to be absolutely great across the board, including dick. Everything got to be absolutely perfect. And he can still be a good man.
I was using your example. You presented
Marcus,
the example of that.
I know.
Marcus, right now he has you in check, not checkmate. He has you in check though.
But the point, yes,
I was using his example.
Wait, listen, yes, we're using my example, but Mark, this is what I'm saying. My mind, I'll be on another level, right? What I'm saying is, think about it. When the finances come down, what do we see? More divorces, more breakups, right? More disrespect, more all this other shit, more of he's not a good man. He wasn't a good man. He was this, he was that, right? Because men aren't perfect. So what we usually see is when a man isn't financially all the way up here, all of those other flaws get highlighted that much more. Now that other stuff really bothers me. You see what I'm saying?
I'll go after Enos.
So, because men and women are different, right? That's very clear. We'll concede to that point. If your woman puts on more weight than you are attracted to, is she still considered a good woman?
So wait, say that one more time.
If your woman puts on more weight than you are attracted to, is she considered still a good woman?
Yeah.
Do you think that you reflect the average man in that sentiment? I disagree.
Yeah, but
Most
see,
men will not.
I don't think that. I
Here's
think
why
that's
I
wrong.
agree
You got to
with
think about
what
what you asked.
podcast just said. Here's
I,
why I agree with him, because thinking that that's a good woman is different than saying I'm attracted to that good woman.
Right.
It's two different things.
This guy gets
She's
it.
still a good woman, and I still
Right.
love this woman, but
Yep.
my attraction level causes me to deal with you differently
Yep.
because right now I care about you. I love you. I will support you and take care of you. But I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you and say that I'm attracted to you when I'm not.
Yep. That's the facts.
so here's where the lines kind of start to blur and where I have a hard time following the logic, right?
Mhm.
Because if she's a good woman, should she not be keeping herself up for you?
Well, you talk about good, better, best. It's better
No,
for her to keep
no,
herself for
no.
me,
I'm
but
I'm
that
not.
doesn't mean that she's not a good woman.
No,
Right.
hang on, because better and best means that like she's never even had to fluctuate. She's got that all down pat, right? Best is like she's constantly on it. She doesn't waver. She doesn't the scale does not shift in any sort of way at all times. That is better and best. A good woman should be at least making strides towards maintaining within the range of what you like.
Okay, but see, this is why I think that why you said when you
What
mentioned
was
the
the
logic,
question?
right?
I missed it.
She asked. Well, the question she just asked was about whether or not a man would consider a woman a good woman if she had gained more weight than a man would like, right?
The big question, I heard
So
that.
so the context is that podcast is making the statement that if a man is not perfect, women don't consider him a good man.
What?
That includes being faithful. Like he could be perfect in every other way, but if he cheats, he's not considered a good man. So because men and women are different, that's why I asked the question of if a woman's weight falls out of the category of being attractive to that man, is she still considered a good woman?
But Ina, so look at it like this: Are you married?
Not yet.
Are you a good woman?
I can't say that. Other people have to say whether I'm a good woman or not.
No. See, this is what I'm saying. See that.
She
So
is.
this is
I'm
the
gonna
literal
say it
part.
for her. She a good woman. She a good
See, this is
woman.
what I'm saying. This is the literal part of it, right? So when you say a good woman, you don't need a man to be a good woman. Now, if you saying a good partner, a good spouse, right? Okay, that may change the dynamics a little bit, but that's why I take everybody literally. So that way, if there's any misunderstanding, it's not on my part. So if you're saying a good spouse would keep themselves in shape for you, maybe I wouldn't argue against you for that. But at the same time, I don't think if you end up gaining some weight or whatever, that makes you not a good spouse. Again, it's the 80-20 rule. Now, you done gained all this weight, way more than I would like, but your cooking skills, top tier. My kids, you love them to death. The house stayed clean. Whatever money I need for you to participate in bringing to the house, you're doing it. Everything else is on point, but you fat. And all of a sudden, I'm saying you're not a good woman. That's
So what was the guy's part? I missed the guy's part.
It was the being faithful. So here's, and I know, sorry, Marcus, I know I'm stealing a little bit of your time. If men were penalized for stepping out of their marriage, cheating, the same way that women are, do you think you would still feel the same? Or is the fact that men cheating is more socially acceptable, do you feel like now you can waver on whether or not she's a good woman?
No, because that's not how we view things, right? So I'm a person that's anti-cheating, right? So regardless of how if a woman would stay around, I still don't like it. My homies don't get to call me and tell me about the women that you're sleeping with on your wife. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to know about it, right? But what I'm just specifically saying to you is, I know you've heard about the 80-20 rule, right? Men more so often look at things that way, more often than not. You know what I'm saying? It's just we don't expect for you to be perfect. And the reason why I asked you, did you think you was a good woman? Because it would be like, okay, let's just suppose right now, right, that you were smaller than what you are now. You get into a relationship with a guy, everything is good, y'all, whatever, y'all have some kids, you end up the size that you are now. And now all of a sudden that's too big for him. We still not gonna say you're not a good woman. Nobody would say that. Because it's a million other men out here that would love you at that size. So that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not you're a good woman. A good woman is, are you talking crazy to me, loud, always got to come back, always got to have the last word, disrespectful, neck twerking, hand pointing, everything is smart, whataboutisms all the time. You know what I'm saying? That's how we going to judge whether or not you're a good woman, is based off your behavior, how you treat us, and how you make us look when you out in public. Shan?
So what was so I get the female part, and I know what Enos is saying. What was the part that was for it? I was not smoking. Somebody said I fell asleep. I'm not gonna even lie on this couch. What was the part before that? It was like the power nap, so you're feeling good. What was the part that the men did? I'm sorry, that were the men's side. Like, what is she supposed to? So basically, men excuse the fact that she's big. What are women excusing? I'm sorry.
Well, not necessarily excusing. What we were trying to figure out was whether or not you consider the person a good spouse, right? So if the man is doing everything right, Shan, like everything you could think of, he doing it right, but he cheating. Marcus and Enos said that they believe women would say, yeah, he's a good man. And I'm saying, well, that can't be the case, right? If you see it.
Let me just say this. This is where the good man goes out the door when you're cheating, right? Cheating takes time. That means you're cultivating. It's different kind of cheaters, right? There's cheaters who go out, one night stand, don't develop a relationship with a chick. You don't see her anymore. The chance of her being in your phone, or even we knowing, the evidence is gone, right? And then you have the cheat who you're in a whole nother relationship. Like, she's the mistress. You got a whole nother life you got going on, right? So, which is probably the more than likely that's what's going on, okay? Because it's just hard to keep finding one night stands. People usually stick with the same person they're cheating with. So this is where the issue comes with. This is where the problem comes, okay? Back in the day when older men cheated, they knew how to protect their wife from the cheating, right? And they chose their wife. Their household was their household. Okay, some of them, people knew that he was cheating, but the wife, he stayed away from the wife, right? And whether she knew it or not, it was just he tried to do a good job at keeping her out of the mix. Okay. The problem with the modern day cheating is your side chick got rights. She at least thinks she got rights. Okay. When your side chick is sitting there like she can dictate what goes on in my household, that's a problem. When you can't keep her in line, she's driving by the house, and my whole family is now vulnerable because you got a crazy bitch. That's a problem. When you're sitting here and you're taking away time because she's taking up a lot of your time, because what you guys are realizing, side chick is a lot of work. You got to be able to juggle two. If y'all already say it's difficult juggling one woman, now you got two personalities that you're trying to juggle. You know what I'm saying? And y'all can say, oh, my feelings aren't involved. But them side chicks, after so many years, you start getting a little bit, it ain't the wife feeling, but you start getting a little feeling. So you come in salty because you and her had an argument and like, wait a minute, this is too much. You understand what I'm saying? It's the other stuff that you cannot tame that comes along with having a side chick that is the problem. Sometimes it's not the initial cheating, which some women, that's their boundary. They don't want you. It's all the other stuff, the money that's being spent out the household. We can barely make bills and you sit here paying her bills. What are we doing here? You ain't got it like that, boo.
Don't paint the narrative.
It's emotionally trying to keep her tame. You having to step out the house like, oh, baby, I'm going to the store. But you calling that chick and you gone supposed to be going to the 7-Eleven and now here it is 12 and you ain't back home. You know what I'm saying? It's these things.
So I need you to pick a side. Pick a side. Yes or no. Is the man cheating a good man? Yes or no?
So I think that a man, so this is what you said. If a man is doing everything he's supposed to do, what I'm saying to you is certain situations when you're cheating, it's impossible for you to do that.
I
Okay?
agree.
You're-
That's what AP was saying when he said he got you in the checkmate, because there is no perfect man. So there's right. So yes or no, is he a good man?
It depends.
Y'all gotta stop.
Because I've seen men. So for me, let me just give you my thing, right? And I don't want to be clipped with this, but this is my thing, right? I don't go looking, and it better not come to me. Okay, that's the rule. I won't go looking for it, and it better not show up on my front door.
Because
That's
you know
pretty
he's
fair.
cheating. You just not
That's
gonna
the
look
way.
it up.
I'm just not gonna look for it, right?
That's
And I
pretty
better
fair.
not even sit. You better just have the eyes dotted and your T. And again, I'm not looking for it. I can sense it, but I'm not gonna go looking for it. Okay.
In our example, it's happening. Is he a good man? Yes.
I know it's happening. Then no.
Yes. Okay, there it is.
It's some things. So this is my thing. It's some things that it's some stressors that you're supposed to. So provision is protection of your household. Period. In all different types of ways. Emotionally, keep that shit outside. What you do in the street need to stay in the street. Don't bring that to this household. This household already got enough stress. I don't want to be dealing with you just because you chose another relationship. Does not mean I chose another relationship. That's your relationship. So I don't want to be in the middle of y'all mess. Okay, don't bring that crap to my house. You understand? You got something going on outside. Keep it outside, my brother.
Heard it, Marcus.
When he asked you that question, because it was extremely leading, because what she heard, this isn't not you trying to lead her down the answer. I'm saying you got to understand how she heard that question. You just asked her specifically if she knows. What she heard is where men and women differ.
As he told me.
Like she heard that it was a whole thing. She heard a whole lot of stuff that you didn't say.
Interpretation. I told you won.
Let me clarify. Me knowing and you telling me are two different things, right? Women know. We're just smarter than y'all and stuff like that, right? We just know. Okay.
Right.
What I'm saying to you is, are you gonna sit here and be like, I got this side chick, and you finna tell that's not what we're gonna do, because I don't want you to feel comfortable in it at all. That's
okay, but Shan, listen,
this is what if you got something going on,
answer the question.
This
is why we asking the question this way, right? The reason why is because in the example that we were using, think about it, Marcus. The dude it's the dude cheating, like Ina said, it's the dude cheating versus the woman being overweight. So if you know the chick overweight, we have to use the example that the dude is cheating, right? So it's not that the chick is at your door banging down, let me in. It ain't none of that. You just know.
Right. No, but I'm saying that's how
you just know.
That's how she heard that question.
I know. That's why I'm clarifying it to her right now. Like, don't put all the extra on it, Shan. You just know. However, it ain't like the girls at your door. It ain't like you caught him at home. You just know he cheated.
Just know deep down inside. It's nothing he said. I just know from whatever reason.
And you never spoke to the girl. You never seen.
Yeah, but I'm saying
Is he still a good man?
Does that mean he's a good man?
Yes.
Is he still a good man? He's cheating on you.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Man, forget you. Gonna change your mind.
Let me give y'all a history. First of all, let me just say this. You gotta, and I hate to put my business out there. You gotta know where I come from. I come from a line of playboys. Okay, in my family, it was just a thing. My mom was married to one. My dad, I love him to death, but he was a great father. My mom, he took care of the household. My granddaddy, same thing, right? So it's just how I was taught at a very young age by my grandmother. Listen, if you have something worth having, many people want them. Okay. Mm-hmm. But you do not bring that shit to your house. And they did just that. That crap you got going on, I said, keep it outside.
So
I just want right here is untouched. If she don't understand what her place is, you need to fix it. But before it gets over here, that's how that went. Now, this modern day thing where y'all giving these chicks rights, and she got more rights than your wife. I don't know where that come from.
So just real quick, I want to go ahead and touch on both scenarios. And by the way, what's up, Ikene? I saw you in the chat. One, she is not a good woman anymore if she gets a little overweight, and you as a man have said to her that she's getting overweight and she needs to do something about it, but she decided to argue with you. I'll say it that way. Now she's no longer being that good woman. The same context Shan used, the man is no longer a good man once he has disrupted his home with his infidelities. Once that has penetrated your home, you are no longer doing what you're supposed to do as a man. Just like she's no longer behaving like a good woman should when she's trying to argue with you because she's gained a little weight and didn't want to take your advice to stay the woman that you needed her to be. Now, in both scenarios, it's not necessarily that you are no longer a good man or no longer a good woman because you gained weight and you cheated. It's what happened after that created the situation where you lose that title. And as a reformed cheater, I'm gonna go ahead and say this: men, if you are cheating, you are not a good man. You got to at least be upfront, honest, and open about your lifestyle. And if she chooses to accept it, cool. That means you're not cheating. And I just wanted to go ahead and
I
say that.
completely disagree with that. I was understanding you, like you told me earlier. I was rocking with you, whether I agree with you or not. But that last statement, you done lost your mind. So I'm gonna tell you,
podcast real fast. I think that so for example, there's women who feel like, okay, they don't mind being in a polygamous relationship. There are women like me who don't mind, like, as long as my rules are a little different. And there are women who are strict, like, listen, I have a no cheating policy. If my man cheat, you have to know what you're dealing with, right? Just like men have different rules. Some men don't care about weight. Some men don't care about cooking. Some men don't care about a lot of stuff, right? So you have to find out what works for your mate. There are so many different, that's one thing about it. We're not all the same. Okay. But when you get in a situation and you don't know your mate, and you know, for example, she has a problem with you cheating, and you keep on pushing that boundary, and she loves you, she's trying to stick in there with you. To her, you may be a bad man because I've already told you I don't deal with cheating, and you keep doing it to me. And you already know that is my trigger, just like there may be triggers that you may have, right? So you have to know what you're dealing with. So if you have a problem, if your advice is, I can't have one woman, you may need to think about talking to somebody who's okay with polygamy. You know what I'm saying? That kind of relationship. You may need to think about somebody who's okay with, who's a little bit more, who got rules. But if I don't know, those are the people the problem is when you try to bring somebody who's not down with what your cause is into a situation, and you keep pushing her boundaries. That's not fair to her. You understand what I'm saying? So you just, the whole thing is get to know your partner, see what their hard no's are in all of these, and you move forward because you guys are compatible, or you can't go forward with that person. If you know that you can't give up other coochie, don't go with her, because she can't give up the fact that she don't want her man cheating. And that's just not fair.
Because she's
and Beans, the context of what I'm saying is, and I think we all will agree with this, are you a man if you don't stand on your word? Are you a man if you over here lying?
Yes, you're still a man.
You are not a good man if you don't stand on your word, because that's what we got as men. We have our word. And if you over here lying to some chick or your chick, you're not standing on your word. You can't be a good man if you don't stand on your word and you out here lying. Period.
So without using any extremes, again, the way I see it, just the simplified version is like the 80-20 rule, right? Part of that 20 could be that you cheating. Part of that 20 could be that you lying, but you still got the other 80. So and this is my problem with what we do with men. Oh, he don't do that? He ain't no real man. He ain't 6 feet tall. He don't make 6 figures. He ain't no real man. He can't make her come just by looking at her. He ain't no real man. Everything comes down to you not being a damn real man. I'm not never going to subscribe
You
myself or
exaggerate.
any of my commentary to that narrative. Now, does that mean I said earlier that I'm not a fan of cheating? But at the same time, I do make caveats for niggas that whose women put them in sexless relationships, particularly sexless marriages where there's kids involved. Right. So then I'll make a caveat for those guys. I don't want to hear about it, but I understand why you're doing what you're doing. So that's why I'm saying you're not going to get to tell me that people aren't good anymore because they have this one or two vices or dysfunctions.
Two things I just want to mention. Number one, when you say real man, that sounds like some kind of woman definition, and I don't allow women to define men under any circumstance. They can kiss my ass on that, and I've stood on that one. The number two thing that I do want to mention, if you are a man in a sexless relationship or a sexless marriage, and you haven't had those conversations with a woman and you have to go behind her back and lie, like, what kind of man are you? Like, yo, hey, baby, you're not giving me none? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go ahead and go get me some. If she want to leave, she can leave. Or if she want to let you bust it down, she let you bust it down. But the end of the day, you got to keep it 100. Like, and I think personally, to me, that's part of being a good man. I didn't say real man. I'm saying good man.
I know. I addressed that.
Honesty is a big factor. If you gotta lie, if you have to lie, there is no way, in my opinion, and I know that we all have varying opinions. There's no way, in my opinion, you can be a good man if you gotta lie about what you're doing.
Yo, men have to lie just by being in relationships with women all the time. You cannot be.
I don't agree with that.
This is absolutely true, right? The fact of the matter is, there could be a woman who looks better than your woman. And if your woman said, babe, does she look better than me? You wouldn't say yes.
Actually, right? I would.
Okay, cool. So let me not ask you that. When I say you, I don't ask you that though. Wait, when I say you,
beautiful already.
I would have been like, why would you ask me that question?
Okay, you would.
You have to that question. You already know the answer to this question.
Just really quickly, please, y'all. When I'm speaking, I'm not talking about you. So everybody,
you're right. You speak general. That's
everybody gonna always say they different. No matter what you say, they different. They ain't never like nothing that you ever say. I'm talking about in general. I'm talking about 51% of people or more, right? 51%.
12 years ago, I would have lied.
Both men and women lie.
Right? 12 years ago, I would have lied. This version of me ain't no way.
But
I understand what you're saying in general.
But this is what I'm saying, AP. If we creating the scenarios, right, then I have to create the scenario. I'm only creating the scenario where I'm saying this is the part where I will excuse it. And that's because here's the thing. She's lying. What woman do you think get in a relationship and says, yeah, babe, we're going to end up in a sexist relationship at some point. I'm going to be denying you. None of them.
Child, she lying every time. Never mind.
But why is it having the conversation?
Now what I'm doing? Well, hold on, AP. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm trying to preserve the home. Right. That's important. Right. The preservation of the home. So I'm trying to preserve the home. In this case, I have to lie. Right. Some of the most successful people in the world are liars. People lie about the income that they make or don't make. People have businesses and lie and say that they lost money on them. People lie and say it was in the military and they got injured and now they're getting this so-called wake up money every day. Like people lie all the time, bro, for different reasons. So, you know, to call it lying, I can agree with you on that. And it'll take something out of you internally to have to lie as a man. So I agree with you on that. But I'm saying kids at the crib, woman at the crib, she don't want to have sex. Hey, I've been in a sexless relationship before, but it wasn't intentional. The girl literally couldn't have sex. And after a year of dealing with that, I was like, now to your point, I did tell her, like, I'm not gonna lie to you. But that was different. Again, it wasn't like she was withholding, right? She had a medical problem that was preventing it. You see what I'm saying? So I was honest with her, you see? But when my baby mama cheated on me, nigga, I went and hit everything in the neighborhood.
Everything in the neighborhood. She cheated on you.
Now, see, I'm very different when it. I'm very different when it comes to
everybody that say yes.
Yeah, I'm very different when it comes to
two birds. Y'all should have stayed together.
Nah, she was
Same
trying to cheat for resources. I was cheating for payback.
Y'all both suck.
Oh,
Okay,
you
go
had
ahead.
sex with one dude? Okay, I'm finna have sex with everybody.
No.
Go ahead, Ina.
So we had like this whole dialogue about how women are delusional or misinterpret questions of whether they're a 10 or not when men are validating this. If your woman is asking you if this girl is prettier than her and you're saying no, you're validating her idea that she's a 10. This is nuts.
I agree.
Wait,
are
you don't
validating,
see
but
the problem with
literally,
that?
there's brothers that's like,
You
listen,
can
don't do
say,
this to me.
baby, you a baddie, but she a baddie.
No.
I mean,
Oh
she
my
got
God! Like y'all realize
y'all
I'm
just
broke.
looking different. Just say
All
something.
of y'all have way
You
more
say,
money than me. There's no way you should be missing this. Do you not see the flaw in that argument,
Hey,
Marcus?
ball. That girl know that girl
no,
look
because
better
here's
than
the
her
thing,
already.
right? It's like, I firmly believe that the things that you lie about in the relationship are the things that you break up over, right? I think you should be honest, but there's care and delivery and respect in the way that you handle that question. There's no reason to actually lie to the person that you want to be with forever. There really isn't. You just handle the answer with the love and care and respect that that person deserves. What's the point of lying?
You gotta say,
What do
baby,
they
it don't even
deserve?
matter
If
with you,
you
right?
already know the answer before you answer it, what do you mean they deserve? They don't deserve nothing. Like, deserve what? The reality is she already know the answer. She just gonna figure out what you gonna say. Are you gonna try to make her feel better about the answer she already know, or are you gonna tell her the truth about how you truly feel? Like, man,
Okay, so
You gotta just be
so
like,
to
baby,
that,
she bad. I ain't gonna even lie, she bad.
no, but even at that, right? Like, even if she does want validation, so is she not your woman? Why not validate her? Be like, yeah, she's prettier than you, but you know what? I love the way you do this for me. I love how much you respect me. I love how much you pour into this family.
that wasn't
Like,
the question.
it doesn't matter. If she's seeking validation, why not give her validation? What's the issue with giving the person that you're in a committed relationship with validation? What is the problem with that?
We're
Because
not
validation
arguing
requires
about
that
not
you lie.
validating that person. I chose you. That's a validation in and of itself. Now, if you don't have your own personal self-validation, that's not my fault of about how you feel about you.
No,
If you're
bro, you gotta
delusional, I'll put you
reinforce.
like this, Marcus. Do you think, okay, first of all, Marcus, do you think or believe that there are men in the world who are more attractive than you?
Marcus probably don't think so.
Yes.
Okay. That's why I asked the question, because I was scared he was gonna be like, no, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I think everybody else is ugly and I'm beautiful. But okay, so since you do know that, right?
He knows that.
Right? Since you do know that, right? If you even asked your woman, right? Because it would make it a silly question to me, right? Because the problem with the question is, if Marcus knows that there are people who look better than them, then he know who those people are.
I don't. I really don't.
You ain't shit. I should have went to HD.
I really don't.
I should have went to HD.
I know
HD.
they exist, but I
would have
can't
been
pinpoint
honest,
nobody.
man.
I'd be like, yeah, he
Nigga
got me.
Marcus always trying to be a professor. What I'm saying is,
So are you trying to say you don't know them personally, or you don't know that if you were to see them, you'd be like, oh, that's a guy that looks better than me?
So the issue boils down to, I think women have different tastes. So
that ain't
it
the
depends
question,
on who
Marcus.
you. No,
no,
let me explain why I'm saying
He's
that.
hitting on something. He's hitting on something.
Let me explain why I'm saying that. If it's a white woman that only like white guys, it don't matter how I look. It's gonna be more men that are more attractive, because I'm not attracted. I don't really have a good gauge for how attractive men are. I can kind of tell which men women will like and which ones won't.
There you go.
But I don't have a good gauge as to. I said this before, and y'all said I was compliment fishing, and I was trying to get to the point that I don't know how I actually look one way or the other. I know women like me, but it could be for a multitude of reasons, which is why I was saying it that one time.
Wait, Marcus. So are you saying that the men that you know exist that look better than you, Are you saying that you just look at them and know that they look better than you, or do you do it like I do, which is gauge it by saying, yeah, I think more women would be attracted to him than me?
Yeah, or
Yeah, that's how we do it.
I think most men do it that way.
Yeah, exactly. See, now Enaz being a woman, I know y'all don't think like that. Because if y'all did, exactly. See, that's what I'm saying. Because if y'all did, first of all, that question wouldn't even exist. But secondly, we wouldn't see these women on these panels saying they are fucking. I'm sorry, I'm trying not to cuss. I've done a good job with this show. Thank y'all. Y'all have helped me not cuss a lot tonight, man. I really appreciate that. I'm trying to practice. But we wouldn't see these women on the panel saying that they tens and 9s and 8s when they're clearly 4s and 3s, right? Like we wouldn't see that.
But here's the thing, right? Is that women see attention as attention. Most women don't understand sexual attention versus relationship attention. And so
come on now, take them to church.
Women will see the attention that they're getting sexually and equate that to their looks, right? There are, somebody made I can't remember who, I'm sorry. Somebody made the comment about a big woman being flown out. Big women get flown out. Yeah. Big women like
say it like
sex, right? Like men.
Yo, clip it. Put her on Instagram. Clip it. Big women get flown out.
Does that mean that they are 10s? No, but if they looked at it the way that you guys did, they get sexual attention, and so why wouldn't they be a 10? It doesn't work for women the same way that it does for men. The scales of measuring are not the same.
Well, even though the scale of measuring ain't the same, women still understand that women that don't look as good as them still get sex.
Right.
Wait. So here's I think where maybe there's some misunderstanding, right? If you have men lying to women about their attractiveness, and you have women who are unattractive who have access to just as much sex as attractive women, how are women supposed to actually gauge where they sit in the spectrum? There isn't, unless you're actually genuinely self-critical, there's a lot of room, way too much room for error.
But that's the point, is that you're supposed to be self-critical. Like, you're supposed to be self-aware. You're supposed to be able, you're not stupid. You can look and see who the men are going, oh my God. Like, you can tell. You know
the crazy thing is that women could be self-aware about everything else in their life, but when it comes to dealing with this Negro, they're not as self-aware. She can figure out, hey, I need this, I need this, I ain't done this, I need to do this. You got all the self-evaluation and self-disciplines for all the things, but for all of a sudden you can't figure this out.
No, I thought you was finna mention boob jobs. Enaz, why are they getting the boob jobs if they don't understand? Why are they getting the BBLs if they don't understand? Why are they getting the lip injections?
But if you listen to Beans, if you listen to what they say, it kind of feeds into what I'm saying. Because the main thing, which is a lie, they're gonna say is I did it for myself. Because that allows them to still say they are 10 and it wasn't trying to impress nobody else.
So how is it not delusion then?
Wait, real quick, Marcus, are you telling me? Wait, no, Marcus, don't say it's true. You're not telling me that in the women's mind they're not 10s, but they think the men think they are. Is that what you're telling me?
So I think if they acknowledge it, then it lowers their value to the men, and other women around them will think that they think lowly of themselves, regardless of what they think that number is. Because it's how they communicate. It's like, let me see.
As if it's true,
like,
is what I'm
if
saying.
You don't know if you got it,
this
is gonna be extremely Paul's statement. No, I'm not gonna say it because it's hella Paul's. It's gonna say yeah.
I'm saying, Marcus, think about it. If I'm doing it for myself, right? When the women say that, if that's a true statement, and they believe, man, my lips need to be bigger, my hair need to be blonde, my eye color need to be different, I need to put this goofy ring in my nose, I need to get butt, I need to get BBL, I need to get a boob job, I need to do all this stuff to myself, But if you ask me, I'm a 10.
Let me ask you a question.
Th- th-
So I
They
have a
don't
question.
believe it, but they
So
believe.
what's the,
Oh
so
yeah, you did argue that.
So what's wrong with a person saying that they are 10?
Because it ain't true.
Because more times than not, they wrong.
Right. So, but what I'm saying to you is, I understand if she's in La La Land, who cares? I mean, she won't get the results. If she's saying that she's a 10, at the end of the day, if you don't want her, why? It doesn't matter. Which,
But
Yes,
here's the
it does, man.
problem. The
Well,
problem is
okay.
that other women will base their answer off of her answer. And
Hey,
then it will trickle down to the rest of the people. Just like we all know that when a woman says something, they're more inclined to be in agreement with the thing that the other one said, so they don't cause issue with the group.
But my question to you is, because I feel like only men can judge you, right? And which may be Marcus's idea of 10, may be totally different from your idea of 10, right? So what I'm saying to you is, if that person is not even an option for you, who cares what she's saying? She's not even, I feel like it's just this way of trying to keep people in check, right? Like, even when it comes to men, listen to what I'm saying. Even when it comes to men, I don't even, we all have different ideas of what is attractive. I may go for a different type. Inaz may go for a different type. Our types may not even match up, right? What she considers a 10, I may not consider a 10. Because it's all in the eye of the beholder, right? But what I do see is when I look outside and I see people match, I see people match with people that go with them, right? They may think each other 10s. Like, I love her, she loves me, and that may be his 10, she vice versa. It isn't, but what I'm saying to you is it's over millions of people in the world, okay? Who gives a heck? I don't care that one person's calling herself a 10. I just zoom right on by it. I don't care half the la stuff that comes out half men's mouth and women's mouth. I could really care less.
Shan,
Why would I care?
see, you
Why?
really look. So
What
follow
is
me.
it doing to you, though?
Wait, so follow me and listen to hear me this time, not to respond, right? If it's
Oh,
a person,
boo, you got this all twisted. I don't wear wigs. You'll never see Shan with a wig on. I'm sorry, I had to say that.
somebody said you was wearing a wig.
Yes,
her
just
hair.
because my hair poops up, I'm about to put it in a ponytail.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
God's
know.
hair and that's Shan hair.
Okay, but look at this. So there's a person who is riding around in a EMT outfit and driving an ambulance, but they're not an EMT. And they don't know CPR. They don't want to know ambulance.
See,
I
no.
specifically asked you to listen to me to understand and not respond. Everybody heard me say that,
But
right?
your scenario, you're about to sit here and say, but
You
he
gotta let
can't
them
CPR.
contextualize it,
That is
Shan.
affecting somebody else. Me saying I'm a 10 it ain't gonna pay your bills. It ain't affecting you in any kind of way. I can be in La La. It's people out here in La La Land every single day. Everybody has had a La La moment. Okay,
Shan, you gotta let him get his whole point out. You cut him off mid conversation.
Said it was gonna happen because I knew she would.
You
Go
cut him
ahead.
off mid
You
conversation.
gotta
Let him get his whole
listen to
point.
Go
He
me.
might
ahead.
think it's
Go
someplace
ahead.
else.
Shan,
Go ahead.
the point is this, right? When they just riding around doing their thing, they ain't bothering nobody.
Okay.
When somebody come to them needing help and they not really qualified, now they are affecting people. These
Okay.
women who think they're 10s when they're really 4s affect lives. They do.
How?
Because they're
I
delusional.
literally just explained it. I said, yo,
So
I
let
said
me
if
ask you a
she
question.
say this is a woman that I don't want to deal with, right? Because she don't know, she don't make no sense, right? So the other women are going to hear her make this statement and the reasoning behind her statement, and then be like, shoot, well,
Don't
shoot.
even-
It literally becomes like a domino effect. This one does the same one that this one does because
that's
monkey see, monkey do.
but respectfully, HD, that's not a good argument for this. I'm not saying you're wrong. For this, I'm saying look at the people's lives who that individual is actually going to touch. They're delusional, Shan. And if you're delusional in that form, you're delusional in other forms too.
No,
Your behavior.
it's just as delusional as you think you're gonna make it to the NBA. Everybody got their delusion lose, okay? Everybody.
Right. But here's the
It's
thing.
just as delusional as with the kid who comes to my school, like Miss Pitts. I'm gonna be an NBA player, but you on the bench, and you've been there for the last 2 years. That's delusion as well. It's a lot of we all listen to what I'm saying. Just like you want your child to be the star, and your child is not the star, daddy ball, and your child is just fumbling the ball. That's just as we are delusional on so many different levels, right?
No.
Everybody has the Lulu in them, okay? Everybody's had a taste of the Lulu cake.
No, that's a bad example. See?
So what I'm saying to you is, if that girl that I don't know wants to call herself a 10, I can really give a damn. Because she's not doing nothing. That's her life. Let her live. And if the 10 shower down on her.
So Shan, podcast, can I just jump in real quick? And I got you, bro. Because I know how she need to hear this to understand how it's an issue. So Shan, we want to see people get married, right?
She don't want to get married.
No. Me and you want to see people get married, right?
Okay.
And because we want to see people married, we got to create couples, right?
Sure.
Now, if a woman believes that she is well above the man that's her counterpart, that creates an issue for them coupling, right?
So, listen, that's not her counterpart. Stop putting her with people she don't want to be with. If she feels like she is above a person, she shouldn't be with him.
I agree.
You can't make them be together.
But if she's not, and if in mass people believe this and they're not, then we don't have any relationships, thus no marriage.
That's the problem.
Listen, that's the problem. So this is where divorces come in right here. Y'all trying to force some shit that ain't supposed to be together, okay?
No, we're not.
But they're technically supposed to be together.
What I'm saying. If she is not feeling, one thing about love is all that stuff go out the door when you love somebody, right? I can say I want a 6'6" guy, all this stuff, but as soon as next thing you know, I fall in love with a 5'10", and I'm in love with them. Them standards be going straight out the door. When half the people got standards, and the person they in love with ain't meeting not now one of them standards. Okay, so at the end of the day, the person that she's supposed to be with, if it's a true match, it's going to happen. I don't care what she writes down. I don't care none of that stuff. If she wants. I just don't, it's just going to happen. But you can't sit here and be like, oh, these two people should be together. No, if they don't feel that they need to be together, they're not going to be, it's not going to work out.
See, you see what's happening? Is Shan has a point that she's trying to make. No matter what we say, she's going to just say that point and revert. She's not actually listening to us to understand what it is that we're saying.
I am listening.
Okay, so if you're listening, then what's the reason why we're saying it's a problem?
Right. So you're saying it's a problem because people are not, they're betting outside their league, and that's going to leave them single. And if we're trying to get people to be married, then people need to be more realistic about who they can get so that those people can mate with each other and we can have these happy families, right?
No,
that's what you're saying.
That's what Marcus was saying. Remember your initial discussion was with me.
Let me just say this, okay? That is going to work just as much as if we sit here talking about careers, right? Just like you want her to fit in there, I need y'all to do more. I need more doctors in the world. I need more all these other things. So just like you want her to fit outside the box, you need to do the same thing. If you're sitting here saying she can be this, and this, right? I need you to be realistic too. Not you as in you, but I'm saying
in general.
It needs to be in all categories, not just in love relationships. It needs to be, okay, since we playing this game right here. When it comes to love, let's play that same game as it comes to career.
No, you can't, because they're not the same thing. That is such a naive statement to make. Listen, here's the point. The reason why it's problematic is because they're being delusional. Thank you for offering me my checkmate, right? When you said about people who think they're going to go to the NBA, guess what? By the time those people reach 22, if they don't get there, they know it's over.
But the problem is,
see what I mean? You're not listening to hear.
But listen to what I'm saying. The problem is, while he was trying to get to the NBA, he wasted 22 years of education because he had his eye. So this is what y'all not understanding. Using them athletes, listen what I'm saying. As a teacher, Usually athletes, they focus so much on being an athlete that they miss out on education. They're like, oh, they do the bare minimum because they're the athlete, right? So what you're doing is almost opportunity cost. What you're giving up for something else. And the problem with that is you want to be this basketball player that you tuning everything else out, right? And now that you're 22, you missed all this opportunity to do something else, but you put so much focus in on this and you missed all of this. Does that make sense to you?
I understand what you're saying.
Marcus, is that you doing that? You get my freaking nerves.
The problem is this, right? This is what you do a lot. I don't think you understand this.
I hear what you're saying.
No. See, right now you don't, because I'm not even repeating what I just said. I'm saying a whole other statement. And look,
it's 3:25 a.m. in the morning. I have heard you talk. I slept and heard you talk.
But you don't know what I'm about to say now, so why won't you just let me finish my sentence?
I promise you, I get what you're saying.
But you don't, because I haven't said it. I'm about to say something completely different. See, I don't have to just repeat myself. If you go back and listen, okay. So listen to what I'm about to say then, because I know you're not listening to understand how that's okay.
Okay.
But the point is this: what you do a lot is you create narratives, right? The thing that you just talked about is not the majority of men. But even if it was, the fact of the matter is, if they realize it at 22, and we talking about 32-year-old delusional ass women, 42-year-old delusional women, 52-year-old delusional women. Even if what you're saying is true, they still realize that at 22 years old, they still have, if the age expectation is correct, they still have 50 years left to do something different. Whereas we're talking about women who get into their 30s and 40s with these delusional things. These women have 2 and 3 children and be delusional. Just because I got 3 kids don't mean nothing. My value's still the same. I'm still a 10. Yes, a man should want me. Yes, he should want to take care of my kids, all that other stuff. That is problematic. And then they're going to hand down that same delusional behavior to their children. And then they're going to make life hell for the men who come into their lives and don't meet their expectations based on all this other baggage that they bring into the relationship. So it's not the same as the guys who try to get into basketball. And it's absolutely problematic on a macro level. Now, do you understand?
I would agree. It's more like the guy who has the mixtape in his trunk and he's 50 years old and he's
yes, that's a better example.
So if he can live in law, if he is going to be the next T.I., she's going to be the next supermodel and she's 500 pounds. Like they're both.
But Shan, we not make fun of them niggas?
So maybe they both should get together. What I'm trying to say is there's an equal amount of delulu in this world. Everybody's got it. And I would even say when it comes to, I see it all the time. People feel like in our community, education is not that important, right? And the reason why I say that, because I can tell by the way y'all kids come in the classroom that it ain't important.
Not y'all kids.
Y'all kids come in the classroom like we're supposed to give them a grade. They don't got to earn it, right?
That's reparations.
So the delusion comes in the fact that you're going to be handed everything in life because we give you opportunity after opportunity because No Child Left Behind created that opportunity after opportunity to do it. And guess what? Real life doesn't work that way, right? So there's a sense of delusion there that it's going to be this easy route and I can just play around right now, and I don't have to worry about it because it's going to be this. Everybody has. They do.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. You're not going to trick me. You just highlighted a problem with delusion. You just highlighted a problem with delusion by saying these kids who come in, they think they're supposed to just get a grade just for being there. You just highlighted a problem with it. So you saying it's okay for them to be that delusional?
I'm saying that it's an equal amount of delusion everywhere. To the point where, listen, so listen to what I'm saying. And I get it. And I love the fact that y'all want that 10 to get in play. I love the fact that we have so much passion as it relates to that 10, but I want that same passion as it relates to getting our community back together. Besides that 10, just getting our shit together, pulling our pants up and walk down the street.
So
stop in the produce aisle rapping. When I go to the grocery store, I don't want you spitting over my food. You feel me? I mean, it's just certain things that I wish we would get together also.
So Shan,
That
to your point,
passion.
to your point, what we saying, if we talk about issues that will affect that occurring, that's what the reason for saying that somebody needs to not be delusional if they're delusional, because they like if you think you're supposed to make $200,000 a year and you get offered a job for 50 and you never work because you never make the amount you
Right.
work, then you never enter
I
the
get that.
market.
So
So
okay.
that's
So
why
let me
it's
clarify.
important to fix that.
So
There
so
you
let
go.
me clarify what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is for this conversation that we're having today, I want us to concentrate. Delusion is delusion. We can talk about relationship delusion because that's what you guys like to talk about. It always comes back to relationships, right?
Mhm.
This conversation today was about community.
Mhm.
How do we get ourselves? Because from being in the place that we are. That's what this conversation is about.
Mhm.
And
We can't do
so,
it with delusion.
I wish we had that same passion. We're trying to put people in their place as it relates to teens, people calling themselves teens, as in
AP, what were
putting
you saying?
We
Shit.
do. Marcus, do we not have the same smoke for delusion
Go
on
ahead,
any level, regardless of who it is, men or women? If
Yeah.
men highlight
no,
that equal level of delusion, we would be on their ass.
no. Listen to this, and this is not you guys, because men who feel like they can lollygag through school, don't have to do bare minimum. They just
Damn,
don't.
those ain't
Listen,
men.
they
Those are
can get
kids.
the same woman Marcus can get, you can get, everybody in this panel could get. They feel like they can get the same woman, and they'll try to make her feel bad for not wanting them. They'll dog her out like she thinks she all this because she don't want them.
So
Right?
we agree that happens. We agree that happens, and we agree that's wrong. And if you heard anybody, I know I've heard everybody, all the men on the panel, I've heard say something similar about you got to date a woman that's within the range of the woman you could date. So
Absolutely.
nobody is arguing that. I know the point you think
not.
it sound like you thought was being made.
What?
That's
Marcus, do I not go in on these niggas about
yeah,
thinking they
that you're not
come
going.
on, man?
He be saying
Man,
they
you
won't
don't
get
know
him.
me.
But
So,
AP, what were you
know the
about to
point
say, AP?
that you like are adamantly against. I agree. If men are just trying to lower the value of women for the sake of just lowering their value, that's
Right.
not right. That's not what we're talking about.
It's
We're not
corny.
saying nobody is or isn't a 10. We were just saying in regards to somebody moving forward in a relationship with a suitable partner, they need the suitable match to understand that they're a suitable match and that they're not an alien, that they're not, a different species. That's it. That's all.
That's
Make sense? Yeah.
That's it does.
Look at
Go
look at
ahead,
Enos.
So I like the analogy or the comparison to the 45-year-old rapper with mixtapes in his trunk, right? That is the anomaly. So we can easily point that out. I think what the gentlemen are trying to get at is that there's now a surplus of these women who are overestimating their value. And that's where the community part of this conversation comes in, because the community is not able to create families because there's this huge and growing population of women that are now disqualifying themselves out of marriage. So if we want a community that's more tight knit and a community where more people are getting married and seeing the value in marriage, there need to be more women who need, have a more grounded, be delusional, right? Be delusional, but move from a place of groundedness.
So this is the thing,
Enos for
and
president.
it's as long as we continue to be superficial in relationship, I don't see that happening. Okay, because nobody is going for the relationship for what they should be going for the relationship with. Period. Okay, because some people will find that maybe that person who's not that attractive is the person that they probably connect with the most, but they're going after attraction and they get mad because they got played because she done played them, right? Or the man who's old and he's going for the woman who's 25 years younger than him. Everybody has the superficial stuff is what's messing. It ain't just her. It's a whole round of crazy people. The way we're dating today is just crazy. The whole the whole dating scene just needs to be tossed in the trash. From the man who's got 10 chicks that he has no intention for, he just wants more options, right? Because even if you gave him that chick, he still want 2, 3, 4 so he can choose, right? He ain't satisfied with the chick you trying to give him because she need to lower her, she needs to think on her level. Everybody wants all these amazing options, and all they want to do is play with them. They don't even want to be serious with them. So what are we getting at? Are we really talking about getting married here all of a sudden? Because that's not what's happening. We're the least married group of all.
It's not marriageable.
Listen, no, every man has met a marriageable woman. They just didn't marry her. They just did not marry her. So with that being said, if you're a decent guy, you have met at least one who was riding down for you. She was probably that one. It's just you wasn't ready, or there's a story behind why it just didn't work out, right?
She was overweight.
Well,
hey Shan.
You know, but what I'm saying to you is, in today, if we're gonna talk about relationships, let's really be realistic, okay? People out here playing games. They not really being serious. It's all about me, what I can get. I'm being selfish. If you can't bring anything to me, how does that benefit me? If both do it. Men do it, women do it, right? It's all about if I can have sex with it. I'm not even going on a date. I'm taking it out because I'm trying to. You understand? Absolutely. Like, when are we gonna stop that? Until we do that, who cares? Because at the end of the day, you just gonna play with her. If she shows up perfect for you, what you gonna do? I don't even know if I believe in marriage. It ain't benefiting me. You know, what you gonna do with it then? If you don't even believe in marriage, you don't even want marriage, what you gonna do with it? Just sit there and look at her?
Wait, Shan, answer this. Answer this for me, Shan, because you said something. I want to see what you really gonna say. I'm gonna take notes too. Tell me the top 5 reasons why people should. Tell me the top 5 reasons why people should be seeking marriage. What's the top 5 reasons?
I think that a marriage, in the way I look at marriage, especially in my age, you should want somebody who you can have memories with, you can grow old with. That person's gonna have your back 100%. Because life is hard. It's hard, and it would be so wonderful to find that person who can go through it with you. You have her back; she has a true partnership. When the times get tough, she's there for you. Vice versa. If you meet young, if he has a vision, I believe in helpmate. You know, she's there to help him foresee that vision, be a part. The yin, like they mesh together, right? Like that is people underestimate that love, right? Like that your grandparents had. You need it. I don't think that we were meant to be alone like this, y'all. We were meant to have somebody to walk this journey with. And we are sitting here playing around with it. It's almost like we trying to play God. Like, yeah, he gave me somebody good. I'm going to throw him to the side. He going to give me somebody else better. How many opportunities do you think you're going to get with that? How many? You think he's going to just keep giving you gift after? You think he's going to keep giving you gift after gift after gift after gift, and you keep dodging it, throwing it away? Like, that's not how this works.
So Shan, what you're saying is fantastic. You mentioned that ball player, right, that went to school for 22 years thinking he was going to the NBA. Okay. He thought that he was going to be great. And at 22, he done wasted 22 years of other opportunities that he could have went and done had he had just got the realization earlier, right? That was a fantastic point. What these brothers are trying to say, which you probably already understand and already agree with, they're trying to get to these people before they get to 22 and try to get them to think about other opportunities and other thought processes that will actually be more reasonable for them.
Yeah.
But hey, people, what you got to say? You've been trying to speak for 2 years.
She said back though, right? HD on the question. What she said back was memories, grow old, have your back, partnership, helpmate. None of that requires marriage. None of it. You can have all of that without marriage.
Let me just say this. Little podcast, I was gonna say whatever the B word. I can't, I don't have my glasses on.
It's beautiful.
Let me say this. If there's a woman in your life, I don't know, I guess you have a woman and you love her, right? And she's got your back. She's got your back. And you know that she's going to have your back. And we're not talking about this fake stuff that's going on right now. You know she's going to ride with you. You've been through some hard times and she was there for you. And you've been there for her. Do you understand the biggest gift you can give that woman is your last name? That's the one thing that's more than anything is the fact that I get to rock your last name.
Why?
It's just is what it is. It's kind of like while men have this thing, it's a gift.
No,
like for me to be a part of your family, listen to what I'm saying to you. For me to be a part of it, if you want to put a prenup in place, fine. Because at this point, you know if a person's there for your money or not. Put that stuff in place. She wouldn't mind signing it. It ain't even got nothing to do with that. It's about you. Okay. And to be with you is to be a part of you. And so for you, I'm just telling you with women, for you to offer that to her and you say, I want your last name. I want you to drop yours and I want you to ride with mine. Do you understand how amazing that gift is? Like, at least to me, I know some people don't appreciate it these days. I'm talking about me. That's like that. And I don't know why women don't look at it like this man chose you. He chose to cover you. He chose to protect you. Out of all the people in the world, he chose you. I have no clue why women don't look at it that way. I wish they did. I do.
You
And
do
I do
because
think
they
that
focus on
people-
something else.
You,
They're not
and I do
focused
think
on
that
the
people-
prestige of it.
You said what now?
Said because they're not focused on marriage itself. They're more than likely focused on something else. They're focused on what they can do for themselves, like you said earlier.
For sure.
People are
And it's taunted. The whole situation is just needs to be thrown away and just it's all a mess. It is a hot mess.
so Shan, you do know that if you meet me and my last name is Johnson and your last name is Carter and you want to take my last name, you can literally go change your name. You don't have to get married to do that.
Well, when I say marriage, let me just clarify when I say marriage. When I say marriage, I don't necessarily mean American courtroom, right? I'm a believer in we can find a country that, maybe is not recognized or like I'm down for that cause. I feel like you offering that to me. If I love you, if that is your concern, I'm going to try to find a way to make that less of a concern. If that means finding a place where it won't be held against you, where I can lessen that blow to you, I would do that because it's not about that. Does that make sense?
It does.
Shan,
I'm just
you
saying,
put
like,
your hand together like this. Can you do that?
we really push the married narrative, right? And the thing about it is people get frustrated when you just ask the right questions and they realize they don't really have answers. It's really just cognitive dissonance at this point that they just believe that that's how it's supposed to be. And no, what it really boils down to is women want marriage because they look at it as a piece of security. That's what it is. Whatever it is that you have, when you die, I know I'll be taken care of.
So security comes in. So security comes in different forms, right? I think you're talking about a woman who's looking for financial security, right? So when I think of security, I say that I'm secure that this is an extra layer that's going to make it hard for us. We have to think it through, right? It's a process to get out of it. It's not as easy as just me like, you know what, I ain't married anyway. Let me just go over here, right? It's a covenant. And so I think that it just gives you a little layer of that type of security. I don't think it always is financial security because most men I date at this point, well, he does make more than me, but I have so a lot of people don't have pension. So I have to make sure that whoever I date, I have a nice pension plan, right? And most jobs don't even give you pension plans. So if I you ain't taking half of my pension. You feel me? So,
absolutely. So
you gotta protect you. So,
exactly. So you're in a position to understand where men might be coming from.
Absolutely. But even then, I'm okay with us doing we can do other things. We can be creative with this. Does that make sense?
It does, but again, I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying. I'm just saying nothing that you said requires marriage to have. Nothing. None of it. Last names, rings, paperwork saying that you get all my stuff when I die. We live in the same space, kids, ride or die. What's the other stuff you said? Memories, grow old, have your back, partnership, helpmate. None of that requires marriage. So when I asked the question,
but some people believe in God, so some people don't want to be just living and fornicating and So if you believe in it, so if you can laugh, I believe in God. So
no, it's not that. It's just that God doesn't require paperwork.
You
God
know,
doesn't require paperwork.
it's
Let
different.
me translate it
So
for you,
God
Sam.
does, you have to obey the law of the land, right? But I do believe that if you go before the Lord and you do, there are ways that you can, you know.
So let me translate it for you. So maybe it can be clear for the men. What
Mhm.
she's saying is there is a level in a relationship, and withholding that the highest level of the relationship is like you telling them that they really not that worthy of the highest level you can get them in a relationship.
Absolutely.
And because they hear it and feel it like that, so it'll be the equivalent of you dating a woman and wanting sex with her, and she's withholding sex because maybe she's not that serious about you, or she's waiting until something, and they feel like if they giving you everything, why won't you give them everything you possibly can give them? Because all those things she named, they culminate into this is the you have reached the pinnacle of what I think a woman is, and if I'm your woman and you don't feel I'm the pinnacle, what are we doing?
Right. So now you're saying you're in support of delusion?
I was just translating.
I know, but remember that was the problem that we was talking about earlier today with the women translating things or delusional, right? That's not a correct translation, right? If somebody is choosing to everything looks exactly like marriage except for the piece of paper. How am I treating you any different? Because you don't have a piece of paper saying that we
Again,
married.
it's what it represents. So it
Right,
represents the
that's the
highest level.
delusion. See, that's what I'm saying. That's man-made. That's not God-based, right? So you can't use even when she says you have to obey the laws of the land. Well, there's no law of the land that says you have to be married. So you're not obeying anything, right? There's no law of the land that says you have to have a piece of paper of marriage. No law says that. So you can be with somebody and you do not have to get piece of paper government signed marriage, right? Consummation between you, your partner, and God is literally you and that person having sex according to the Bible. That's according to the Bible
Right.
in the
But
Genesis. I get the
if a
scripture if
level,
you don't believe me.
I'm
Right?
not arguing any of that. I'm just saying the way that they view it is there's a level that exists where you could really show me how much you care or love me, and by
Mhm.
you refusing to give me that level, it says something to me.
I understand, Marcus. I'm understanding the
Yeah,
English.
that's it.
We
That's
were
all.
just talking about the way that the same way how we said that they would misinterpret the question of "Are you a 10?"
Mhm,
That is a misinterpretation. If you
mhm.
think that I'm not taking you to the highest level by not giving you this piece of paper by the state, which says that if we break up, I'm gonna owe you something, then that is a messed up misinterpretation. You're delusional.
So it wasn't even as much about owing something. It's the way it comes off, like that's why she said it don't even have to be in regards to money. It's about putting a title on her so another woman can't come and look down on her and pretend like her man love her more.
But
It's
Marcus, listen to me. Nobody takes their
He just
marriage
says that,
license,
yeah.
puts it on a chain, and walks around with it. How do women acknowledge that they're married?
the
He just
ring and
They
when they
wear a
speak.
ring. So I could get you the same carat ring as this other nigga did. This, like, I know it's difficult to accept it, but the piece of paper is literally irrelevant. The
She
only
said
thing that the piece of paper actually does is says that we're probably going to file joint taxes, and if we break up, I owe you something. That's literally what the paper does. It does nothing else.
She said she would go to another island, right? I'm not even gonna argue what it does and what it doesn't do. I'm just saying she agreed that she would. If you worried about losing your money, she'll go to an island that they don't recognize the marriage, have a marriage ceremony, so she can technically say if somebody asks me, "Are you married?" and she won't be lying about it. And if you have no jurisdiction in America, she don't care, but she wants that level.
Right. So what's your opinion? I'm sorry, Inaz, I'll ask you the question since you're trying to go. What's your opinion on Commonwealth? Is that not real marriage to you?
It it doesn't count the same way to them if they can't say it and say, I'm telling the truth when I tell somebody else I'm married, then it's not the same thing. It'll be like, yeah, I like so you take sex for instance. I almost stuck it in. I fingered her. I sucked on her titties, but I never put it in all the way. So you can't say you hit, even though you can say you sexually active. I'm trying to find something to correspond to so you can understand how they view it.
I understand how they view
I
it.
don't think we have an issue with understanding. It
Delusional.
just we're talking about the whole totality of the whole situation. That's why I said ages ago, devoid of any religious significance, the backing and grounding for marriage is extremely weak because, like he said, everything, the only thing that you can get in marriage that you can't get outside of marriage is the legal tax breaks. You can't get that outside of marriage. But being able to put them as a beneficiary, being able to change your last name, getting a wedding ring, getting these protections for your kids, for your family, there is nothing else besides
Okay,
the legal tax benefits and the religious significance that you get from getting married in the US.
So to answer your question, podcast, I don't believe in common law. I don't have children. I will not be having children without marriage. So that's that. But the other thing that marriage does give, and we talked about this a couple months back, Shannon Mistaken had brought up that your legal rights to your children are different when you are married, divorced, separated, whatever, than if you're just the baby daddy. Like, there are other repercussions to being married. There are other benefits to being married that you get that aren't just taxes. Like, yes, you can file all of the other paperwork and stuff like that to fill those things in, but it all comes automatic with the marriage certificates. It's supposed to make your life easier. The other part is that the idea that the marriage certificate doesn't really add any value, it's because we've devalued it. It's not that the marriage certificate itself doesn't hold any value, the representation of it. We've decided we're just going to live together, we're just going to have babies at random and do all of this stuff. And we've chosen to not make marriage a valuable thing. And look where it's gotten us. We're having conversations about how to pull ourselves up from last, how to build community again, how to build families again, because people are just spreading their seed all over the place. You have these fractured families all over the place. So I hear what you guys are saying. I understand the risk that men take on with it. I do implore that women take on more responsibility when they're choosing somebody and not opting out to leave. That is a very separate conversation than what's the point of marriage.
Yeah, I don't know if you realize what you did, but you compared, right, the peace of mind that you may get as it pertains to parental rights inside of a marriage to what would happen if you're breaking up outside of a marriage. What if we not breaking up? Why do I even need any of that paperwork if we still together? If we still together and we not married, none of that is going to matter. Here's the thing. The same complications will arise if we split up and we have to deal with the courts that will arise if you get divorced and you have to deal with the courts. It's the same thing. Child support, custody, all of that can be a battle for people when they married, just like it can be a battle for people when they're not married. The only difference is alimony is involved as well. And it's not involved if you don't have the paperwork.
So with that logic, then why not just do it? If it's the same either way, why not just acquiesce to the woman that you say you're choosing?
Because there's no reason why would I do anything extra to get the same result? That makes no sense. Why would I spend more money? Why would I take more of a risk? Why would I do any of that to get the same result? There's no logic to that.
A marriage certificate is what, $100, a couple $100 depending on the state. Like, how much extra money is it? Like, I don't.
Absolutely. But what percentage? Yes, but what percentage of people do you think are just doing that, or do they really want the wedding? See this is the part where we get into the nuances of the conversation, right? Don't pretend like most women are just gonna go get that marriage certificate. They want a wedding. That's one of the biggest reasons why they want to get married, is because they want the wedding, they want the fashion show, they want to show off, they want the party, they want the unveiling. So that's more money that I have to spend on a relationship that isn't guaranteed to last, right? Like I told you, I just met a guy 30 years. Now, 30 years is a long time, but still.
So, but see, and this is, let me apologize. I apologize. I'm having a hard time following the conversation because I feel like the goalpost keeps moving. Because when I talked about the assurance that you would get with your children should you separate, you said, but what if we stay together? And now we're factoring the cost of marriage, or the cost of a wedding, sorry, and how it would be a waste if it's not going to last. So are we talking about relationships that are going to last? Are we talking about relationships and factoring in the possibility of it ending?
So I'm going to assume that you're not doing this on purpose, but what was just said, right, was when I said, why would I want to spend more money?
Mm-hmm.
And you said, well, a marriage certificate is only $100. So that's why the price of the wedding and all of that came in, because most people not just going to get the certificate. So it's going to cost you more money to get married. Do you
so I
copy that
understood
part?
that part. Yeah, I understood that part. But it was the part about how it would be a waste if you're not sure if it's going to last. That was the part that I was like, I thought we were talking about relationships that were going to last. So that's where my confusion came in.
Right. So if we were talking about relationships that were going to last, then there's no more peace of mind that you have inside of a marriage as it pertains to parental rights that I would have outside of a marriage, because both of the relationships are going to last. So there's no more peace of mind than you have than I don't have, because we already know, we can see the future based on our analogy that the relationships are going to last. So I might have been mistaken, because I thought what I heard you say, what there's more peace of mind in the relationship with the marriage as it pertains to parental rights if the relationship fails. So I might have mistakenly heard you on that part. But if we're saying that the relationships are going to last regardless, then you have no more peace of mind than I do just because you're married.
So I did say that, right? And then you said we're talking about relationships that are going to last. And then
because I thought we were, yeah.
Right. So then I had acknowledged that, and then we had moved on to the cost of weddings, right? And then you made that statement. So I was just trying to reposition myself and figure out where we were in the conversation.
Yeah.
I think contrary to popular belief, not all women want weddings. I think women feel pressure from their families and all that stuff to have these big weddings. To be honest, let me not say most. Some women are totally okay with just a family dinner, we sign the paperwork and all of this stuff.
No, HD, that's not how we communicate. We can't communicate with some. Don't y'all watch Ham Channel? You can't say it's the majority or the minority, right?
So what happens in the case of a large minority?
I'm saying, are you going to sit here with us today with your very intelligent? I like that about you. Are you going to tell me that you believe that 51% of women don't want weddings?
That doesn't. So a larger minority is still worthy of conversation.
It is, but I'm saying
if there's still 25%, that's still 1 in 4 people. They're still not a majority. They're still not half, but there's still a large enough group that we can have an actual conversation, because it does still affect the rest of the community. So me saying some is still relevant to the conversation because there's still impact.
Yes, but not when the majority. If the majority of women want weddings, then there's no reason to make the argument.
So real quick, real fast, and then you can go AP. It don't matter because you ain't trying to give her a wedding anyway. So even if she decided to go your way without the legal, she's not getting a wedding. So what's
because that's what we're having a conversation about, Shan. We're talking about both sides. Right. So on the marriage side, we're saying that more often than not.
What I'm saying to you is, if I'm with you, right, and you already don't even want to give me marriage, and then you say, okay, I'll go and sign the paperwork. Do you think I'm gonna push you to do a wedding?
No, that's not what we're saying.
I just had to go to bat just to get you to sign some papers.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the people who will get married, right? So that's the side that we're talking about right now. We're talking about the people who will get married. And what we're saying is those people, right? Because the statement was made, why would I want to spend more money? So I was trying to explain to Inaz what I meant by that. When she said a marriage license might be $100, believe me, I know. I got married like that. Right. But I am nobody's average. I am way below average, which is why I was able to get married like that. So that's my point. On average, right? Women, the majority of women want a wedding. They want gowns, rings, kids with carrying a pillow with the rings on it, family members there, the whole DJ, all this stuff. That's what they want. So again, for the majority of people, right, you're gonna have to spend money on a wedding, right? You're gonna have to get the wedding license and all this other stuff. It's not gonna benefit you any more than anything you could have done without that paper. Here's the thing: you could literally have the wedding without the license.
Let me ask you a
Don't
question.
need the license.
I think we're talking about people of age, because I do remember when my sister got married, my family paid for that wedding. He didn't pay for that wedding. My family paid for that wedding.
Jesus Christ.
It was always traditional that the female's family, at least in Alabama where I'm from, paid for the wedding. It was not the guy who paid for the wedding. So I guess it depends on where you're from and what tradition you. But I know for a fact my family paid for my sister's wedding.
AP,
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to completely derail the entire conversation. So the first thing I want to say is, Shan, I actually agree with you. You women can go ahead and bask in your delusion, because I'm going to go back to the very first point that I have ever made on any podcast. Brothers, bust them down or ignore them. But somehow we got to stop giving these chicken heads attention. Like that's the only way it's really going to change. I can't tell a man to not hold on.
Agree with that.
No. Well, hold on.
What is happening?
I can't like I have figured out we can't tell men to just simply ignore these chicken heads, because men are going to do what they want to do and they're going to bust them down if they want to bust them down.
They are amazing.
And if that's the case, shit. And if that's the case, I don't want to hear those same brothers talking shit about women when you're out here breaking them. Now, so yeah, go ahead. Feel free to bask in the delusion. Do what you want to do. Y'all doing it anyway. The last point I want to make is, Shan, I appreciate the opportunity over the last year and 3-4 months that you've allowed me to be on Chic Critique with these wonderful people. Sharing the stage with Beans. This is the 4th time. I appreciate it. Inaz, Marcus, appreciate y'all. Special shout out to the Lapeef Network. I'm saying this because this is officially my last show. Of course, I'll pop up from time to time, but this is officially my last show. HD, has been a pleasure, bro. I'm still going to talk to y'all in the other chat. But a special shout out to the Lapeef Network. Year over year, they're getting better with the content, pushing more towards solutions, which is what we need in our community. We need to be pushing towards solutions. And there's a person that he's kind of polarizing, but he has this phrase where he says, always work to be the best version of yourself. And it's Anton that says it, so I'm going to give him a special shout out, because it's kind of what moved me to get back on the right track. And the women on this panel have always held me accountable to that, and I appreciate it. But I'm going to call it a night. I'm going to call it a show. I appreciate y'all.
My man, AP.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. And we appreciate you being here week after week. It never missed. I think that you've only missed like maybe 1 or 2 times in the last year. I appreciate you, AP, and everything that you have brought to the channel. It's so funny because I'm sorry, 2 seconds. It's so funny because I remember the episode we were looking for guys and you were in the chat and I was like, do you want to come up? And you've been up ever since. Every single week. I do appreciate you and we will miss you. And please come
AP,
back.
hey, when you get closer to this way, lunch on me.
Already. I'm gonna hold you to that too, because I like to eat.
Hey, listen, I gotta make sure I fit the bill.
You know what it is. You slide back to the city, we gonna link.
Already. All right, y'all.
Okay.
No doubt. I wasn't expecting that.
I'm gonna cry. Rain.
Yeah, but y'all debate, you guys' debate just now, fantastic stuff. I know everybody doesn't fully agree with everybody's points all the way.
And we're not going to. Everybody's just not going to
Yeah.
agree. We just have to agree to disagree. Everybody has their stance on why they do what they do, and we have to respect that at the end of the
Yeah,
day.
for sure. And I think that, when you're able to have the discourse in this way, it can be very beneficial for other people watching, and even for the people having the conversation themselves. But yeah, I like when the smart people got smart rebuttals and can actually listen and craft the idea, because I'm a big person that likes to make sure that when we're crafting things, you need to understand the argument that is being made, instead of going a whole bunch of other places. Because what happens is like, it's like if you were in court. If you're in court and you're leading your witness, right? That's a dramatically different court situation than if you're able to be like, hey, no, this person is leading, and that's not the argument, nor is that the statue. And I think that dramatically changes the game, when we're like, all right, well, this is the perspective that they will get to understand. Okay, that's great, but this is still the problem. And I think, and specifically to a lot of the few conversations we had in the last couple of hours, is that some of us are arguing like, well, it's not just about us. This is a big picture thing that if we tackle it now, we can possibly fix issues in the future. If we can define what marriage is, if we can define what the purpose of relationships, or we can define what the issues that a man has with a woman and what a woman has with a man, then when you start trying to build communities, or build the Black community specifically, because you have addressed the issues that each one has with each other, you could begin to build the communities that you guys say that you guys want to build. But until you actually get to the root of the man's issue and the root of the woman's issue, how each one communicates and what is the goal that they're both seeking together, until we get that stuff out of the way, we can talk till we're blue in the face. Most people aren't, in my opinion, most people aren't going to be successful.
I appreciate that. You know what the best way to change somebody's mind is? If you was to guess, does anybody have a clue what it is?
Hit them with a bat.
That works, but it's actually to listen to them. If you want to change somebody's perspective or opinion on something, you gotta let them tell you it in full, be heard, and respond to exactly what that thing is. A lot of times we cut people off, or we like, no, that's not. Once you do that, you have interjected in the conversation that whatever you're saying doesn't matter. In my opinion, matters more, and that's the quickest way to get somebody to shut down listening to you, or even being responsible to the message. So yeah, listen to them and ask them a follow-up question about what they're saying. And if you see a problem with it, you can highlight it through the question. But that gives them the ability to understand you heard them, you thought about what they said, you gave it, and your question may highlight the thing you're trying to get them to learn. But I know it's tempting to do, but we almost never will get anybody to receive our message by like really actually arguing it and making it contentious.
I was gonna say, honestly, I don't know if you can sit, because you called it, this show is called a Chic critique, right? Most panels, because we disagree, will become debate panels. Like, we're going to debate. There's no way around that. And the thing about it is that most people don't understand debate. They don't realize that it's an actual skill, right? There's a certain level of listening that you have to do. This is why I can remember things that people say, because I'm actually listening. I'm trying to see where they're coming from, but I ain't gonna lie, I'm also trying to catch their ass up, because people be lying a lot. People say one thing and then 30 seconds later they say something else, totally contradictory. But debate, there's a tactic to it. And I think, to your point, Marcus, that's probably the reason why you see a lot of that kind of confusion and conflict on panels, is because we end up arguing and not debating. You know what I'm saying? And because there is a respectful way to interject, so that a person knows that, oh, I'm not taking the mic from you, I'm trying to clarify what you're saying. you've been kind of long with it. I want to make sure that I'm getting exactly what you're saying by asking you a clarifying question, things like that. Or are you saying such and such, 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 such? It's a respectful way to interject. And a lot of times what we do on these panels is we just argue, which is why I watch a lot of the white shows a lot. Lately, they've been disappointing me. But I think this type of show, Black Man Unfiltered Network, it's a couple of networks and shows that I think highlight that we can have these conversations in a very respectful way. And this one is probably top tier when it comes to that. It's never really dysfunction. So y'all setting the example. You know what I'm saying? You want me to read that? My man Doug will?
I could read all these super chats. We got a lot of them to read. Let's see. Where do we start from? All right, I'll just start here. Podcast, you dropping knowledge. John the Baptist with the 5.
Jay, what up?
Reese Anderson with the 499. Dropping race from your vocabulary is nonsense. Human beings are naturally tribal. To do that will go against our own nature. Yeah. Reese Anderson again with the 199. White men? Yeah, white men are tribal. That's why they've been so dominant. John the Baptist with 5. 231 million white people in America and 40 million black people. If they want it, we couldn't stop it.
I don't get the argument. I don't get the comparisons at all.
So I want to clarify. So we're not trying to take over them, right? I'm just saying, can we present ourselves a little bit better than we are? Because there are ways that Asians in America are beating them, and they beat them as far as it comes to income. I'm not saying beat them in numbers. Like, we're not trying to overthrow them. We're not trying to start a war or do some crazy crap from the past. That's not what we're saying. We're just saying, can we come together as a community and just do better as a community? That's all.
Reese Anderson with the $1.99.
It's so funny.
Not Caribbeans. We've been shitted on for 400 years. Reese Anderson again with the 499. The UK finished paying British slave owners who owned slaves in the Caribbean in 2015 at the AP. For your information, not slave traders. The slave trade ended in 1807. Chicago Rilla with the 2. 4 Enos. Forehead. That's all. Shan. Chicago Rilla with the 2. Nonvo battery
tonight.
That is all. Actually, we didn't hear it. You not at home, are you? At home?
I'm at home.
John the Baptist with the 5.
Huh?
But
I just changed locations in my house.
John the Baptist with the 5. Podcast is 100. Podcast is a Republican douchebag.
Oh, man, don't be racist.
Elam with the 1999. It was called women's suffrage. 1917, the first black boxing champ was very successful and more black men before him. Was that James Jones or James Johnson? Was that women can smell lame a mile away, and Richlands are the worst. If you lame, beware. Compatibility. Elam with the 199. He taught her how to make that shmoney. Elam with the 499. 80% of us weren't raised with our fathers. Abnormal. The men in the silent generation were at war. We, as in blacks, don't believe in God no more.
Speak for yourself, Lou.
Elam with the 189. Man, I don't put take back talk from my mom, dog. Man, I don't put take back talk from my mom, dog. Okay. John the Baptist with the 5. Women can't rate women or men until they on average tell their weight and their age at a 90% clip. Congo English with the 10. Finally, I understand the dialogue. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Get lifted. 30 is the new 20 with the 20. Men grade each other based on how many women we slain. Men grade women on how often they refrain. So you got bars. That sound like that rhyme too. Men grade each other based on how many women we've slain. Men grade women on how often they refrain. Some things is true. Double standards won't change. Got bars for days. Let's see. John the Baptist with the $2. I think Shan is sleepy. Yeah, she
I
wasn't
think you may
here.
be right, John.
She wasn't here earlier.
I was knocked out.
Elan with the 1999. Approach the group first and don't be weird. Men need Riz class to realize we are more valuable than women. Secret. Men only serve to who deserve it. Everyone else will just die with nothing. Elam with the 499. Marriage is only for the women that don't have kids. I speak for all men. We will not marry you if you already have kids. Do it early.
That's a lie.
Chad, let's not just keep. Yeah.
John the Baptist with the 5. Enas, you have done a marvelous job in the conversation tonight. Damn.
Hey Shan, can you do that?
I don't know.
Can cards pop out through your hands?
No, the love
She
doesn't love me. Is it an
She
app
got
or
the
something?
news.
No, there's a. We'll talk about it later.
All
Is
right.
it iPhone? Oh, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, my iPhone's right.
No, it's not iPhone. It's just.
Okay, you do it HD. Let me
no,
see you put the
because I have
first-
an iPhone. That's why I said it's not iPhone.
That's strange. Congo English with the 10. Shan, question. What are the intangibles you bring to a grown man in discernment? In details, please. You want to answer that?
Really?
You okay?
Oh,
What
we
I
can
bring
see
to
the
the,
intangibles.
you said what?
I said we looking right at the intangibles.
That'd be tangible.
Yeah, it would be
Definitely
tangible.
That's not
100%.
intangibles. I have a way of knowing how to make my man feel. It's something about my presence. I give. I've talked about this before. I think it was on the Sunday show though. I'm a selfless person. I like to give. I'm a giver. Can you please stop doing that?
Right there.
I'm a giver. I find pleasure in making my man happy. Right? I find pleasure in making his life easy. I find pleasure in doing things for him. I'm a very, that's just kind of person I am. It is natural. I've always been that person. I guess that's why I'm a teacher.
I believe you. A lot of people don't believe women operate that way, but I think when women like you, the vast majority of them operate that way. Dub Will 999. If two people don't want to go to the legal route of marriage because they don't want the state involved, should they be allowed to go to court for child support / custody if their relationship ends?
Child support is totally different from marriage.
He's saying if you don't want to have the state involved in anything, then why are you using child support?
Well, most people don't. So when I looked at the child support census, right? Most people who are on child support are the people who got divorced. Okay. Everybody else is just out here for the most part free-nilly. And even with that, only 44% pay full child support, right? So it's not like everybody with kids is just on child support. Majority are not. I don't know why.
You don't actually need to go to the courts. Like you can have a post.
Most people don't go to the court. That's what I'm saying, HD.
Yeah, you can literally do post nuptials, post nuptials. You can just literally just not deal with the court altogether and just take care of each other.
Yeah.
And see, that's what I'm saying, HD.
I'm just going by, somebody said that's not true. I'm just going by the info because we had a show on it. And so we're just going by the data that we pulled up from the census. So that's all I can go by.
Look, just imagine, right? If we was born in a country, it was a country where there was no idea of marriage.
Mm-hmm.
The women, there wouldn't be this argument that, oh yeah, the marriage is the supreme of the supreme. It's not. Like it's just a thing. If it was that good, 50% of them wouldn't end. And if it was that important for women, 80% wouldn't be fouling. It means nothing.
So to a cheater like you, or a person who promotes cheating, what is to keep? What is to tame the beast from just going? What is to tame the puppy from the dog from just going from just out here just doing doggy stuff, doggy style to all the dogs?
Doggy style in marriage,
right?
Absolutely. According to you, that's why the women are leaving.
They don't get enough doggy style.
So what's the point? According to you, when we brought up divorce, your take was, yeah, but that's because these men be out here thinking they can go hit this and that, and they getting their escape, and the woman ain't getting their escape. So what's the point of getting married?
So what's the point? So let me ask you a question.
What's the point of falling in love?
I got a question. So if we know that businesses fail, what's the point in trying to own a business? If majority of businesses, I think it's like 50-60% fail, what's the point in trying to start a business?
I give him a better one. What's the point of hustling if we know?
I'll work with this one. Let me work with this one to make money.
Sure, but don't you lose money? It's a risk, right?
Absolutely.
If you start a business, there's a risk. So with that being said, what's the difference if you're willing to risk money to go into a business, which is just illegal, and even if you have a partner, go into the legal contract, right, with the banks or whoever you're going in with, that's still it's a contract. You right, and you risk losing something. And there's a high percentage that most businesses are failed than they do. More businesses fail than they are successful. And we know that going in. But there's nothing to stop you from going into that business, knowing that the odds are against you. So why is it okay for one? Like you're more open to doing one, but not the other.
I could make an argument for it, but here's the reality. I don't have to. I would agree that most people shouldn't start businesses.
I'm done with you.
It's just like I told you I'm a debater, right? So I could make an argument, right? But I don't have to. I would agree that most people shouldn't start businesses.
Podcast.
Right? It's like I would agree that most people shouldn't buy houses. You know why? 50% of people foreclose on their homes because they bought a house just to say they weren't renting. They weren't really prepared for it. They didn't really know what they was doing. They didn't have no money put up. The AC went out, they couldn't get it fixed. The furnace went out, they couldn't get it fixed. And they end up foreclosing on a home that they weren't really prepared to own. Just because they didn't want to say they were renting.
Why would you think I'm miserable? Like, what? You guys are so. Listen, this is what I have a problem with.
Don't worry about what my ex-wife doing.
This is the problem I have with this space, right? They want you to be. I'm a very happy person. God has dealt me some pretty good cards. I cannot even. I am blessed. It is not a day I would count my blessings. You understand? Like, I love the skin I'm in. I love who I am. I love my kids. I love the life I have for myself. I even love my child's father. You know what I'm saying? So there's nothing that you can put on me and make me feel like a miserable person. Because at the end of the day, Shannon is here because she wants to be here. Everybody on this panel is here. We take the time out on our Friday nights to give you guys something special, free of charge. Okay? So there's no misery in that. We're just here to have a decent conversation. And yes, you may not agree with all of my thoughts. I may not agree with all of your thoughts, but I would never wish misery on you. I don't feel for people like that. I naturally go in loving people. I actually go in respecting people. I go in wanting the best for everybody. That's why we have these conversations. That's the only reason I show up every Friday. Well, I try to show up every Friday. Because I could be doing something else with my time. Time is money. I'm a business major. Time is money. We can all be doing something else with our Friday nights, but we are here with you having a conversation. It is just so
lonely.
Toxic.
Excuse me.
Toxic. These chats are like I've never seen so many. I guess I was just in La La Land on thinking how people, interact, how they think. I just never seen so many people just so angry and mad and they wish that on you. And that's crazy to me, but I'll pray for you.
So it's good to not be in La La Land, huh?
You still in. I'm just like, what in the heck is going on? Y'all gotta get it together. It's a better way. It is a better
Congo English usually really cool. He probably was just like a joke we ain't understand.
Yeah, but this is all fun. It's a Friday night. We're just here and go get a drink, some tequila, honey. Take a shot. Calm the nerves.
Let's be fair though, right? If you didn't have nobody you know what I'm saying? If you wasn't as cute, you probably would be miserable. You know what I'm saying? Let's just be honest.
Listen, I count my blessings.
Exactly. So
I'm grateful for everything that God has given me in all shape, forms, fashion. Okay?
There it is.
So
I got an example.
Thank you for making another argument against delusion.
We are all here giving our time, our energy on a Friday night.
You're welcome.
And we just want to have a good conversation with people. And we enjoy it. I've never even met you guys, but I enjoy talking to you. I'm glad you guys show up every Friday. We have these conversations. Yeah. And that's, you know, and let me just say how and people don't understand how serious it is. Y'all know I started out with a totally different group of people 2 years ago. Some people left because of the toxicity. They just couldn't, they didn't even want to invite that into their house no more. And it's that serious. When it starts getting in your head and changing you, and you to the point where it's like, I can't even deal with that no more. Like, that had an entire different panel. And that's exactly what happened.
That was the best female panel I ever seen.
And they got tired of y'all. They was like, it's just too toxic. I even asked, like, hey, I gave y'all a break, come back. It was like, I'll never invite that back in my life. It's a lot. It's a lot to deal with.
Well, I mean, listen, I think, you know, chats, I call them stupid, but, you know, I think most of the time it's a lot of miscommunication. People are not bright when they own the panels. So I can't really expect for them to be bright in the chat. Like, I just accept it for what it is, bro. Like, you can't really pay that much attention to it. I try not to give it too much energy. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But, you know, I do want to say that I think Black women and Puerto Rican women are amazing. I like looking at them a lot. And they be having like really pretty toes, and their bodies be amazing, and you know, and I think as men, I think that's what we have to focus on. Because if we try to focus on their mind, we are going to drive ourselves insane. Women are crazy. They are
They not though.
And you know
it's a beauty to the.
No, I ain't saying we used to live without them.
It's a beauty to the chaos that you got to understand, because it's not even chaos. It's a beauty to the unregulatory artistic nature in which they think, for the most part. Like,
so it's
if you no, it's not crazy. Well, so if you understand it, it's like a dance. Like, it's new. It's, you know what, they live in nuance. Subtlety and nuance is more so how the thought patterns work. And when you understand it, you're like, damn, that's why when I be talking, I'm like, damn, I never thought about it like that. When I'm translating this stuff in my head, I'm like, oh, I see what she's saying. I never thought about it. Let me see if I can make it
understand. Even if you understand the chaos, it's still chaos.
But I would say this. It's some crazy women up there.
Are you yourself saying you a crazy woman?
No. I've seen them. Okay, so we're not gonna play like they're not. I see it myself. Emotional attitude. It was so funny because let me just give you an example of young attitude. This girl, she's 18 senior. She walks in my class. She busts in my classroom, proceeds to go over to another student and hand a laptop. So I said, ma'am, can I help you? You doing too much. You just walked in my classroom. You could have been a shoot. Like you walked in my room. I have the right to say, what can I help you with? Like, you know, and so they get these. So that's the beginning of the attitude, right? And you see it in the store and you see it. So I get it. I get it. Just because they have you're not the only people they have attitude, you know, with. They also have attitude with other women. Okay. So I see what you're talking about. But there are also women who do not have attitude, who are great women. And I want us to acknowledge those women and understand that they're out there. They're just not on public platforms. I think somebody else said it earlier. It's hard to get those people to come onto public platforms. I know, because I know plenty of them, and they are just nervous. They're like, oh no, I got too much to lose. What if I say something? it's just hard to get those people up here. So
We do acknowledge as men and on these platforms, we acknowledge those women all the time. We look, we acknowledge them. We point out the fact that they're fat, and then the conversation kind of goes into a different direction. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody really wants to see fat women as valuable. You know, that's usually how that works.
Dub Will
Listen.
with the 499. You can either love women or understand them. You can't have both.
Facts, Dub, and the hoodies on deck.
What do women feel about y'all though? I think we were made this way for a reason, and we have to understand what each other's purpose is for, and if we use it, we could elevate.
Man,
if you see that woman at the right time, and she's used for what she's supposed to be, and that's your helpmate. Black women are strong helpmates. We gonna help. If you got a vision and you tell us your vision and it makes sense to us, we will make sure you get there. Now the problem is when your ass start slacking and she get up on you and remind you of that vision. That's what the part you probably don't like. But if I promise you, if Black women don't know how to do anything else, we know how to
maximize.
Twerk. Oh, okay. Well, listen. Let me
most Black women that I know that I've dealt with, listen, they are master maximizers. They'll take every one small thing and they can maximize all the things that you do. Like, hey, baby, you do this. Oh, we gonna get you set up for this. Da, da, da. You know, Black women are great. You know what I'm saying? And I still stand by
a little mouth, you know, it comes with a little attitude.
I still contend that women in general are crazy.
Absolutely.
And even though you understand women and you have your opinions about women, that doesn't mean that there aren't good women out there. That also doesn't mean that there aren't bad women out there. Yeah. And I try to be like, listen, when I listen to women in general, I listen to how they process information and how they craft their statements. And oftentimes when I'm listening to women, because I like to listen, I'm a listener. So oftentimes it's just like,
I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Yeah, but oftentimes when I'm listening to women, I'm like, I understand you, but you're still frustrating as hell.
Yes, but women, listen, women have to be crazy, right? Just if you just look at what they have to do performatively, sexually, there's no way you can do that and not be crazy, right? It comes with the territory, in my opinion, right? So that's why I'm saying I kind of understand it. I think my man Dub is right. You can love them and understand them, but you can't do both. You can if it's from a distance, but in a relationship, it's very hard to do that, right? So that's why I'm saying like you have to choose. That's why he's saying you have to choose one in a relationship. From a distance, I can see if Inaz is I can love her and I can understand her because I have to come home to her. You know what I'm saying? Whatever level of crazy she is, I won't have to deal with it on a personal level. So that makes it easier for me to have that kind of relationship with her. But I mean, just when I just think about it, bro, like honestly, I'm not even trying to be vulgar. I'm being serious, right? You gotta, the things that you have to do. I mean, gagging, men humping and sweating all on you. Like you have to be a sort of level of crazy in order to endure that all the time. Somebody just pouncing all over you all the time. And ever since you was 12 and got a little bit of booty and a little bit of breast, the men been hugging you a little bit different. Hey there, okay, now you're growing up, ain't you, girl? Every slimy, creepy dude since you 12 has said whatever he could say to get with you. I mean, that's going to make you crazy, right? I can accept that. But here's the problem, Shan. I can't even ask Shan because she's crazy. But most women want men to be monogamous, right? But I think most women would admit that they know that it's not necessarily in a man's nature to be monogamous. So what you're literally asking this man to do is suppress his very own nature for you, right? So if we can do it, So can you. Suppress your damn crazy. Suppress your mouth. All that mouth you want to do talking back. Suppress all this extra shit right here. Suppress your whataboutisms. Every time I tell you what you did wrong, you want to bring up what I did wrong 6 months ago that you never even addressed. Suppress all that crap that we need you to suppress in order for the relationship to work out as well.
Sometimes she does. But what about this? Let's be creative here. Because I see you have a problem. So let me work with you, little podcast. What if your mate showed up as a different person every time? You know, maybe she put her a little, because you know they got the wigs in, so she put her another wig on. Now she got a blonde wig. Let's call this woman Josie, and she comes into character, so you can feel like you are sexing a different chick every time. Would that work for you?
Absolutely not.
She can't even be creative. What?
No, I hate that. So my lady, I remember she used to
Speak for
get.
yourself. I would enjoy that.
You would enjoy Marcus.
Yeah.
I just need to make sure. I just need to make sure. We just need to make sure that the hair is secure enough so I can pull it.
Okay. So,
Wait,
but she can have a different character, you know.
Almost like 10 years ago, right? My lady used to always get all these weave jobs and shit, right? Enas, she had this hairstyle. It was called a 27 piece. I hated this shit. I'm talking about loathe this hairstyle because it is the most ghetto, ratchet, hood rat shit you can ever do.
What's the 27 piece look like?
It's one of them short kind of hairstyles where the weave is kind of like tucked. It's the ghetto short weave hair wrapped around your head. It's oh my God, bro. Soon as you see it, you think dollar store employee, right? Okay.
But you cheat with them dollar store employees. I'm just like,
I don't cheat, so I don't know nothing about that. But absolutely. But here's the thing, though, right? So
I
one
see.
day, watch this. Enas, one day, she had her hair down because she had to go get it done. Her hair, some of the best grade I ever seen in my life. No perm, no nothing. Hair just absolutely nice and beautiful. And I got really upset. I'm like, what are you doing? Why aren't you just wearing your real hair? This makes absolutely no sense. Because I don't even want to do it, you lazy heifer. Right? So I told her, I said, look, get sister locks. Just go get sister locks then. You don't want to have to deal with it. Go get sister locks. And she fought it off for about a month or two. And then she went and got it. She had it now for about 10 years, hair down to her butt crack. Right? And I'm happy every single time I get to touch, smell, feel anything them sister locks. I don't want different. I like the same. I always say, to this day, I've been with my lady. I've been knowing her. This is our 20th anniversary. I've been knowing her for 20 years. We've been in a relationship for 14. And like I say, every time when I'm laying in the bed and she come walking in the bed and she take off her nightgown, I am happy. I am ecstatic. I'm glad it's her every single time. You don't got to change up for me. Be you. Okay. I'm a man.
So
I like consistency.
For the people who are cheating, I was trying to see if that would work for the men who are cheating. Since you were speaking on behalf of the cheaters, I wanted to see if that'll work.
You know what? No, you know what? I'm going to concede. You know why? Because for some reason, and now, Enas, I think for whatever reason, I think you might know this. And I also think Marcus might know this. It seems to me, let's say a dude is married to Enas. For some reason, he cheat with a sexy red. But then when the dude is married to a sexy red, he'll cheat on her with an Enas.
I don't know if it go that way.
I see it
all the time. Niggas be married to regular looking chicks and then they go out and cheat with these chicks that look better than their wives at home. But then you have niggas with
so you said no. You said sexy red. I don't consider her regular. I'm sorry. That confused
me. He's just saying a bottom of the barrel woman, like the polar opposite. He's saying that you might want some different.
Yeah. You're right. I shouldn't have said sexy red, but just that a nigga could be married to the average chick and he'll cheat with a Enas or a Shan. But a nigga be married to Shan or Enas and he'll cheat with the butterfly on a chest tattoo girl from the Kevin Samuels episode, right? You be like,
it's simple math, sir. Listen, if you at the bottom, only way you can go is up. And if you at the top, the only way you can go is down. That's how it works. Simple math. We
So,
solved it.
I have,
There we go.
I have a question to the men who think that all women are crazy.
Mhm.
And I'm not saying I agree, right? I'm just humoring the statement. Is that not why men were instilled with structure to tame the, like, is that not the purpose of, like, your ability to give structure is to something that doesn't already have structure? Because if it came structured, then what would this ability be used for?
No.
Listen, I
Yes.
agree. That's why we can tell that you're crazy.
No.
Is it emotional or crazy?
It's
Wait,
crazy. But
so
why you say yes, Marcus?
because first I disagree with the premise you can't understand women and love them. Because I think I understand women pretty well, and I love women too. But I think that the reason that they have those so it's like using her example, it's like clay, right? The clay might not be formed in the way you think it should be formed, or it might not come pre-packaged. But once you mold the clay into the structure or whatever, then you have one of the most beautiful things you can have. But the clay just by itself, it just be a mound of clay. You get it?
I do, but the problem that I have with that is that I don't believe that's my job, right? So, and I'm not really a
Yeah.
big Bible person, but the Bible says, "He who findeth a wife," right? Which means you're supposed to be that when I find you. I'm not supposed to have to make you into anything. Now, you will conform to the things that you see I need, right? Versus what another man might need, the things I desire versus what the next man might desire. But as it pertains to being a wife, I'm not supposed to have to train you to do any of that, right? You're supposed to come to me that way.
I think that the
I
training
disagree.
comes when you are the wife that you want her to be, right? Because everybody has different level what they need out of a wife. They're basic skills that a wife should have. I agree, but there's certain tweaking that makes it right for you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but the question is about whether or not we're dealing with crazy. Don't forget that. Don't let that slip y'all mind. So the
Give me an
premise.
example of crazy. Oh, I don't want to ask that question over. You're not gonna shut her hand up before I ask that question, but I eventually want you to give me an example of crazy.
Yeah, the premise of it is okay. The woman is crazy, but then the man comes with his structure to stifle her crazy. No, you come with your own level of discipline, your own level of suppression, your own level of self control. I'm not supposed to have to do any of that for you. All you're supposed to be able to do is to conform to my needs and my desires.
But
But that crazy interferes with you being able to be a wife
that's
already
the
before I find you.
that's the beauty of women. That is the feature, not a flaw. Because she's so this and that way and all these other things, it's because you can, if she was rigid in one, like if she was unmoldable and already a perfect package, or a perfect a stationary where she was not going to change, then whatever she is you would have to accept. And if that's how women were, then I would say, yeah, it's not your job to change it. But most times women contort and conform to the man that they're with. They'll start picking up your lingo, your rationale, the way you handle situations. They'll start all of those things absorbing into who they become with you. A lot of times women say, I lost myself in a relationship, or I'm this way when I'm in that relationship, or I was this way in that. Even to the point of view, a drug addict, she might end up being a drug addict with you because they conform so much to you. What I'm saying is the beauty of that is if you know exactly how you want the shape to be made, you can do that with a woman that you can't do that with somebody else who does not operate that way. And shaping it provides you with the experience to get to know them, understand them, and then you make it exactly how you want, and then you got a perfect specimen of
See,
a person.
I don't know if y'all just don't want to deal with the crazy part, but like the examples that come to my head is I go and I buy this Benz S63 AMG. It is what it is. Now I'm gonna get in it. The seat is going to contort itself to my body and how I sit in it at some point, right? but the stereo is going to be set to my presets, right? Things like that. But the car is already what it is. It's already amazing. What we're talking about is the crazy. That's literally what we're addressing right now. Enaz's question was about the crazy and whether or not the man's structure is supposed to stifle the crazy. And I'm saying no. You're supposed to have already been prepared to stifle your crazy prior to me meeting you and quote unquote wifing you. I'm not
I'm
supposed
glad.
to stifle nothing.
I'm glad you used that example of a car. To our fellow Chicago brother, you remind me of my Jeep. And you know what's the thing about Jeeps? They are coming in a base model, but Jeeps are supposed to be specialized. You change out the seats, you change the dash out, you change the grill out, the headlights, the wheels, the tires, and you have a unique work of art in front of you. It's the same thing. You if they came like
Somebody else
you
did
can't
it.
really do nothing to the 63. You
But
can't really do nothing
that
to the
helps my
63.
point because somebody else did it. By the
No,
time I get my Jeep, it's already got all that stuff on it.
no. Like
Do anything.
so I bought my Jeep brand new, but I changed down to everything with aftermarket parts because it's such a wide variety. Like, all right, so me, I don't like women that argue.
Yeah.
You say what?
Now I thought because the couple of people I know that have Jeeps, they order them that way. Like
No,
when
you
they
can't.
went to the dealer, they said, "This is what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. This is what I
I'm
want."
I'm gonna show you my Jeep. You can't order it like this. It's impossible. Like it because it's aftermarket parts that's on here.
Oh, you talking about like tricking it out though?
Yeah, like a Jeep, like the Wranglers, the ones where the doors come off.
Yeah,
Those come stock, but like I'm gonna show you what I mean by
yeah. Because I know my cousin got the new Lincoln truck, and like he said, he stood in there. He was able to tell them everything he wanted. He got the massaging seats, the heated steering wheel, the cooling steering wheel, the heated
I'm
seats, cooling
surprised you
seats.
even fit in that Jeep because them things is compact.
nah.
The Jeeps, they uncomfortable to me too.
Yeah, they don't got leg room for the drivers. I always see people all scrunched up in there.
They need to
So
put, like air shocks on them things or something.
you see it's a slant back top, the lights, the grill, the wheels. None of that stuff come together. It's all individual thing. The seating, it's all individual pieces you got to buy and have installed. So it's a blank slate. I don't know if you can see it like that, but they
Well,
don't offer no red slant back top.
so I understand the point that you're making, right? And I opened myself up for it by using the car analogy. And now I have to try to shoot against the car analogy because again, we're dealing with people, right? So what I'm saying is we're just talking about the crazy, right? So if I get with my woman to your analogy and I say, well, I want you to have red hair, like you put a red top on that truck, that's one thing, but we're talking about behavior. If you got that truck and was able to put all of that customization on the outside of it, but the motor was crap, the trans was crap, the radiator was crap, all of that, you're not going to buy that car with all of it being crap, right? You want it to come standard functional and not dysfunctional. And that's what I'm saying. The crazy that we're talking about, the woman is supposed to come to me already capable of discipline and being able to suppress that craziness. Now, I will concede to this, Inaz, and you can go, that maybe the training from that should come in a two-parent household. So I would concede to that. But most men are repeating the actions of their fathers, the behaviors and mannerisms of their fathers, and most women are doing the same thing with their mothers. So I would still even then argue that the ability to be able to be disciplined and suppress your feminine nature to be crazy would come from your mother more so than your father.
Okay.
Let me
So-
just answer this real quick. I got 3 kids, no baby moms, 0 baby moms.
So I don't agree with the premise that all women are crazy, right? I was just humoring the thought and kind of want to go down the thought. But I have a very different question, and then I'm done with my questions for the night. How do you love something or someone you don't understand? Because if the statement was you can either understand women or love them, how do you love something you don't understand?
I think it's absolutely possible to love something that you don't understand. It's people that love food and they have no clue how it's processed. Like I heard somebody say this earlier, I will eat the sausage, but I don't want to see how they make it. Right? I think it's possible to love things that you don't understand, but I do get the premise of your question. I would argue that the basis of the saying is more so on the lines of in a relationship. That's why I said I could love you and understand you, right? What happens more often than not, I'll give you a better example, Enos. When men first meet women and we be talking to them, and fellas, y'all better not leave me hanging on this. When we first be talking to them, especially when they start talking about their last relationship, they never say they did anything wrong, right? It was always the guy, right? And the whole time while they telling us what happened, we be like, what? That's crazy. And he couldn't see that. He couldn't understand that. Man, that's great. Yeah, I totally get where you're coming from. But if we was in that same situation, we would absolutely see what the man's side and understand where he was coming from. So more often than not, it's very hard to be understanding towards your woman because she's giving you the crazy. You can't, even if you, I would say this, if you use comprehend, I'll concede, right? Comprehend her, absolutely. But understand why she's behaving the way she's behaving. Understand why she's saying what she's saying. Understand why she won't, she's pretending not to understand where you coming from. Understand the whataboutisms. Every time you're trying to challenge her on something or bring up something you have a problem with, here she come bringing up something she has a problem with. No, there is no understanding to be had to why she's behaving that way and doing that to you in a relationship, even though you love her.
How often do you ask why?
It's me.
No, I'm saying, like, how often do you? Oh, yeah, that's a good point. It is you.
Right.
But hold on.
You ask me in general, I would concede, but
no. But so this, I know you ask why, because it's you. But I also know you don't, especially if you're frustrated with something, you're not going to foster the best environment for her to fully explain why without it maybe going in the wrong direction or her saying something that's going to make you more that way.
Yes.
So if you could fully hear her ask why and then discuss why, because I discovered this in relationships and I've been using it on my kids. Allowing them to explain without prejudging, it absolutely will get you like the real reason why they doing stuff. Like with my daughter, she gonna tell a little fairy tale first, and then I keep asking her to explain it. Then I get the real reason why something happened. With women, it's you can't judge them while you're trying to figure it out because they'll contort the answer to the judgment. So you've got a blank slate ask, listen, then try. You know, the same thing we was talking about earlier. Try and ask a question based on the answer and then move from there. Because they're real open. They want to talk about everything, but they also don't want to be judged. And
but see, for me, it's difficult because I don't like stupidity, right? Yeah. So the very second that I feel like you're being stupid, the judgment might not be in my words, but it will be in my tone, it will be in my face, and it will be in my body language. Because like I always tell my lady, when I'm on these panels and I hear them saying certain things about women, and I know that it applies to her, it frustrates the hell out of me. Like, damn, I be dealing with that shit too. You know what I'm saying? And so then when I'm dealing with it in real life, now I'm really frustrated because I'm thinking about all of these conversations that we've had about how it sucks that women behave, think, or move like this. And now here I am dealing with it in my real life. So like to your point, it's very difficult for me to foster the environment to just play the what, girl? Yeah, I see. No, I need you to bring your intellectual standard up. The world is not your feelings are not a descriptor of reality all the time. And that's part of the problem is that women be so much into their feelings. And then if you're not acknowledging their feelings as reality, then all of a sudden you're not communicating properly. And I'm like, I'm not going to do that. And you want more proof of that? Look at the success rates of couples therapy. 40% of married people, when they finish couple therapy, get divorced. And that's like when they finish the therapy. That's not even a year later, the other 10% that get divorced as well, and so forth and so on. Within the next 3 years, they end up getting divorced. I'm talking about when the sessions are over with, 40%.
So I would argue again with the statistics that the
Mhm.
people who go to couples therapy had pre-existing conditions which wound
That's
them
true.
up in couples therapy. So it's
Yes,
like
but they're
like
telling
when
you
they
what happened,
like
Marcus.
no
They're
no yeah,
telling
no
you.
I'm saying that's why I couldn't. So like with 1 out of 3 kids being false in a paternity test, not being a person kid.
Mhm.
I think that the people who don't go get tested more than likely don't go into that because they didn't get tested. You know what I'm saying? So if 100 people in relationships, 90 of them is in good relationships and they believe the kid is theirs, don't even question it. And then the other 10 is situationships. Out of that 10 situationships where she may have been messing with multiple people, that number comes out of something like that. That's how when I hear that statistic,
So,
that's how
so what you're saying is, if we listen to that statistic, we should say 33% of tested couples and not 33% of
women.
women. Okay.
Yeah.
I could give you that, right? I could give you that. But you do understand is that that's how we use statistics. That's
No, I
just
do.
how we do it. You
I
know what I'm
do,
saying?
but if I want to make like I understand how to manipulate stuff. So if I want to make any argument, I can make it based off of that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I always grain and salt it because the corresponding information, the variables and the control groups matter in that stuff.
That's true. But when you have in this particular subject, when you have the therapist, the couples, I mean not the couples, but the what do they call them? The coaches, the relationship coaches and all this type of stuff. When you have these people telling you, like, look, soon as we get to the part where the woman needs to be held accountable or apologize, they check out. They don't even want to be involved in the therapy no more. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I can see
Because
that.
they don't want to hear that. You know what I'm
But
saying? It's really like dealing with kids. Women don't want to be accountable, right? So in general, if I already know that you have a problem with being accountable and you crazy, no, I'm not taking responsibility for that. You're not gonna tell me, no, she ain't accountable and she crazy because you ain't providing them. Man, no, we all are grown adults. Women have the right to go vote. They have the right to go vote, and everybody believes that voting determines the outcome of the country. So you're telling me this person who has the right to determine the outcome of the country needs me to provide the structure for her to behave like a sane person? Man, stop.
mhm,
Stop. No,
mhm.
Well, I always say that numbers never lie, but it doesn't tell the whole story
absolutely.
because you can extrapolate a lot of information from the case studies and stuff like that, but the reality is like you only get part of it because they even say, "Hey, this was sampled 40 people,
Mhm.
sampled 100 people." So you mean to tell me it's reasonable to extrapolate this test from a test of 100 people? That don't make no sense to me. Um, but yeah, but listen, just because I think that women are crazy, that don't mean that I think they're like psychotic crazy. I think there's levels to this, right?
They
I
are.
think there's a little nuance to the crazy, but where it's hard for me personally is just like, women are smart. Women ain't dumb, right? They're able to do fantastic things. And I personally think that women are given a different, like, kind of like spiritual wisdom that men don't get because I feel like men are given grace to lead because of the way that we're designed and the way that we think. However, with the right woman on your side, I believe God gives them a different insight than they give you. And if we didn't have our respective strengths, then there would be no need to have the other, right? Like there'd be no need. Like if men had the grace to lead and the responsibility to have to do all these things, and they also had the same wisdom women had, what reason would we need to have women? And because women have the thought process and the things that they're given, it allows us to both be humble. It allows a level of humbleness. And if both y'all can't be humble, it's gonna be trash regardless. But my main gripe with women is just that they sometimes they are so smart. And sometimes they get so smart they do dumb stuff. and it bothers me a great deal, especially when you're trying to protect women from other women and women co-sign the bad behavior that's causing the issues in your community. Like that jank drives me up the wall. Like, I mean, pisses me off. Like, I understand that there's a spectrum of what people think is modest or they think is respect or what's reasonable and all this other stuff, right? And all that jazz. But it's just like it just sends me up the wall to be like, yo, I'm literally protecting you from all of you, and you have the nerve to do all this nonsense.
So HD, let me see, let me do a little test with you, right? Would you say, and let's just talk about black women. Would you say that black women have sudden changes of mood?
Yes,
Okay. Um, would you say that black women are aggressive?
yes,
Okay. Would you say that they have abnormal social behavior?
no,
No, you don't think so? Okay. Let's say that they don't.
yeah. I said that they don't because the other women act just like them. Now we might respond to it differently.
Well, no,
Like
no,
if
no. It's
Asian
not that
women
the other women
snapping,
don't. I'm just saying. So if you say that the other women act just like them, then that means that they all have abnormal behavior. But I'm just,
no,
we
no, no.
just.
It's not that normal if they're all doing it.
Oh, you don't think it's abnormal?
Nah, if it's not, if they're all doing it, it's not abnormal. Abnormal means that it's outside of the norm.
Well, but so what about? So let's say twerking in public. See, this is what I'm saying. Just because they made it the norm, don't make it normal, right?
Like
So
sagging.
listen, in regards to twerking in general, all the races of women are twerking, right? It
Mhm.
just only matters black women are twerking because when that thing get to moving, it's a very different experience. Versus if the
Absolutely.
white woman with no booty, like Taylor Swift probably tried to twerk publicly on a few occasions. But the black woman standing next to her that was like, "Yeah, get it, girl." If she were to twerk in Taylor Swift's stead, right?
Mhm.
Stead, however it's supposed to be pronounced. If she were to do that, we'd have a dramatically different response because when that thing is thanging, it's just a whole different situation.
So what? So what about marriage rates? Black women's marriage rates, single parent mother homes, all this different stuff. That's abnormal from what is normal in society.
That
The
I
way
do
that they
agree in that
practice
instance.
and wear weave is abnormal for what for from what is normal in society.
Well, I do agree. There are some anomalies, which with the black race or black women in general, but
It's just social. It's abnormal social behavior, right? I mean, but the point is this, right? They have abnormal social behavior, right? They have what we agreed to was um aggressive, and that they were also prone to sudden changes of moods. All of that is the definition of a psychopath. I did a show on this.
hey, listen, there's a lot of women that are psychopaths. I
The
agree,
majority of
but
them.
I think that the tactics of women, I think a lot of women are aggressive, not just
Mhm,
black women, but they're aggressive verbally more so than physically.
mhm.
Now, there's a number of women that are aggressive physically. They
Yep.
might not be able to hit the way that, you know, some women hit or some men hit, but the thing is that yo, like women are quick to put paws on you and
Mhm.
not think nothing of it. But now, to your point earlier, is that like, yo, like where we start like when we start having real friction in these conversations is when guys start acting a version of logical with a little bit of feeling. I feel like I should be able to defend myself from anybody, right? That's what men are saying. I don't care if you're a woman. I don't care if you're a guy. I feel like I should be able to defend myself regardless.
Mm-hmm.
But even the other men that don't necessarily feel that way specifically, right, will say the same thing that the women are saying. They will say, but this is a woman. You got to treat them differently than you treat men, right? You are stronger than her. So you can't treat her the way that you would treat a man because she's a woman. And this is where I feel like we start getting like really off. Like it's hard to move forward in these conversations because then that means that women can't be held to the same level of responsibility that men are held to because men don't have that same standard that if this man hits you, right? Like if a man hit a woman, other men are gonna pack him up. But on the other way around, if a woman packs up a man, they still gonna pack him up as if he hit her. They be like, hey man, what you doing, man? She shouldn't. You did not do the right thing, or you must have done something wrong in order for her to want to put hands on you. And I think that's when like I really start seeing like the conversation ain't never gonna go anywhere when these are the kind of responses that people have.
Yeah, you got to be willing to have the conversation from a rational, logical point of view. The days of treating women like they're not autonomous beings have to stop. They just have to stop, bro. We cannot be responsible for every behavior they have, everything they do, everything they say, or if something ain't right, if they doing something wrong, then you must not be doing something right. It's like, no, them days got to stop, bro. That's why I'm like, no, I'm not responsible for this woman being crazy. If you're telling me that I have the ability to create an environment where she won't be crazy, then what you're telling me is that she cannot be crazy. So if it's and this is why I wanted to say to Shan earlier when I said, why is it that these women they do all this and that when they talking to you, but when they go to work, it's none of that. She was like, because they at work. Exactly. If you can say in your mind, I'm at work, so let me behave, you can say, this my man, so let me behave. You can do it. You know how we know you can do it? Because other women do. We know
But
you
you
can
can't
do it.
say that out loud, podcast. You
Oh
can't say
shit.
that, dude.
Ain't gonna
Because if you
stop me.
say that out loud, then it seems like you're dehumanizing women
Mm,
because you're saying that they're like pets or they're like children because you're like, you behave at work, why don't you behave at home? And they'd
mhm.
be like, I'm grown and blah blah blah. I said, well, if you're grown, why you have to be held? Why do I have to hold you accountable to the stuff that you know that you jacked up if you
Right.
grown?
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
no, this is all in the inception of the relationship where this stuff needs to be corrected. It's really hard to like 5 years or 9 months into the relationship change the behavior. Because if you allowed it at one point, why won't you allow it moving forward? I think you're right. People do pick and choose how they behave, right? So if she's at work and she doesn't do all the stuff that you upset about, and she comes home and does it, there's something that allowed her to think that it would be okay, and the relationship still existed after she started doing them. That when I be talking about that, and one of the things that I'll be really speaking to is like I talk about setting up parameters within a relationship. When you set those parameters up, if she wants to operate outside of them, the relationship should end. And you know what I'm saying in the very beginning. So if you tell her, I don't want nobody raising their voice at me ever under no circumstances, you then can't be yelling at her all the time. But once you tell her that, and she understands this, how we gonna communicate. When she gets outside of the realm of that, leave her where she's staying. All of this stuff early on, like for the guys that's setting up new relationships and stuff,
Mhm.
because it's a lot harder to change something that y'all been doing for a long time. Y'all can work on it and possibly get better at it, but you can clearly define how and what you think is a acceptable means of communication, because they'll mirror you. If you having a conversation with somebody calmly and they yelling at you nonstop, one, they gonna look crazy, and two, not many people can maintain doing that. Like Y'all never hear me cursing nobody out and yelling at nobody online. Have you seen anybody doing that to me?
No. I mean, I understand the point that you're making, but this is why, to me, the thing that frustrates me about it is not that I'm disagreeing with you, is that if the conversation is about the way women act in relationships, then it don't matter if you break up with her when she show you something. That makes the conversations mute. What we're talking about is their behaviors inside of the relationship. So if you're saying when they behave that way, leave them, that's still not holding them accountable in the conversation as far as their behavior goes. That man can be holding them accountable by leaving the relationship, but we're having a conversation. So in conversation, we have to just be direct and firm and say, this behavior is unacceptable. This behavior is toxic. This behavior is destructive to relationships and families. Like, we just have to be willing to say that and call a spade and stop pretending like the reason why she behaves when she at work. Like even Shan said that, like, she's at work. Exactly. I'm not going to pay you for your civility. They can pay you to act right, but I shouldn't have to, because you think I'm supposed to marry you. You think I'm supposed to put you on this level and all this other shit. And then I do that and you still get to talk to me the kind of way you want to, and all this extra stuff. No.
So just how you refraining from marrying the person operating like that, my argument is, in the initial inception of the relationship, you should refrain the relationship from them for operating like that.
No, we
It's the
got
same.
I
Yeah,
understand.
yeah.
What I'm
Yeah,
saying is I'm
How do
not
you do it while
refraining
already
from
in the
marrying a person
relationship?
because of it. You see what I'm saying?
You say
Like,
what? Repeat that.
I'm not refraining from marrying a person because of the behavior. I'm saying I'm not marrying a person regardless. If they could be perfect, I'm not marrying them. But
Okay.
my point is that in these, if we're talking about women's behaviors, I should not have to buy your civility.
You don't have to. No,
There's
you
only
don't have to.
one reason why you should be civil, respectful, submissive, cooperative, loving, nurturing, all of that stuff you should be. It's only one reason why, because you chose to be with me. That's enough. It shouldn't take nothing else. Choose to be in a relationship with me. You should just be that way because that's the proper way to be in a relationship. It's that simple. Nothing else should matter. So if you soon as a woman says to me, and I love me some Shan, you know I love me some Shan. Okay. I was outside her house yesterday stalking, but don't tell her. For the people who are gonna watch it, like, this nigga was outside the house. We don't even live in the same city. It's a joke.
Joke.
But as soon as she said those words, well, she's at work, I'm like, oh man, this is problematic, right? For you to even have that kind of mindset that it makes sense for you to control yourself at work, but not with your man, not with your husband, not with the father of your children, the person you chose to be with, the dude who you will let him force his meat down your throat until tears come out your eyes, but you don't think that it makes sense for you to not raise your voice at that man. It makes no sense, bro. There's no logic to it. None.
So no, I'm not going to use this example online. But
And on that note, as astute observation as that was, I'm gonna observe some sleep because we
we gotta go
7
to sleep.
hours and 45 minutes.
Damn,
We gotta go to sleep.
Y'all. We've been kicking.
Yeah, you guys, I'm tired too. I done fell asleep and woke up like 3 times.
This is probably the longest show we done
I
had.
didn't even know Enos wasn't here.
Yeah, she left a few
Gotta go
minutes
to
ago.
sleep.
She
She gotta
left
go
about
beauty
15,
to
20
stay.
minutes ago.
All right, you guys, let's call it a night.
All
Thanks
right,
you
man.
guys for showing up. I'm in my bedroom, so I can't turn the camera on. But see you guys next week, next Friday. Good night.
Good night.
Peace.